throw it to you. Welcome everybody to GCU Esports Purple Rain, presented by Rockstar Energy. We are so happy to welcome you to an amazing stream that we have set up for you tonight. Of course, we are in the midst of the playoffs, and today we will be doing winners finals into losers finals. I believe waiting in losers finals is Waterloo. And
Yep.
what is our matchup for winners finals?
Well, today we got North Texas. Ignore my all good. North Texas and UCSD, two of the big powerhouses in this league so far. North Texas obviously continuing their undefeated run throughout playoffs, throughout the regular season, and just showing kind of that they're trying to just run the competition over. UCSD, though, here to try and put a stop to their reign of terror. And it's definitely looking and shaping up to be a pretty interesting match, especially after watching the past couple of games that UNT and UCSD have played.
I mean, yeah, we just watched North Texas UNI, and they steamrolled GCU after pretty much doing the same to a lot of teams during the main season. So it's definitely looking like they're the favorites to win today. But that'll only take them so far, as even after losers and winners finals, we're still going to have grands tomorrow. So it is a very exciting climax of this event here. I think we are looking to see this matchup start relatively soon. I believe the first map we have on deck is Icebox. I've definitely seen a lot of that throughout this series. How do you think that's going to shape the play from NT and UCSD?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting, especially with the comp that Northern Texas has been running. They're bringing in the Deadlock as well as the Chamber, and just kind of the dynamic with that double Sentinel rather on the defensive side makes it a really interesting and kind of different approach to the map altogether. We just haven't, or normally when you go into a map like Icebox, you're going to have like a Viper Harbor double controller kind of idea, maybe even a double initiator, maybe like the KO Sova, something like that, or even the double duelist is more conventional. But just having like this kind of agent that you don't necessarily see too often, having to just be ready for it and see the utility that you don't normally have to be ready for can be kind of detrimental to a team when you're coming into a new map.
Just mining out that unfamiliarity from the other team is definitely going to be a huge benefit on a map like Icebox, especially as we are very likely to see NT again just running all defense all rounds. Again, we're not sure what the maps are for 2 and 3 yet. I do know that they are going to be getting those bans out to us very soon. But like I said, if any of their games have have shown proof for anything, it's that North Texas loves to start defense, and it's probably it's actually the exact maps I thought it was. Where I was like, we've seen a lot of Ascent, Lotus, and Icebox, and I was like, yep, it is Icebox into Ascent into Lotus. A lot of teams that are actually ending Game 3 at Ascent. But so it's interesting that we're going to see them run it for Map 2 here. Makes a lot of sense, especially because, again, very standard map. Essentially no changes throughout the entire map.
We are going to go ahead and go into the matchup here. As we see, it is North Texas against UCSD. It is a little off, but that's all good. We are going to be going.
We might see that matchup in just a second.
It's possible that we do. Consider or seeing if UCSD does not commit the upset that does that is has potential necessarily. Obviously, Texas, though, looking to not have that happen, as they do want to win. Incredible idea. Wow, I know. Just in general, I think that Texas definitely just being able to be the stars on their team, make sure that they find the impact through like the operator plays or even the utility or just pure raw gun skill difference just in general. So excited to see how they
I remember
play.
There was even a week where the player on North Texas who was running kind of a support role for that game, and you can kind of tell that because of how it pans out in their KDA, where they're like way up in assists but lower in the others. But they still had a higher KD than the highest scoring person on the other team, and it's like,
oh my god.
And I was like, it was just such an immense difference in those gunfights that it's like, whew.
Yeah.
Did they say that they're getting the matchup ready? I think so. I don't know.
Pretty soon. It will be here pretty soon. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And just going kind of into what you were saying as well, just when the support players on a team are playing up to par to basically duelists on the other team, the players that are supposed to be setting the tone, being the ones that are going to be getting in the faces of the other team, trying to make way and get the map control just in general for their team. It kind of puts a dent in any momentum or mental game that they might have.
Absolutely.
So just overall, that's kind of what you want to be squashing if you are a team like UCSD trying to take on these giants that are North Texas. Just in general.
And again, I think they definitely do have the potential to do it just from what they've shown in the playoffs. I mean, hey, they're both in winners finals here for a reason. So even though North Texas is coming in as an undefeated team, I think if there's anyone who's going to do the job and keep them from running all the way to Grands, it's going to be UCSD. So.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's going to fall on Lena and Tina, two of the big players on UCSD. We saw it yesterday yet again, Tina on that raise, kind of putting in the work, making so much space for her team, and just kind of turning around situations that otherwise would be lost if it was basically anybody else on any other team. So just kind of looking forward to seeing what kind of impact that both of those players have overall for the upcoming match.
Yeah, it's like you said, there's just those star players on both teams that we've seen like put on shows all throughout this season, really, and it's nice to see who's going to be the real MVP of the league. I mean, obviously, MVP of your team is one thing, but this whole event is coming to a close tomorrow, so that will be the biggest day by far to really round this out.
100%. Obviously, not going to be saying it's a guaranteed thing, but looking at how the matchups are, it could be a rematch of this game today for tomorrow's grand finals, the best of 5, which is a pretty grueling thing. If you ever played Valorant, you know how long one map can be. A best of 3 can be one thing, but a best of 5, oh my gosh, it's like playing a marathon
match, especially because forgive me if I'm mistaken, but do you run with bracket resets as well?
No, there's not a bracket reset.
That's what I thought.
That would be it's fine with like games like Smash, Call of Duty, Rocket League, stuff like that.
Yeah,
but
Valorant, you already have 13 rounds in a single map. It's like, ugh.
And then there's like the added element that it's like, okay, if there are 5 maps, there's only 7 in the pool.
Yeah.
If you just play another or if you reset the bracket, then you basically
have to do another
just play
5
the it's kind of weird, and then you just see the same thing over and over again. It's
that's the interesting thing, though. Is I was actually about to harp on the same point that you were of this matchup here is going to be very likely what we see in Grands as well. That all, of course, all comes down to Waterloo.
Right.
Either way, if that is the case, it's very interesting because this game that we're about to watch could just be the league deciding game, really.
It could be,
winner of this takes it all the way home, whether it's UCSD or NT. So, like I said, it's going to be really exciting to see if UCSD does have that upset factor that it will take to dethrone the role that North Texas is on.
Yeah, and one of the big things I kind of want to harp on, obviously we are going to be streaming the losers final game after this game, and the loser of this game has to play in that best of 3 as well.
Yes.
So it's kind of like that added factor of, if you lose this game, you have to go straight into another best of 3, and that's just going to be kind of the same marathon that a best of 5 would bring. But as I say that, we are getting ready to go into the agent select here in just a second.
Yeah. But I just wanted to add to what you were saying, that it is just that aspect which we call bracket stamina of just, obviously, they have played for weeks and weeks, but playing multiple in the same day is going to be tough. So North Texas is definitely looking to avoid having to do that.
Yeah, definitely. And just overall, if you ever have played like 8 games of Valorant, I know I have straight in a row, like after you play them, it just feels so exhausting. But we are
You've
finally...
commentated and played in the same
day. That was a long, long day, and that was not very enjoyable. We do have that draft up now, though. The agent select to come in, and looks like North Texas, kind of staying on the same trend, just having that deadlock already locked in on Bab.
I mean, speaking of enjoyable, like you said, it is pretty much that It's funny because there are some teams which go just heavy into aspects of meta comp, but a lot of times they'll have like 3 or 4 that you need, and then, like you said, throw in those just a little bit less familiar picks that are definitely gonna throw off the rhythm of a team like UCSD going into this Icebox map.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like UCSD actually considering the Gecko pickup on Icebox, something that is not necessarily, you know, standard,
Not very
I would
common
say.
at all, no.
Yeah, and just being able to have kind of a pickup. It's kind of like the idea of having the deadlock for North Texas.
Yes.
Just, you know, it's kind of the it factor, like, oh, you never play against a Gecko, so you're not expecting, like, a mosh pit over towards back A generator. Yeah. So if you play that spot, you probably are just going to die if they throw that piece of utility, definitely, not really expecting it. And that could be kind of a counter pick.
Plus, of course, you know, Gecko brings plenty of other stuff to the table.
Right, yeah.
Where, of course, there's always the wingman that gets a few plants off you for free. But yeah, it's just that matter of fact that both teams need to bring something unconventional if they're looking to pull ahead.
Yeah, 100%.
It's one player who's not matching banners with the others.
Hey, that's okay. This is going to be Ari. We actually didn't see Ari play yesterday in the match. It was Tina. Actually is on that jet now, and Lena was the sub.
That's very interesting, because I do imagine that especially the teams that have come this far are likely just reviewing VODs as well.
Yeah.
Of the other team. So it's a player who's not only bringing an unconventional agent, but also just they just have less data on them in general.
Yeah. It also might be kind of a UCSD thing where they have player specifics for the maps. Because I've noticed this like since the first time that we streamed UCSD. Tina was brought in on Lotus to play the Rays, and obviously had Lena as well.
So they have subs,
was playing. Yeah, had some subs, and then they'd play. It's kind of like Vision Strikers back in the day for Valorant, that they used to do that with, I can't remember his name. It started with an L. It was like Luca or something. But yeah, they just had him like play specifically on Vine, and that was it. He played like one match, played horribly because he only played one match the entire event.
Yeah.
Just kind of got tossed in the off season. It was so sad.
Obviously, they were going to hope to avoid that with this sort of kind of play here.
Definitely.
But we were going off to a little bit of a slow start. I mean, not to be unexpected considering it's the Pistols round.
Yeah, just going to be Texas trying to take a little bit of slower control. A lot of the time that we've seen them play the past couple of days, they've just been super aggressive, trying to take as much map control as humanly possible. And this time a little bit different, but Jelly still going to get aggressive up on top of the container, trying to find some sort of angle, and might actually go and get aggressive on the dash up. Tina is going to have something to say about it, though, as Sage also finds a kill, and it's going to be a 4v4 in the retake already coming in. Akio to find one as the harbor wall does fall. The bomb plant to come through, and Doggio going to find her counterpart. Is now the 3v3 is going to have to come through.
Already looking like a close game here.
Yeah, this pistol looking ever so close. A lot of this deadlock utility has to be broken, and Keo punches through for it. Rucci with one, Bab with another, and now just a 1v2. So much to do for Rucci here, and not going to be much to go along with it as the TP away and the bomb ticking down. As everything just slows down, her position given up, the bomb tap, and that's going to be it. Lilac to finish out the round.
Yeah, North Texas, of course, starting on the offense, and I'm glad that the Viper there was the last player alive, because I actually did want to call him out of how, I mean, it's a pretty standard pick on here for a reason of just how much area that Viper wall is covering. And we saw, like, some agents get forced into a very, like, aggressive position where they kind of just jumped over the wall and then immediately got eaten alive from every which angle.
Very true, and, you know, just having that Viper be that last player kind of to be alive and give that it factor for the round, just having the wall up, maybe even a couple of mollies to go along with trying to get the defuse out.
But they weren't quite able to close it off this time, but like I said, this is already looking like a close game. Yeah,
and looks like UCSD wanted to try and pick up some sort of read over towards the B site. Had 4 players stacked there instantly. Not quite what they had in mind, though, is not a lot of space from Texas to be taken. as Jelly finds the first blood onto Ari. Over towards mid, gonna get spam dab with the classic. A nice dash away is gonna avoid death there. Now Texas slowly working their way up towards A, and little do they know the site basically for free if they just run out. And yeah, it's just like that. They have the site, and the bomb plant should be coming in here very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow start, but they snap in just like that. Of course, a few members of UCSD already not looking too hot. The Gecko down and already low health. So we've got the spike is planted, and it is ticking down faster and faster as North Texas is again just picking off UCSD one by one.
And it's going to be Jelly trying to get more kills, trying to get a lot more as she picks up 4, trying to get that eco ace. Yet again, we saw her do it yesterday. Can she do it again? It might be the case, but no, Ruchi to put a stop to it, and Lilac will find the final kill. But yet again, just Jelly with the Guardian in these second rounds, just showing off that she can aim, and she is ready to just get in the faces of UCSD.
Ruchi again, that last agent standing, but not able to close out the round against Jelly. Although shutting down that ace is still a nice little little consolation prize, if anything else.
I definitely agree with that. Just kind of not necessarily completely stopping the momentum, but putting any dent in it can be pretty big for the for UCSD as they come into this third round. Gonna have to do a lot here in the bonus, as there are a lot of weaker weapons, and Texas gonna get really aggressive, as well as the Harbor ultimate. Just gonna clear out so much space here for Texas, and Jelly taking up this position on top screen yet again.
Watching that doorway like a hawk.
Just sees the legs and has to back away. The retake getting ready here just slightly, but there it is again. Jelly to find a kill. Akio with another. The Guardians being fierce in this bonus round. The Gecko Flash as well comes through. Shroom is going to find one, but Lilac on the quick trade. Jelly to find another, and just like that, it's a 1v4 and so much to do, but Sage will not have it as Doggio falls, and the bonus for Texas looks like they're going to be in for a treat this map.
Yeah, we very rarely see North Texas start on offense, let alone in the very first map. And I mean, it is no surprise that they are very much playing with the same momentum that is pretty typical of the team, even with a team as tough as UCSD Navy. North Texas is already picking up that momentum that if they can take the round 4, I think they might just run away with it.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the statistics back in the day was if you had if you won the first 4 rounds in a row, it was something like 60 to 70% win rate, maybe even 80. It's just crazy, just because of how much momentum you get, not only like mentally, but economically. You just pick up so much money that you basically cannot eco ever.
And that's what I wanted to mention, is that like in terms of like the economics of Valorant, I was like, it's honestly pretty typical that UCSD would be able to take that third round. So if they're not able to take the 4th either, it is just, like I said, just round after round coming out from North Texas. We are definitely still going to see UCSD swing some rounds, and they're definitely really hoping to lock in on this one in particular.
And it looks like UCSD getting pretty aggressive over towards A, just going to be swinging out a little bit. It's just going to be the deadlock to pick up the aggression, but nothing. And the trigger discipline finds 2 for Ruchi, does not get away with her life, and Lilac is going to get that trade, but now it's going to kind of be on the shoulders of Jelly, but no, Shroom to find that kill.
It's definitely a good looking trade for UCSD, as they are already way up, and like I said, this might just be the map they needed.
Yeah, and a little bit of a gun upgrade for Lilac, the Vandal. So much to do.
That's big value to have it on Lilac in particular, as she is more than reliable enough to get a retake here.
Definitely true, but oh my goodness. The kills come in. And one thing I did want to mention was UCSD kind of taking advantage of the deadlock tripwires. They're not really tripwires, they're more like traps.
Yeah.
So if they, if your player character is standing right next to one, you have to make like a sound cue in order for it to activate. And North Texas, kind of using it as a makeshift tripwire. Not going to be able to pick up those flanks, and I think UCSD is going to be trying to exploit that as we go forward.
All right, we are going to be moving into round 5 in just a moment. Like we said, UCSD clutching out that round 4 is going to be a really nice feather in their cap to try and stop this North Texas momentum. But who knows how long you can really stop them for when it does look like North Texas already has a site in mind.
Oh, and a nice shot from Tina with that operator. Finding even a second. And this could be the win in the sails for UCSD, like you were saying. Maybe gonna try and find a third, but no players close enough to do it. The harbor wall, just barely the cascade, saving the life of Lilac. It's now North Texas in kind of a standstill, not really knowing where they want to end up here. You go straight into an operator if you go towards A, and if you go towards B, you're into the hands of the Viper and the Killjoy. Not much else to say about it.
Plus, given that they still have a full roster on deck, they are even able to get some mid coverage right now.
Yeah. That turret is going to be taking the first contact, Doggio, in kind of an aggressive spot, not really being able to get traded. Texas does choose to try and go through this harbor wall. It might not be the case, though, as they do elect on a push through the middle, but Doggio does get that flank in and finds 3 on the round, finding the impact.
Yeah, really nice triple kill leading to a flawless round. I did want to mention that operator is always really dangerous. Sometimes it can be a little tricky because, you know, once they know that the operator's stationed up in A, they're like, I'm not going back there.
Yeah.
Because like if we just move to B, like the operator loses a lot of advantage now that they have to rotate over.
That's true.
But the very same, if it can get those picks off, it is extremely effective. I mean, we saw 2 at the very beginning of the match, and NT really just never recovered from having to play 3 to 5.
Yeah, very true, and it looks like Doggio even has that Hunter's Fury online now here in the 6th round, which could be a big point to talk about here. She's kind of set up towards the middle of the map, so just ready to rip that ultimate at any site that does get taken. The site, though, of A is going to be the object of desire for Texas, and there's that harbor ult yet again, the fast plant to come in, and there's that Hunter's Fury. It's going to be popped, just trying to see what kind of damage they can get off, but no damage at all. Maybe just a tag onto 1, but that will be it. Bab tagged up to 70, and Lilac ready for this flank, just trying to throw the knife out, and Ruchi is going to find a kill, not much more. As the 4v4 comes in, UCSD right through the front door of the site, and now North Texas has to play such a difficult post plant. As, Akio and Jelly actually come away with a couple of kills. The operator not going to find the value this time around. Jelly with another, and now just Tina all alone finding a kill, but that's going to be it. Not much time left. Just has to try and escape and save this operator.
No charges left.
North Texas played a...
Oh! What a shot.
Almost picking up another just at the end of the round there. Wow. Like I said, Tina getting a lot of value out of that operator so far. Though, North Texas played what I can only call almost a baffling post plant there, where they just kind of went down, immediately shut down the flank, and just invited UCSD for that retake. But then they just completely shut it down anyways. So, yeah. UCSD definitely locked in what they needed to of keeping themselves in this, in the contention for this map, but North Texas is still looking pretty good.
Yeah, and it's such a peculiar post plant, like you were saying, especially with the composition like Texas has. A lot of the time you'll see teams play super far back off that A site when you do have, you know, kind of a Viper and a Killjoy, a couple of Mollies, the shock darts as well, but I'm just going to stop talking. The action has already started. Doggio and Ruchi to find a couple of kills. Akio, though, is going to put down the Viper's pit. Is now 2v3 on the site. Oh, and the site does come in for Sage. Doggio with the kill, Lilac with the trade. And now it's just 1 player remaining on this B site. The rotate's not quite fast enough. It's now Akio and Lilac have to do so much.
I mean, yeah, we saw Doggio take a lot of picks, not only in this round, but just throughout this map so far. So it is very good that Lilac was able to shut them down relatively early enough, even if they're already on the back foot playing 3-2 right now. Lilac, of course, has been an MVP for North Texas all season. We're going to have to see if they can clutch up this plant, though, as they have still not quite made it to B site yet. Right about to make it on there, though. They are completely aware that UCSD is going to be watching no matter where they move.
Yeah, definitely true. And it looks like, yeah, there's some mosh pit, and Akio does find the kill. Shroom, though, finds both players, finishing out the round. And it looked like North Texas might have had a chance there, being able to get that bomb plant in the default spot on B, and then just kind of play the post plant from there, as they had Tina over towards A, just ready for the rotate, but the rotate never came. And just like that, UCSD picking up the third.
Yeah. And right at the end of that round there, we saw a lot of what we were talking about before the match even started, of that Gecko kind of just setting up a lot of unconventional opportunities that we saw Shroom really nicely capitalize on. Now, of course, moving into round 8.
You want to play? Let's play.
Chamber ult as well. Oh, but it looks like a bit of a force-up, lighter by Jelly, just kind of running it down, wants to get aggressive. There's the drone. That's the value you need from the drone, pushing the operator off the angle that they want. Just like that, the Harbor ult again. I believe that's the third ult that we've seen from Akio in the map. Just like that, this retake is going to have to come through for UCSD, but they do have a Killjoy lockdown to work with. So North Texas is going to have to try and figure out how they're going to deal with this aggression. There comes the lockdown, and just like that, is going to put Texas in such a bad spot. The flank coming in as well, but the Hunter's Fury for Texas is going to be the counter that they were looking for. Doggio and Ruchi, though, coming in through the front, finding 2 for each. Tina to find the last, and UCSD finding a beautiful way to come away with that round.
You could really tell the tension running up there, almost like a classic Western standoff, when you have 5v5, all players ready for a bloodbath, and UCSD far and away came out on top there. Now moving to a tied series.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that the Hunter's Fury was online for Texas until we heard that voice line. So I guess North Texas was ready for that lockdown. But the only problem was, you know, the gun differential in that round. Doggio and Ruchi as well, just running out onto the site, finding the kills that they needed. And just like that, UCSD tying up the game here. This is a big swing round as well, the eco for Texas. If they can find this round, I mean, it will put the economy back down for UCSD, the momentum back up for them, but Tina will not let that happen. A fast first blood with that operator yet again, and Tina.
Really wish we got eyes on that. Here we go. All right, let's see if she can keep pulling up that value. I mean, we have seen her take like 2 or 3 agents every other map. Although nice, Lilac shutting it down, but Ari is taking a double kill all the way across the map.
Yeah, finally putting herself up on that leaderboard. Not really having too much impact in the game up until now. Now Ruchi just kind of lie and wait for this rotate.
I mean, hey, unconventional picks are unconventional for a reason.
Lilac though. And Akio finding 2, and just like that, UCSD, 2 players in the 4v2.
Yeah, and Lilac and Akio by far some of the MVPs of this team.
Yeah.
Now having to play off against one of UCSD's more unconventional agents right now.
Yeah, and it looks like the 2v2, the bomb plan is going to go down, and this could get dicey for UCSD. They do have the Thrash to work with, that Gecko ultimate. But other than that, I mean, the health on Ari, not really there to try and do anything, but there comes the Gecko ult, and just like that, trying to clear out the space on the site, see what kind of detains they can get. One player is found there over on top of the crate, and Shroom is going to try and take this fight. The double swing, though, for the other team is going to work out, and Ari falls as well. Lilac with 4, and that's the momentum killer that we were talking about. North Texas comes away with it.
Yeah, North Texas taking that may be crucial into swinging this map entirely in their favor. I mean, especially because, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the kind of the aggressiveness from UCSD kind of coming back to bite them. As that double flank over towards B long didn't necessarily need to happen. You had the man advantage as well as the gun advantage, so just kind of trying to force the issue in a situation where you don't need to, kind of being the reason I'd say that they'd lose.
I mean, I think it's because they picked up 2 rounds, dropped 1, picked up another 2, probably thought they had more room to work with than they did. And like you said, just like that, North Texas shuts down the momentum and is ready We're looking like an A plant right now, but obviously there's a lot of ground to cover before they get there, especially as UCSD is still at a full roster, trying to lock down this site however they can. Sniper wall goes up as per usual, and it is already off to the races as far as the gunfights are concerned, but nobody's getting picked off just yet. If anything, it looks like North Texas is purposefully peeling back a little bit.
Well, this timing, oh my gosh, from Lilac, Doggio, and Rucci again, finding the flank, and just like that, it's going to be the burden on Texas to try and make something happen. 3 players, that is it. Jelly does find, or get found, finds one as well. And wait, North Texas though, finding another couple of kills, but the spike down at the feet of UCSD, and this has just turned into a disaster for Texas.
That's what I wanted to harp on, is that even though North Texas is looking like they're still in the game because they're able to just make these maneuvers and just usually take a few picks, especially with you know, when they're swinging around. But it's just going to get a little hard for them to pick that spike back up because, I mean, it is completely in the court of UCSD right now as they are already covering all over. There it is, 2 kills from Rucci, and UCSD once again ties this map.
Yeah, that was kind of what we were saying earlier in the map, those deadlock kind of sound traps that they have. They're not really tripwire material, you know, that's kind of the idea that North Texas is putting them down for, but UCSD has kind of grown accustomed to it and just walking past these tripwires and finding a couple of kills of players that are never ready for these flanks. So I mean, just kind of something that North Texas has to keep in the back of their mind, and Lilac is going to be the one that has to worry about it a lot, taking up that really passive position up close, and oh my gosh, look at where Tina is gonna get 1 kill, maybe even 2, make it 3.
Oh.
And just like that, Tina looking for more, wants to put an ace up for her team, but no, Jelly does put her down. Doggio on the trade, and just like that, Lilac all alone in such a difficult position. No bomb, and her position now noted is 4 players rushing to try and take on this fight. Does find one, but not the second. Doggio to finish out the round.
I mean, hey, not a bad one-person performance, but that's the thing. You can be an MVP. It is much more difficult to be a one-woman army in a game like Valorant.
Yeah, as the timeout does come in, we are going to be, it's probably going to be from Texas, and that is, I mean, definitely needed, as these past couple of rounds are going back towards UCSD in quite a fashion that UCSD just kind of steamrolling over Texas in a lot of these times.
It's to the point that I was almost going to call out that timeout before this last round even started, because I was like, NT has to figure out, because like you were saying, they are just vulnerable to these flanks every single time. I was like, they have to figure out and assess on those comps, saying, this is what's happening, this is what we need to do to avoid it, or UCSD could run away with it at this point.
Yeah, and you know, if UCSD does pick up this last round, it will end a 7-5. Yeah. And we've seen it before. I mean, Texas does get really aggressive on their defensive side, but I mean, with UCSD playing the way that they are, they might be able to just kind of bring in that aggression and respond with even more aggression
on offense.
And and find the just the momentum overall and just kind of run away with this map.
It is a perfect point, though, is that North Texas's clearly favored role is defense. We have yet to even see them play it yet, which might have been the reasoning for them going offense first in the first place. Because that means that they are going to be able to peel back into their more comfortable role as the tension of this map really ramps up.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case. And actually the double operator coming in, one for Ari, one for Tina. I believe there are going to be a couple of rifles in the back, just ready to be picked up if need be. That dash. Oh, even a deadlock all gets used and gets caught as well. That's just going to be one player completely. Oh my gosh, Ari actually lives, but Akio just finds the kill just because that player completely delivered to the other team. It's the first time I've actually seen that deadlock all actually crazy. I feel like. Oh, and Jelly though, finding 3 randomly through mid, just like that. Pab with the operator kill, and UCSD loses that round, and not necessarily the momentum, but definitely not the desired outcome for that round.
It is ironic because we keep talking about momentum swinging, momentum killing, and who could run away with it or who could shut this down, but it looks like they're just going to be trading rounds back and forth until someone gets to 13.
Yeah, at this point, that is what it's feeling like. Even though it does look like more of a 2-1, 2-1, it has felt more like trading back and forth. And, you know, just trying to go into this pistol round in Texas, trying to see what kind of aggression they want to bring in.
Yeah. Right. About 5 seconds left till starting this round of 13.
Yeah, normal Texas fashion, just trying to get aggressive over towards A. Nicely played by UCSD, getting the damage onto Jelly early, kind of taking out that player. Oh, and the dink through the container, though, not going to finish off that kill. And Rucci through the middle of the map does find Lilac. So just like that, the man advantage back towards UCSD. And Jelly, 1 HP over towards A. Even though it is going to be a lot more players towards the A site, Texas kind of ready for that aggression.
Yeah, we just saw Ari pick up the spike, and they are looking like they are going to be rotating over to B, especially because, again, they're not looking so hot on the A side. And, like you said, North Texas is already kind of falling behind just a little bit, especially in the health department.
Yeah, there's that good cuss. It's going to come in, the wingman to plant the bomb. It's now Rucci in such a good spot, might be able to find a little bit more value. This double swing could be the difference, but no, Rucci finds one. Oh, and Jelly as well, even on 1 HP, finds another kill, but might not even think to clear Shroom here as the walk-up does come up, and that's the fast kill with that frenzy. Ari with another, and just Sage alone. 1 HP onto Ari, and that's the kill for Sage. 1v1 now, and it's just going to be Tina. The one tap does not come through, just one on the body. It's going to be, ring around the Rosie, and just like that, not enough time. Tina to find the kill, and UCSD finds the pistol round.
Oh. Yeah, that was getting really down to the wire there, where it's like, even if you won that 1v1, you just do not have the time anymore. UCSD just succeeded in wasting enough time in those last few picks that they could pretty much secure the win.
Yeah, it could have been a lot closer if that kill came in faster from Sage on the player on yellow, but at the end of the day, only going to come away with 3, not the round win, and this buy-up is going to be difficult here for Texas to try and fight back against a lot of Spectres, a Bulldog as well, and only a couple of classics in the hands of the Texas players. Very silent UCSD with the read over towards A. 4 players ready to take on this hit as the drone does come in. Might not even know Jelly as he does walk up the gun. Oh my gosh, but I don't think Tina saw her. And just like that, Jelly finds 1 kill up towards Nest. Ari though, and Rucci to confirm 4. And just like that, what could have been a disaster for UCSD turns into favor for UCSD.
Yeah, really turning water into wine there, forcing North Texas into a 1v4 retake, where Bab is just like looking like there's just essentially just nothing for her to claim here. And I mean, there's already the Viper wall up and just gunned down by Ari in that corner there. Whew.
Yeah, and just something to note as well, Ari picking up that Thrash very early in this half. Gonna be that 8-orb ultimate ability just like that, and a pretty high impact one as well, as that Thrash gets a detain onto anyone that gets hit. And as well, you can use it twice in 1 round. So in a round like the bonus, where you're at such a disadvantage overall in the round, just having such a high impact ultimate can really make the difference.
Speaking of which, only 1 ult on deck right now, if my eyes don't deceive me, and we are going into this next round with UCSD finally once again taking momentum. It is not only a matter of time before North Texas shuts that down.
Oh, and Jelly finds the early first blood onto Doggio. That's going to be the Sova down. A little bit less info for the site hits, but it looks like UCSD might not even care about that, as their plan to go over towards B is going to be in full effect here. It's 3 players towards long and 1 walking up kitchen very, very slowly. A nice net as well from Bab is going to catch out Tina. And just like that, a 3v5 now for UCSD. The Thrash kind of becoming a thought in the back of their head. Not really going to be too much impact this time around.
Ari was definitely hoping to plant with Wingman there, but there was just no more route onto B, and it looks like a flank even might be coming up soon. So really UCSD has to find their lifeline here, or they're going to get shut down way sooner than later.
Yeah, very true, and actually looks like
30 seconds
Ruchi
left.
will not be noted here over towards Tube, even though both of these players, oh yeah, there's the tripwire, does alert the presence as the bomb is starting to get planted. And a lot of HP lost for both players on UCSD. Shroom and Ari have to do so much against the full health, full roster of Texas. And just like that, Ari finding two. Finds a lot of damage as well. Is going to be popping that Molotov. But just like that, Jelly finding 4. And that's going to be it.
Shroom wasn't able to take out Jelly there, but she did still hit a shot there. So I mean, it was looking like you could have a much worse post plant.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the gun differential right there, you have a Phantom or a Vandal, that player is instantly dead. You get that shot off, and just like that, it would have been
that
a
was nearly a
2v3.
headbang, I think.
Yeah, it's just a Spectre moment. 78 damage, not gonna do the trick against the full health player.
Don't let Harbor slow you down.
Looks like
Revealing area.
UCSD gonna try and make their way over towards B. Both Sentinels yet again gonna be over towards this site, and it looks like they don't really care. This is kind of the same setup that Texas has been running here on Icebox. Both Sentinels to try and slow down the aggression as well as win the other side of the map. Jelly and friends making their way on the flank, and just like that, it's going to be fast aggression for UCSD. The bomb to go down, Tina to get a kill as well, but Lilac to respawn, maybe even with a second, and yes, a second.
Wow.
Finding that kill into Tina, and just like that, man advantage towards Texas. This retake becomes ever slightly in their favor. The Harbor Wall blocking off the sight lines for UCSD. Have to try and spam through this wall, but not going to be the case. Jelly with 1, Ruchi and the Fuse getting stuck. Jelly with the kill. Shroom onto Jelly, and Sage is going to finish out the kills.
Yeah.
But Akio holding that plant is going to get the Ninja Defuse through.
Once again, a tied map here.
8-8.
Yeah.
Momentum not necessarily on anyone's side at this point.
Probably the closest game we have seen all league here.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. 8-8 is going to be an exciting one. Good things to come if this is the quality of play from the rest of this series, especially with the finals coming up here. It might be, it's going to be an absolute brawl for whoever has to play in the best of 3 in the losers final.
Yeah, though, again, that does bode even more well if this does end up being the Grand Finals rematch. I mean, hey, what a stellar matchup we've had so far, and UCSD is showing that they are not looking to let up, and they are kind of just hoping to make this slow push to B, but again, North Texas is doing everything they can to shut that down.
Yeah, and UCSD just kind of walking straight into this heavy utility setup again. Might be cause for just kind of being scared, as the Deadlock is going to be looking to make a play off of the trap, but actually UCSD just walking past. It does find a kill. Tina walking up behind Lilac, and the trade will not come through. A nice net is going to be connecting, but just like that, no kill gained from the utility. UCSD looking to take a bit more of a passive route on this post one.
Yeah, UCSD peeling back already, kind of just inviting North Texas in, hoping to make this a fish in a barrel kind of situation, especially as we see keep seeing walls and space going up. nonetheless, Ari is trying to make a peek around this corner, throwing up a very young utility. But Jelly is again shut down. Wow.
Yeah, Nikio does find the kill onto Shroom. 1 HP now onto Ari with that Guardian. And both players for Texas, 1 HP. And now just Doggio. The time, though, is so low, and Doggio finds both kills. UCSD to come away with it. The bomb does take down Doggio. And just like that, oh my gosh, the economy for both of these teams is so close together that this could be just a big tipping point in that regard of the game.
I was like, at this point, we were just a few rounds away from another pistols round. All right, it is gonna see if North Texas can again tie this back up, because UCSD is coming out on top that last one. A lot of times they're taking 2 at a time, so I would not be surprised if they come out on top here as well.
Yeah, and it looks like an aggressive move towards B long for Texas this time around. That dart not gonna scan too many players, and Lilac trying to see what kind of kill she can pick up. Sage doesn't quite find a kill, getting aggressive yet again in a quick shot onto Tina. Doggio to take down Lilac. And just like that, it's just going to be Sage alone to try and defend this B site. Jelly, though, on the other side of the map, does find a kill onto Shroom. The lurk down, and now UCSD kind of scratching their heads, trying to figure out where they want to go, and the answer back towards A. But that might be the wrong idea as Jelly lie in wait up towards Ness. And if this position does not get cleared, could spell disaster for this UCSD round.
Not to mention with North Texas having more ults on deck, one even waiting in A, it's looking like it's going to be a grueling effort if UCSD wants to make this plant, especially as they just drop Spike, but are going to be pretty easily able to pick it back up. It's just a matter of fact of losing yet another pick there. Means that it is now behind 3-2.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to make this plant, and even the last player standing is once again Ruchi.
Yeah, has to make something happen. 20 seconds left in this round, and Akio gonna be the lone player on the site, the flank to come in for Sage. A nice start as well. Is gonna pick up the info, and Akio finds the kill. Nice Guardian kill there. Is now the scoreline tied up again, 9-9.
Yeah, once that dart detected her, it was like, oh, it is over.
Yeah.
The small hopes she had left were certainly dashed. As like you said, this is once again tied. We are getting closer and closer to a match point.
Yeah, and the guns for UCSD do not bode well for them this time around, having just two sheriffs, a couple of classics, light shield. Whereas on the flip side, it's going to be Lilac to try and pick up some sort of ult, or maybe try and pick up the ultimate. That chamber ultimate can be oh so devastating. And it looks like the move will be back towards A for UCSD. Just Jelly and Akio to try and take in the aggression. The orb trying to get picked up here. A couple of heads seen, but no shots connecting.
That is rough.
Oh, but Jelly still getting aggressive, not knowing Tina's below her, and Akio not going to find the kill fast enough. Jelly to dive. But honestly, if you're Texas here, kind of an okay trade. That's the Blade Storm down now for UCSD. Such a high impact ultimate on these eco rounds.
I don't know. No, that was a really rough situation because so many players detected and so many shots fired, and I think only one connected in the entire round. At least Ari is the only player with any amount of health lost at this point. And even with that being the case, Sage does take out Doggio, so it is looking like North Texas might be able to swing this right back.
Yeah, and just like that, UCSD trying to make their way back up towards A, even though one player has fallen. The dart does get a couple of tags, and just like that, the jig is up. That's going to be Sage to find one, as well as Bab to find another, maybe even make it two, and two it is. As North Texas finds the round win. 4 players still standing. The economy definitely boosting up from there.
Yeah, I was about to say that winning with 4-0, that might be exactly what they needed to swing this economy back in their favor, especially as we are now seeing USD pull it to a timeout, because I'm pretty sure they are more than aware that that economy swing right there could carry North Texas finally to match point.
Yeah, because if you think about it, you lose one more. If you win one more round necessarily, you might not even have to worry about econ for the rest of the game. Might just be set for the last what, 4 rounds if it does go
minimum,
that fast, or that long.
Yeah.
So just in general, UCSD, the burden back on them, have to make something happen. You have to find a round win here, or else that economy is going to be the killer of your map.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially because even if UCSD does come out on top here, it's looking like the best that they might be able to do is push it to overtime, which is going to be a very grueling process here if that ends up being the case. But very exciting for us.
Yeah, definitely exciting. We did finally see an overtime game the other day, and by the other day I mean yesterday.
Yeah.
It was Waterloo and UCSD,
Really?
and that the first Lotus map that was played in that series. And it was pretty interesting. I mean, UCSD had the big lead, just could not hold out. Eventually won 14-12, but had a 12-6 lead at one point, and had Waterloo coming back, tied up the game going into OT, and just like that, UCSD, they ended up winning, but man, they had to put a lot more effort into it than they may have liked. Oh, and Jelly switching it up a little bit over towards the B site. Getting aggressive. There, the operator is going to be a problem.
I can admit I hadn't even noticed that North Texas picked up that operator for Lilac, but it is looking like she's going to create just as much value as UCSD was doing earlier. So
definitely the case, but Ruchi trying to get her team back into this round, picks up one over towards B. That is Jelly. So the Jet Impact going to be put on hold for the rest of this round.
UCSD is still slowly crawling towards A site, and it's just rough because they know that operator is lying in wait. Of course, you can throw up all the util all you want, try and cover as much vision as you can, but if you can't make that plant, it's looking like it could be a tough round. Tina shutting down Ake and taking out Lilac. Oh, so many picks coming out on top right now, and Rushi making this plan is now 2v2, with North Texas being forced to retake. Bab already taking down Tina. What a throw. Oh no, that is a very crucial loss there, especially as now Rushi is the, again, last woman standing. Eli covering his eyes, barely can look at how much of a dire situation this is now. But Ruchi taking out Sage. What is happening? Bab is so low health. Okay, clutching the round. Okay,
sure, yeah.
We get there.
Yeah, Ruchi finding the 3 on the round. The Viper's Pit definitely making it possible, but
yeah,
I mean,
we said from the very first rounds, Ruchi's a good last player to have left. If you just need someone who can just completely just maneuver around the site and just shut down every other member's ability to see you.
Yeah.
But I feel like there were definitely more than a few opportunities for North Texas to end that round.
Well, it was more so the fact that Tina swings out of the Viper's Pit.
Yeah.
In that round, you know, it's a 2v2. There's not really too huge a reason to try and, you know, force a fight like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, they win the round. So what does Pastor know?
Yeah, exactly. I literally was like, what a throw! No.
Oh boy, but it looks like UCSD trying to get right back into the thick of things. The lockdown committed for this round. That's going to be the full A site locked up nice and pretty for them. But oh my goodness, Ruchi yet again finding the flank kill. And it looks like Texas trying to force her out and get this trade as the help does come in slightly. Now Bab not going to find the kill. Lilac though to get that trade, and now 4v3. Lilac has so much to do in the back and find another kill. She does. Maybe another, but no. Ari to shut her down. UCSD man advantage back. The Hunter's Fury as well to work with this harbor wall. He's not going to do too much, but I mean, it's half defused, and now a chance does come up, but no. Doggio finds the kill, and UCSD takes the lead back yet again.
It has just been such a strong run for both teams here. I mean, Lilac, time and time again, having to do so much to try and pull the late round together whenever members like Jelly or Akeo go down so early. That it has just been a tough task, especially as we saw Ari was able to shoot her down in that last round, and that is really a lot of what just helped UCSD tie that plant together.
And now as we look forward to the next couple of rounds. It looks like Texas won yet another eco. Gonna have to make do with the guns that they have picked up. And Jelly does have the Blade Storm, but just like that, Tina finds the kill, quickly finding the head of Jelly as that cascade does fall. That could be disastrous as Sage tries to get aggressive up towards mid, and it does not pan out in the slightest. UCSD gonna have to take the A site now.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking rough for North Texas, but I feel like this is probably some of the ideas that they want to go down, at least in economy, or rather save an economy this round so that they can go back up these next few, and again, secure that overtime. But with the spike already planted, UCSD looking like they are going to handily take this round, maybe even more so than North Texas was prepared for.
Yeah, and the retake doesn't seem like it's going to be coming in too soon. Have to wait for this Viper wall to fall, as well as the Harbor wall to activate. Just like that, Tina is going to find yet another on the round. Lilac, though, is going to get the trade. The 2v4 are going to have to come into fruition. Lilac to get another Doggio on the kill, though, and Doggio with 2 will find a couple more kills, and UCSD looking to take this map away from Texas.
If they take this next round, that will be no overtime whatsoever, especially because North Texas was just not able to secure the picks they needed if they wanted to swing that economy. No trades really in sight whatsoever. Yeah. I think only taking one agent by the time that round was over, right?
I believe so, yeah. Just one agent falling, and just like that, I mean, Texas, they're going to... Fortunately, they don't have to worry about their economy because, you know, if they lose this round, it's kind of...
the map is over.
Yeah, the map will be over. So, you know, just kind of having that in the back of their mind, they can force whatever they need in the round. And if Texas can get a couple of Vandals online, they definitely stand a chance against UCSD.
Yeah, they do definitely still stand a chance at this point, especially because, again, just one more round is all they need to stop this from running away completely, because I believe that would bring it to overtime.
Yeah,
you need to win by 2. Yes, you need to win by 2 after 13.
Yeah.
But with this timeout almost over, it is looking like hopefully North Texas, or hopefully for them, I should say, they are going to be coming in with a plan. Otherwise, UCSD is going to carry this map home.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of full shields going to be online for Texas. Yeah. Lilac does have the opportunity to bring in the Chamber Ultimate as well. And it might... Yeah, there it is. There comes the voice line, and just like that, an operator now online in this potential map point for UCSD. The drone to come in, and UCSD, 3 players stacked towards A, maybe trying to get a little bit of space towards A. That deadlock wall just gone in an instant.
I believe every member of both teams except for AKO brought full shield in here and are still at full health, so this is going to be a high contact game if I've ever seen one, especially as UCSD is very, very nearly being able to make this push into A, although they are walking into a potential lot of util there.
Yeah, and it looks like the nice net is going to catch one player in it, but just like that, quickly going to escape that. The wall banks as well, putting a lot of damage there on to Tina, but the fast rotate expected to come in for UCSD. But if they do rotate, the problem now becomes they're going to be walking right into an operator.
Yeah.
So now maybe even thinking about that is now
30 seconds left.
All these players, there's not a lot of time left. 25 left on the clock, and the bomb's still in spawn. North Texas might have a grip on this round. UCSD have to make something happen. 15 seconds now, and it's going to be a bloodbath here on the A site. Just 3 players here to defend. 10 seconds now. Here comes the bomb plant, the wingman to get the bomb down, and Doggio does find the first
There it
blood.
is. With only 5 seconds left before that plant, wingman finally showing their face again. That unconventional Gecko pick kind of showing why it's sometimes worth it in a case like this. Although North Texas does look like they're going to have a pretty nice time in this retake, but it's a bloodbath nonetheless as Jelly is trying to get fired off. But Tina is lying in wait to take that pick.
Oh! Nice fast kill. And just like that, UCSD puts down the retake, and 13-10 is going to be the final score for this map 1.
North Texas still very much in the game there up until that last moment where we saw Jelly just take out the entire team one after the other, bringing, like you said, to a 13-10 win. A very nice recovery from UCSD after kind of struggling to find their footing very early in the map.
Yeah, and if you're Texas, I definitely think you got to be kicking yourselves. You found the first 3 rounds in the map, and just like that, UCSD just climbed their way back in ever so slightly, picking up 2 whenever you pick up 1, finding ways to win the unwinnable rounds, getting those thrifties up when they need to, and just like that, UCSD finding the first map 1-0 over Texas. Now, as we go in to the second map, we're not going into it right now, obviously. You know, that map pretty intense.
There will be Ascent once we do get there, which is going to be definitely boding very interesting, as again, it is a pretty balanced case for any team that's walking into an event like this.
Yeah, especially for, you know, a team like UCSD. They have that little unconventional composition. They have the I guess the Brimstone, The Brimstone and the Phoenix are going to be in play here. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that kind of matches up against a team like Texas. You know, Texas normally will have a lot of nice ideas, will bring the aggression, and how they kind of respond to the aggression that will be responded in kind with.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen North Texas just bring Metacomp a lot of the time to Ascent, which, I mean, you can't really blame them. It is pretty much the most standard map you can go to here, famously. But we are not going to be having a break this time. I just figured I should let you know because we usually throw to a break after the first map, but we were just going to be going right into the second map as soon as they're ready. So I feel like until then, we're kind of just going to keep breaking down the pace of the game so far. We kind of already covered it a lot as well, of just like, again, North Texas bringing that early momentum like they always do, slipping through their fingers, and just not ever really being able to get as strong of a grip as they had in the beginning. Still very much in the game for the entire time, even in that last round we saw there. Until, again, last minute slip through their fingers.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest factors in that game just overall was kind of the economy. I know we harped on it a lot.
Yeah.
And I definitely harped on it more than in other games. Yeah, definitely a broken record. But it was a lot of the times when we are watching teams just go at it, you know, one team just has the clear advantage in that department of the game, especially when you have a lot of rounds in a row. But, you know, when it goes like flip-flop and who wins the rounds, you know, a lot of the time you can't bring up that economy super hard. And just like, and you know, when you have these close games, a lot of players die in these rounds, and just like that, you can't save the weapons into the next round as well. So the economy always low, and you're always risking a bit of a swing towards the other team if you lose the wrong rounds. And I think UCSD was winning the right rounds for that.
Because you had mentioned that UCSD was oftentimes picking up 2 when North Texas picked 1, but it was also usually just the amount of agents left at the end of the day, where usually they were taking like 4-0 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was going to just inherently mean that North Texas was not always picking up the picks that they needed to.
Yeah, and you know, with Texas not being able to find those round wins a lot of the time, just, you know, it's kind of unfortunate for them. You know, you've kind of come in as that top dog, you know, pretty confident. To lose the first map in the fashion that you do kind of puts you down a little bit. You know, kind of have to pick yourself back up, find a way to bring it back into Ascent. And as we look towards Ascent, you know, like we said, UCSD brings in that little unusual composition, but I think a lot of the normal plays for Ascent in general are going to be used. A lot of aggressiveness just in general. Both teams like to kind of go at it with each other, and you know, Texas not going to shy away from that in the slightest.
I just think another thing worth mentioning once again is that they are playing into Waterloo, loser of this match, which we were harping on earlier would be, you know, a grueling match. After, okay, we have this matchup and then into the next one. Oh, that's 2 in a row. UCSD would be playing 3 in a row, having already played Waterloo earlier today, I believe being the one who sent them to losers in the first place. So it would be very tough for them if they were to lose this winners finals match here, but thankfully for them, they're looking like in a pretty good spot right now. But I have no doubt that this is a matchup that could take us all the way to Game 3 on that Lotus pick.
Yeah, I think it definitely is looking to be the case. And I'm kind of interested to see how UCSD, if they are going to bring in that extra player in Lena. I'm not quite too sure.
Yeah, we know they have a sub.
Yeah, and you know, they've been playing, kind of switching up the roster here and there. Not sure if it's just kind of a scheduling issue for them, or what kind of, you know, maybe game plan they might have for these switch-ups. But, just in general, looking forward to seeing if that does end up changing. Obviously, right now, Ari playing really well for her role right now, as well as the Gecko on Icebox.
I do believe that's part of what we mentioned, is that not only was Ari in a more unconventional character for Icebox, she was also someone who had not played the last time that we saw UCSD on stream, meaning that, again, North Texas would probably just have less data to go off of on a player like that, especially because, again, early on, Ari was not contributing the most from their team, but a lot of times was getting some crucial plays, especially as the game evolved towards those last few rounds.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say about the Gecko, just kind of on the defensive side on any map, really, it's kind of hard to get the value that you would, say, on the offensive side. Obviously, we have the wingman to try and get the plant down, and the flashes normally, when you are playing more defensively, flashes obviously are really good, and you can use them really effectively, but most of the time, you're going to have to use them reactively, and it's kind of hard to use a flash like that pretty reactively. So just a lot of the time, kind of the reason that she wasn't putting up as many numbers as, say, maybe a Sova would if, you have the Sova on the defensive side. But, overall, the Gecko just going to be,
or even just as many numbers as we saw her put up in those offensive rounds when, again, you can now make the wingman plants, and those flashes give you just that little bit extra more value.
Yeah, for sure. And, just going into Ascent, kind of looking forward to seeing how Lilac will do here on the Killjoy. I know she didn't have quite as much impact on the chamber as we probably would have liked, as, seeing how on Texas, I believe yesterday when they were playing against Carleton, just kind of putting up the numbers, setting the standard, if you will, of how you're going to have to get some kills, find some round wins, and just overall seeing if she can pick it up going into this map.
I mean, it could be a very dominant game yet again. Well, actually, dominant isn't even the right word, because, again, it was as close as can be. Both of these teams have had dominant showings all throughout the season, but this is just not a matchup where either of them is going to we've clearly seen it's not going to super run away with it. We kind of were seeing just little opportunities here and there, but never quite closing it out because the other team always had what it takes to keep in the game.
Right.
So this map is going to be looking like another tough one. Maybe UCSD can take it out 2-0, but it's looking, again, just as likely that North Texas stays in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think Texas will ever be out of it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't matter if they're down 1-12 or up 12-1. They're going to be playing their hardest for sure. And I think going into it, I think we're definitely wanting to see, or at least on the UCSD side, going to be Tina yet again, just trying to put in the work that she was putting in this first map. Because, I mean, she was finding some great first bloods, finding the space for her team, just being able to be kind of the difference maker in a couple of these rounds, as well as Ruchi. We talked about her a lot, just being able to be one of those last players, finding the clutch ability in a lot of those rounds, and to see how it can transfer when she does pick up the Omen going into this.
Yeah, whenever they had Tina leading off that early games, I believe with the operator plays she had a few of, and then with Ruchi closing out the end, whenever they could get that sort of pace, it was a good round for UCSD.
Yeah.
So it's nice to know that they have that sort of team synergy of ways that they can have someone or another clutch up when the other teammates fall down. It's probably a lot of what's giving them the edge to stay in this game.
Yeah, and with Ascent, it's kind of just making sure that you can stay in the game, especially when you start on the offensive side in a pretty historically defensive heavy map. I mean, it is kind of egregious how defensive sided Ascent can be if you play against such a strong team. So just in general, being able to, overcome that kind of idea that, oh my goodness, we're down 3-9. I'm not saying it's going to be 3-9, but theoretically, that's how it kind of should be, because 3-9 is a normal side if you're on the offensive side. Just kind of getting over that hurdle of the 3-9 or 4-8 and just kind of staying in it.
I really am curious to see who is starting on offense, because, again, usually North Texas would start on defense, but we saw them start on offense last map, which almost played to their favor once they came back on the defense, because it is their favorite role. But as we saw, wasn't quite enough, as UCSD was managing to close out in those offensive rounds. So is North Texas going to be doing that again, starting on the offense, or are they going to go back to their typical favorite role of starting on defense? Do you know if we know yet?
I'm not sure if we know yet, but it is one thing that I've always, it's kind of been the the question. I feel like of Valorant this entire, like for all of eternity, if you're more comfortable on the defensive side, do you want to start on defense or do you want to end on it?
Yes.
And it's kind of weird because, you know, if you start on the defense, you have 12 guaranteed rounds on defense, no matter what.
Yeah.
But then if you switch over, you're going to be playing defense and not the rounds that mean more because obviously every round counts, but necessarily on the rounds
clutch
that,
rounds, really,
clutch rounds that can end the game.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a give and take. It's like, do you want to just play all 12 rounds of your good side, or do you want to be able to finish out on your good side?
Yeah, and I feel like that's what NT was showing us a lot of in the early games of this series, or this league really, is that they were just showing like, okay, if you could just guarantee 12 defensive rounds for North Texas against a team that they might be like matched up pretty well into, it was usually a pretty good sign for North Texas. And they do have defense guaranteed on this map as we see now. But again, UCSD is certainly no slouch, as they're up in this series, just plain and simple.
Yeah, and it looks like UCSD is going to have Ari in yet again on that Phoenix, I'd imagine, because that's the normal composition that has been getting run by them on this map.
And they do have no sub this time, and I believe that NT is also running pretty much their standard comp for this map.
Yeah, definitely is the standard. Omen, Jet, Sova, Killjoy, and KO. A lot of the, oh my goodness, okay, UCSD actually maybe switching it up a little bit, bringing in a Gecko for a set.
Ari again on the Gecko.
That could be pretty interesting. That's I have not seen a Gecko on Ascent, even while I play ranked.
And again, sometimes it's an edge of, oh, well, maybe NT doesn't know how to deal with Gecko on Ascent. But as I had also said, I believe in pretty late into last map, sometimes an unconventional pick is unconventional for a reason. If there's any solved meta in Valorant, it would be Ascent.
That's true, and it looks like UCSD is going to be breaking away from it. That Gecko is confirmed.
Ooh. This is going to be an interesting map indeed.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting. It might just be how Ari likes to play the game just in general with that Gecko.
I mean, in fairness, we just discussed, UCSD is guaranteed 12 rounds of offense now. The problem is, as you mentioned, Ascent being a very defensive favored map, with Gecko not being able to contribute quite as much when they do make that switch to defense, it could just look like a more standard North Texas game where they just push in several feet around and really don't let up.
Yeah, and it looks like UCSD gonna be maybe working a little bit of the map on this pistol, having that 3-2 setup. A couple players maybe even gonna go in towards mid more so than a split. Good to see how this gets taken in by North Texas.
It is going to be looking like a relatively slow early game, but I mean, hey, it's the first round, although they are already getting some players located by NT here.
And that's a knife going to be definitely going to be recharged by the time a hit comes in for UCSD, as this offensive round going to be taking a lot more time than what is conventionally used in the pistol. Looks like, a jump spot from Jelly actually did spot out Doggio. And that's going to be a nice sight for them, as a little bit of info gained and even maybe putting the pressure on to Texas. Now this dart, though, is going to pick up two players. And I don't think they know where UCSD is going to end up. Texas in a bit of a guessing game as the walk up through mid, and now Doggio all alone has to make something happen.
30 seconds left.
Gotta not find anything Sage to find the kill. Ari on the trade.
Yeah, Ari taking that trade is going to be pretty valuable, though. Lilac takes down Ari, and he gets Tina closing out on Lilac through almost a wall bang, and kind of just having to close out the job by swinging around there. And it is looking like UCSD is not able to even make this plant, as NT takes them out with only 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be Jelly putting in the work on the site, having to just run out and see what she can make happen just like that. It's going to be also Lilac on that round, kind of making the huge hero play over towards lane, picking up 2. Not going to be able to find that 3rd as the reload has to come in, but now North Texas definitely comfortable on these 2nd round force-ups. Couple of Bulldogs, as well as a Bucky. Oh, make it an Outlaw as well. Because, yeah, this Outlaw is going to be one-shotting all of these players. Finding a lot of impact here. Maybe to find a kill up through mid if the timing allows it. Yeah, and there it is. Jelly to pick up that kill. Onto Shroom over towards Tiles. UCSD, just 3 players stuck towards A as Akio picks one off.
Yeah, Jelly always with those long distance kills. Akio on pretty low health here, pinned it down. Oh, well, not pinned down anymore because I believe Doggy just peeled off for just long enough. But here comes this. Alright, a lot of smoke just coming through right there. It's going to make it a little bit harder for Doggio and Ari to push in if they want to throw on this A side. However, with it being 5-3 now, it is looking like it's going to be ever harder for UCSD to make this push here, especially as North Texas is getting a little aggressive, having Bab push up rather far. Of course, this is mostly just meant to punish any aggression against Bab. Yep, there it is.
Bucky kill moments. Love that.
Yep.
Out of Texas. A nice little force up, working wonders. No kills to be found for UCSD.
That's going to be an extremely rough round going into these next few. Yeah, UCSD picking up only 3 kills across their 5 players. That is beyond rough, especially as North Texas is again on clearly their favored role on a map that already pretty heavily favors defense.
Yeah, and it looks like Texas gonna be getting aggressive up through mid yet again. Jelly to pick up the first blood, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, gone. As soon as that paranoia is gone, and gonna be Texas trying to keep up the aggression. A nice shock dart, not gonna find any damage this time around, but was potential, had a good amount of potential to do so. And there's 1 HP now onto the Silva for UCSD. The Outlaw raining terror over towards the middle of the map. A fast kill from Tina, and that might be the execute that they want.
Okay. Tina doing a lot of damage there before getting picked off eventually. It's now up to Doggio, Ari, and Shroom if they want to make this plan. It looks like it's finally coming out on B. Gonna force a retake from North Texas. Jelly again getting another pick on Doggio and another on Shroom. That's 4 going for the ace.
The potential. So much to do now if you are Ari. Finds 1, but not the second. Bab to pick up that kill, and that's North Texas yet again. Finding 3, the first 3 of the map, just like they did on Icebox, looking to maybe not have the same disaster, though, occur on this map this time around.
Like I said, North Texas is never out of the game. Definitely looking like they are already determined to take this map and force us to a game 3.
Yeah, definitely what they want to have happen. Ari, though, does have her ultimate available yet again. 5-7, sorry. Ultimates get up. Like Texas, trying to keep a lot of pressure over towards the middle of the map. Just about 4 players kind of set up, ready in case UCSD wants to make any moves towards this portion. A couple of players might have to do that, as they might have to just cut through the middle of the map, try and make it through. But oh my goodness, Jelly pushed up so far in the walkout onto the A site. Such a sketchy play, but just like that, the bomb will go down the wingman to find a kill, and Ruchi in mid. also finding a little bit of value is now 2 players have to be drawn out to try and deal with her. And just living is the name of the game. The wall bang will come up for Lilac, but enough time maybe to be spared from Ruchi. Is now the 4v4 retake does have to come through. 3 players over towards A main for UCSD, as well as a Gecko ult to come out, and that could be the difference maker here. Tina to find one in hell and find more she might have to, is now 3 players trying to bust out onto the site, make some noise. A couple of things. Tina still alive. Ari to find a kill. Lilac as well, though. Jelly with another kill as well. And the time just so low. Lilac to get some kills, but no time to defuse. That's going to be it. The up does get picked up and saved, though, from Jelly.
What a round for UCSD.
Yeah, and I mean, they've just been picking out these random rounds to just show what they can do. A couple of great plays. I mean, especially for Ruchi that time around, just finding the kill over towards mid.
Forcing those other two players out. I mean, even though they did get wall banged, I mean, it's Ascent. It's going to happen here. But that just momentary time loss for North Texas was more than enough for UCSD to take that round.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the big things that a lot of people don't think about when they are when there is a play like that, as Shelly just finds the first blood yet again. But I mean, just living and playing your life in spots like those kind of separate the really good players from the average players. Just finding more time for your team to try and make something happen, making it so that Texas has to deal with you instead of just being able to retake the site makes all the difference there. That's about 10 seconds, or maybe even 5-7 seconds, and the bomb could have been defused if that time does not go out.
Yeah. I was like, 5 seconds may as well be eternity in a game like Valorant. Ruchi, again, kind of just demonstrating a lot of control over mid here, although we are seeing some counteractive util coming up. North Texas still having a lot of good, decent control over the A site, and it's not really sure how UCSD is going to manage to crawl their way out of this mid here.
Oh, wow. A nice fast kill from Lilac. Ari, though, to answer back. A technical trade to come in. Lilac still going to be up as a Jelly on the other side of the map finds the counterpart in Tina, and there is Ruchi yet again to find another kill. Is now is going to be a 2v3, but I don't know how they're going to be able to get out into this site. There's Sage, going to find the kill, and that's the bomb down, and now so much work for Ruchi here, and Jelly with an operator, just kind of point and click.
Jelly has had so much value with that operator, not only in last map, but now again on this map.
Yeah.
A force to be reckoned with.
Now 10-1, showing that she does not want to have this map go too long this time around. Another eco is going to have to come in for UCSD. A couple of marshals, a couple of sheriffs.
You raised the point that Jelly is definitely demonstrating that they don't want this map to go for too long, but so far these rounds are panning out exactly like how they did last map.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Of 3 then 1 then another, so. If UCSD picks up 2 more, we'll know we're really in for a repeat here.
That's so true. Oh, I thought for a second that the Sova might have jumped out into the open, but I guess I was wrong, and I mean, just like that, I didn't even realize it, but Tina finds a kill. Akio through the smoke picks one up as well. It's now 4v4, the retake is going to have to come through, but there's the Killjoy lockdown. A bit unfortunate that you have to put this big of an ultimate into a round like an eco that is for UCSD, but I don't think Texas will mind too much as the defuse does start up a little bit. Lilac to get halfway. It is going to be a lot to do, though, for UCSD to try and keep this bomb off. The defuse does not come in yet, but Shroom picking up 2. The defuse, though, might just come through, and there it is, the ninja defuse.
Ooh.
Just like that is Bab.
Wow.
Full health.
Yeah, that might be a very, very consequential round going into the rest of this game here. No wonder. Now we're seeing a timeout.
Yeah, the timeout definitely needs to be had. After a round like that, you find the kills on the Thrifty, but at the end of the round, you forget about the objective of the game, the spike getting defused, and just like that, Texas kind of just stealing it right under UCSD's nose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's really no surprise that the timeout's coming here because I think that is a very consequential round for the rest of this map because we could just see North Texas. I know we say this a lot, but that might be what they need to finally actually lock down momentum for the first time this series because they keep kind of letting it slip out where UCSD is able to pick it back up. But I think now that they are starting with this defense here on Ascent, it looks like they might be able to pick another few more rounds before halftime.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. And I mean, Texas just kind of trying to capitalize on that defensive side, defensive half. They are going to have to reinvest into this round because all of their players did end up dying. But, I mean, at the end of the day, they have the econ to do it. They have 5 of the first 6 rounds. So, just in general, looking to build upon that momentum. And UCSD in the trenches now have to find some sort of foothold.
It definitely is unfortunate for them to have lost all of their players, but again, they, like you said, the objective of the game is what matters at the end of the day, and they were able to accomplish it.
There's the operator trying to get aggressive yet again, just wants to get some kills and find some. She does. Jelly to pick up one, and a nice ultimate use by Bab. The overload does stop this flank or hit in its tracks. A couple of detains though from the lockdown do come in, and it looks like Doggio getting aggressive, put down by Keo. And now the 3v5, make it a 5v2 as Bab finds room. And now Ari does find a kill. The tag though from Sage does make it a little bit more difficult, and the Odin spray is just too good on a map like Ascent. Sage to find 2 to end out this round.
I think Sage leaving it at half for one of her teammates. Yep, there it is. Bab to finish off the job there. Definitely a lot of merit in doing so. And again, now taking North Texas to 6-1. This is looking a lot more like a classic North Texas showing.
Yeah, definitely is more, I was going to not have good grammar there, but I mean, just a more, I don't want to say reasonable, because that just sounds like a bash to UCSD.
It's more in line with how North Texas has been playing all season.
Yeah,
I mean, again, no bash to UCSD at all. They just won the last map, and it's who can tell what's going to go on for the rest of this map, and maybe even to the next one if we do see a next one. But it is very demonstrable of the fact that North Texas is undefeated for a reason.
Yeah, and as we do look at the scoreline, I mean, we were saying it a little bit. Oh my goodness, that's kind of the start that you need if you are UCSD. The Tina finding the first blood on the Lilac, and that might just be the go-ahead for a push towards B. The Odin spray getting quite a bit of damage, but that is just about it. Only some damage.
Not really fighting on that,
Oh boy, this site is definitely going to be very difficult to try and hold on to. Oh my goodness, but Sage and Bab finding a couple of kills. And now she's going to be on Sage if she can get any more, but no. But Tina to find 3 on the round, on for the ace. And the hero play just overall trying to make something happen. And now this operator in the hands of Jelly could get a lot done. This configuration on the site could be what is needed. Is a little bit of aggression, but Tina through the smoke finds the kill. Now it's just Bab. Has to make something work. No HP to work with, and Ari finds the kill, steals the ace, but that won't matter too much as UCSD finds the round.
Yeah, UCSD trying to reach for that lifeline there, and again, a lot of time when we see them take one round, they take 2, so we might be able to see them pick up another one there, but again, that hasn't been the case so far. After all, they were only 1 round from 0 until just now, so it's really only a matter of time to see if North Texas can pretty much shut down whatever UCSD starts to build.
Yeah, and it's again those econ rounds that are going to come in, the big swing rounds. If UCSD can pick this one up, it's going to be a really big save round that Texas has to go on to next round.
Yeah, we are seeing Tina, like many times before, just start to try and lead this charge up, but it is a very tough sell as North Texas has that lockdown. Yeah, it is going to force them to rotate to the mid here.
Yeah, and the fast rotate at that is three players going to make their way up towards tree. And Tina is going to find the first blood onto Jelly. Ruchi with the trade onto Bab, and now UCSD with the A site with one extra player to work with, as well as that Hunter's Fury. Is going to be a difficult move at this round. Is a little bit of technical difficulty, but that's all right. We'll make our way through.
And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe Hunter's Fury is on deck for both players. It's just a matter of fact that UCSD is going to get a little bit more value out of it. Especially not to mention the fact that they, again, are still up one player. And the clock has been taken down for quite a long time. Akayo taking a pick on Ari. Still no trade coming out, so it is only a matter of time to see if North Texas can pick up more picks despite that. Doggio, however, getting the trade on Akayo. Lilac on Shrew. Lilac again onto Doggio.
Last player standing.
Yeah, but it's pretty unfortunate there is the lineups for North Texas just a little too good. The Brimstone Molly as well as the Sova Shock Dart's going to find a couple of kills, a lot of value overall. UCSD knocking Texas onto the back foot as Deagles, Stingers, and just a singular Bulldog have to be on the docket for Texas.
Again, when UCSD takes one, they tend to take two. Going for three would be the best they can do right now. Bringing this to 6-4 as they inch ever closer to that, again, that midpoint switch.
Yeah, and it looks like Texas getting pretty aggressive towards a main, trying to solo out Doggio here. Might be able to do so, but no kill to be found. And that might be the go sign here for UCSD. The dash out onto the site, the lever to close the door. And just like that, the free B site has opened up just a little bit for UCSD. Jelly, though, does end up finding Doggio. Cutting through mid was definitely a good idea as they do pick up that kill. Trying to find any sort of advantage they can this time around. Lilac as well, gonna find one through the smoke, finding a second. And just like that, Ruchi is going to have to do so much, but only finds one as UCSD completely falls, and Texas finds 4 in this Thrifty round.
Yeah, with plenty of time to make that defuse.
Gun here.
Thrifty.
Yeah, there it is. And also the KO ult is going to be in play for the next round as well. The Hunter's Fury for both teams, like we've been saying.
Yep.
Well, and
yeah, of course, UCSD was only able to get so much value out of that momentum they had, and now it's back in North Texas's court. It is possible that UCSD takes the next 2 rounds before this halftime, but, I mean, there's only so much you can speculate on that kind of thing when North Texas has shown they are not relenting at all on this map.
Definitely the case.
Get out of my way.
Here's that Jet ultimate ability popped for UCSD. The aggression will not cease from Texas, trying to take these extremities over towards A main. It's going to kind of be the solo fight for Jelly. She's trying to get aggressive, and she gets a little too aggressive, might not be able to recover. So this time around, way back towards the tree. She wants to try and take a fight. She wants to get this first blood. Just not really knowing where exactly she has to go for it. Now, so quiet here on the map. The hit just inches away from being proclaimed as Tina finds the first blood onto Jelly.
We've seen Tina and Jelly get in a few death fights now, and Tina being able to pick off Jelly very early on for, I believe, the second time this map is so crucial. Because, I mean, we have seen how many times Jelly can just take out entire halves of a team.
Yeah, definitely the case. And actually, I don't think they saw Shroom, and Shroom's going to have a great flank opportunity, but no kills come in. Akio does find one on the site, has to try and worry about Shroom, and find her she does. Just the Hunter's Fury to work with. Now 1 kill does come in, but no more to be found after that. The Hunter's Fury has to just go away, and just like that, Akio is going to start to get on this bomb defuse. The Shock Dart lineup might not even get there in time, though, as the defuse does come in, and Sage finds the final kill.
Again, 8-3 for North Texas. It is looking like they are going to be sitting pretty at that swap.
8-3 as well as an operator now in the hands of Jelly. And it looks like UCSD might be running straight into the Lions Den. 4 players. Oh, they were all set up towards B, but now it looks like just going to have... Oh, only 3. Huh, only 3. Only 3 players over towards B, not 4. But still, for having 3 players towards one site can be such a big read, and Jelly looking to get super aggressive, and the aggression pays off.
Like I said, Tina and Jelly always trading off at one another at the very beginning of the round to see who can really swing and set the tone for their rest of their team. And so far, it's looking like North Texas is the one to come out top this time.
Yeah, and it's kind of the plan that Texas has set for this round. They wanted UCSD to have to make the rotate over back towards A and make it. They have as the Hunter's Fury comes in. Jelly with the collateral. Trying to find a couple more kills. Bab does find one. And just like that, a nice flick onto Rucci. And that will be 9-3 to end out this half for Texas.
Yeah, and a flawless round at that. Now switching sides to offense, being able to make even more advantage of how aggressive North Texas will sometimes play here. It is looking like a good map for them. I don't know, this 9-3 split.
Yeah, this is
a map like that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it's kind of the idea that we were talking about in the in between the maps. That you know it's such a defensive heavy map that that 9-3 is such a normal circumstance that you kind of just have to keep your head up and just be like, okay, pistol round is very winnable. We just have to make sure that you win that pistol round, win the second round after that, and just hope that the third round goes your way as well, and just go from there. Like Texas looking to get aggressive up towards the middle of the map. Has the flash to come out. A nice flash lineup as well. This smoke through mid is going to make it a little more difficult, but the hit is going to have to come through here soon. No smoke really for CT, so UCSD might have a chance at these kills. Jelly, though, is going to have the first blood. Knife out, though. And just like that, Doggio to take advantage. A couple of trades come in. And now a 3v3 and a lot of low HP players here for Texas. Oh,
low
Akio.
HP. Yeah, not much in the way when Akio is able to pick off Tina just like that and really force UCSD to make some more aggressive plays on this retake here, especially as Ari is just sitting right behind that wall. Nice pick from Doggio onto Lilac. That is, of course, always a crucial thing. Akio again with another pick on Doggio. Akio really just a blessing to have in a gunfight.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, Ari actually finds the kill onto Akio, and just like that, it's kind of ring around the rosy, but the right click too good for Sage. Because now Texas picks up the pistol, and UCSD might be looking dead in the water here.
I mean, yeah, dead on arrival into this the next half because, yeah, winning that pistol round and bringing it to 10-3, they are now only 3 rounds away from just taking this map home. North Texas pretty much in the exact position they want to be, because I mean, losing that first round could have really spelled doom.
Yeah, definitely could have, and it's always the beginning of the end when you lose a pistol on a map that can swing so easily. Yeah. And now it looks like Texas just kind of want to take the fight yet again to UCSD, just trying to make sure that they do keep this advantage. But a shorty, might have been a kill, but no, Jelly with the stinger, short range, is going to be putting out those bullets a little faster than the shorty can manage. It's now
Jelly pretty much on 1 HP. It is not a far-fetched idea for UCSD to bring this back to a tie game here. It's just a matter of fact, it's bad, and all of that smoke going up all at once. Just Util covering the field everywhere they can, and Rucci taking a pick on Akeo again. It is looking like this is going to be a close round, despite the fact that North Texas is so far up in this map.
Yeah, and here comes the hit as the 4v4 is going to have to come through, and just like that, UCSD finds a couple of kills. The Bulldog in the hands of Rucci will find 3. And just like that, North Texas has to have something happen, and Lilac will try for it too. Just left one more, and just like that, Doggio with the stinger finds the kill and the Thrifty.
Yeah, taking out that Thrifty round is going to be pretty crucial, but again, it's just the matter of fact that North Texas has been dominating this game so far, especially because, again, Jelly is up 20-8, Lilac 15-7. Just the kill difference and the gun difference coming out on this map may be too much to handle.
Yeah, and it looks like Texas might be able to, or I'm sorry, rather UCSD might have an idea on how they want to have this retake of the map go through. Is now having a pretty big win under their belt. But now, oh my goodness, Doggio and Tina here to defend the site, is trying to take on the aggression.
It's kind of just exactly what you were saying, that no matter how far North Texas might be up and how well they've played this map so far, ascent is ascent. It is going to favor the defense here and really just force North Texas to peel back as far as possible as they make a full rotation all the way to B.
Yeah, and it definitely helps when you're making some great reads like UCSD is right now. Is just about 3 players, maybe even 4, are sitting and waiting for the big hit onto A. So obviously the jig is up now. The rotate is going to get called in.
Yeah. Some pretty solid comms coming up from UCSD, clearly, as they are now already pretty much on the B side, just like they did the A side. And already the spike is down, but Akeo picks it back up. But again, there are no one-woman armies in a game like Valorant.
It is very true. Just like that, UCSD. Well, actually, gonna elect to buy up here in this spot, find a couple of Vandals instead of trying to keep that Bulldog. Probably a better idea instead of trying to just make it work with a Bulldog. They have the money to spend now after winning those last 2 rounds. Oh yeah. So why not spend it? Just try and get a little bit more of an advantage now before it's too late.
Yeah, and advantage is exactly what they need as they bring it up 10-5. Maybe nearly taking it 10-6 if UCSD is able to close out this round. And again, it makes a pretty solid read, rotating the full team to B side as they know that North Texas is making a full push onto B.
Yeah, and a nice volley setup here for the Killjoys. Ari finds one on the site somehow, some way. A couple of stairs, and just like that, Texas is going to have the site, but I mean, UCSD is just ready to try and take this site fast. Is already out towards the lever, and no players back towards B main. All 4 Texas players over towards the site have to make something happen, as only Jelly up towards the front to make a bit of a hero play. Bab is going to find the first on this retake.
That clock is ticking. The longer they can stall out UCSD, the better, especially as UCSD only has 2 agents for North Texas. Okay, never mind, it's 2v1, and there it goes. More than enough time now for UCSD to take that out. What a push.
And that's just, I mean, kind of the poor planning over on Texas's side. A nice play from UCSD, but a lot of the time you hear both players over towards the lane, and I don't think that was communicated on the side of Texas. Not enough players ready and looking towards lane as Jelly kind of gets shot in the back, and there was no trade to come through. And nice from Shroom there to pick up 3. First 3 of the map as well.
Yeah. All right, tensions are really ramping up as North Texas is looking again to hit this B side. UCSD looking like they are trying to read A though, so again, maybe, although there is quite the setup on the B side if you could just observe the map for just a moment.
Yeah, and it is going to be fast, very, very fast for Texas. Already out onto the site. They do have the Bladestorm as well as the lockdown to work with, and we might even see that ultimate committed here. It's now, it is going to be, yeah, there is the lockdown pretty early if you ask me. I would have liked to see it maybe a couple of seconds after that spike does get planted, but this time around it will not be the case. So lockdown does pop, and this retake is going to have to come in fast. The UCSD popping that Thrasher, taking up so much space. And if you're Texas right now, all 5 players yet again over on the site, and Jelly is going to start things off. Finds the first stage with the follow-up, and Doggio is going to get that trade. Rucci, though, is going to put down Jelly, and now it's going to be a mad dash towards the site. UCSD to find the kills, though, and just like that, UCSD finds yet another retake on these rounds.
Again, they are absolutely staying in the game right now. That would, again, even if they put that lockdown just a few seconds later, it's all about stalling as much time as you can once you've got that spike planted.
Yeah,
it just made their post plant have to play a little sloppier at that point.
100%. You know, if they do put it down just a little bit as well, UCSD might feel a little bit forced to try and make a play instead of, you know, kind of being able to sit back and wait just those extra 5-10 seconds.
Yeah.
And even with the Thrash just being able to pick up so much space, so much entry potential in that spot, just kind of unfortunate for Texas. All 5 players just sitting on the site. It's not really allowing it much post-plant play overall.
I mean, hey, UCSD 4 rounds straight. It is looking like they are more than able to catch up to North Texas, just like they did in the last map. I mean, it may be at a completely different pace, but they are absolutely both still in the game. Jelly, again, taking Tina for the first blood, and there is already looking like it's going to be a lot happening in just a few moments once these teams fully collide. Looking like it's still going to be a slow move up to the A site. Mostly just because there is still so much ground to cover. And the spike is down. Doggio with a double kill on Sage and Jelly. Already looking like Bab is trying to come take the spike and having trouble as Rucci shuts her down too. UCSD again just pulling together in these gunfights. Lilac not able to find one kill but not the other, and UCSD takes out the round, now bringing it 10-8.
Yeah, is it time to consider this a comeback now?
Yeah.
8-10.
I mean, considering that just a moment ago they were 9-3.
That is true.
Yeah.
And I mean, this gets very difficult now for Texas. I mean, the pressure just has to be mounting. As I mean, obviously it was nice for them to pick up the pistol, but if you ask anybody that plays Valorant at all, they would say that they'd rather lose the pistol than lose the second round. I mean, it just defeats the morale a lot more, especially the economy as well. Just feels a whole lot harder to try and bring back after you lose a round like that.
I mean, yeah, that's the matter of fact, though, is that North Texas won that first pistol round and just has not been able to pick up another one since. So if UCSD can keep this momentum up, and it's very much going to be a challenge if they can, because North Texas is still just that edge closer to winning, despite the fact that they are starting to fall behind onto the back foot.
Yeah, and it looks like UCSD not going to stray too far from what they have been, or how they have been playing it. Kind of been passive a lot of the time, just trying to force a bit of a 5v5 retake or even 4v4 retake a lot of the time, and maybe not going to be the case too much this time around. Is Shroom going to be the lone player on the site? North Texas looking to make their move towards B. A couple of volleys are going to come in, and the Killjoy utility does get popped. The door closed just in time, though, so no damage to be found. And Rucci actually finds a kill. Lilac, though, on the site does find Shroom, and now a little bit of a better post plant, I'd say, for Akio here, is finally having a bit of positioning, but has to kind of run away. The drone does tag her, just like that. Rucci will find the kill as well as the advantage. Now North Texas has to make something happen. Lilac and Sage are going to be doing that. Just that. And a couple of kills. Lilac with 3, Rucci with 3, and Rucci on for the ace. The ace clutch, finding 4. Might even have an idea where this last player is. I don't know how it happens, but oh my gosh, Sage finds the kill. It was. Especially because we know that fight was about to take place. There's no way that Rucci doesn't know that Sage is in that corner.
I think it's just a matter of losing on the quick draw at that point.
Yeah, 100%. Makes that Sheriff well known. 6 in the chamber, but only need 1. As now Texas maybe finding a bit of that foothold that they've been needing.
Oh, yeah. Flipping that knife every which way and giving us a nice start to this next round. North Texas, 1 round away from match point. UCSD, of course, finally having the momentum stopped in its tracks. It's just a matter of time of if they can recover from that or not. That is the big question here. Is UCSD going to recover that momentum and keep on with this comeback, or is North Texas going to grab the head of this footholding that they've got so far and just take that lifeline all the way to the finish line?
Oh, and the double shock dart from Doggio is going to be what starts off this round for the kills. It's going to be the first room, though. Has something to say about it, but just like that, Jelly is going to find a couple more kills, and UCSD has the advantage yet again. Has the Hunter's Fury as well. That bomb is going to be so difficult to try and get a plant down, as well as just one beam from the Hunter's Fury is going to amount to a kill onto Sage. So has to be super careful about how the rest of this round gets played out.
Yeah, especially because there's not a lot of time left to make this plan, even though that they were right on the money there.
Last player standing.
Oh, and Tina does find the kill, as well as Ari finds another. Just like that, UCSD finds yet another round, 9-11. And a couple of balls as well gonna be going their way. The Hunter's Fury as well as the Brimstone Orbital Strike. And even just on top of that, Tina has that Blade Storm ready to go. Not quite activated yet, but still, it's going to be quite a big factor for these next couple of rounds.
All right. North Texas gearing up. Like you said, these next couple of rounds are going to be more than crucial, not only because it is the end of the map fast approaching, but it's just a matter of fact that UCSD could steal this back.
Spike dropped.
And this round definitely feels like Texas needs to come out on top.
Yeah. They need to set themselves up for match point if they want to be led to success. Right now, of course, the map is going to have to start a little slow. We are just moments away from this contact, though, and I already know the first moment someone gets spotted is going to turn into a bloodbath, as North Texas is actually trying to avoid this situation so far. They are just rotating slowly through mid. It is just the case, though, that UCSD seems to already be making that read and covering A-side just as well. Coming around this corner, Jelly has the opportunity to take out a few members of UCSD, but we're just not going to be seeing that happen as tension finally ramps to a boiling point, and it is time for the action to start as the plant is going down.
Oh, but not quite as Tina picks up the kill. The Hunter's Fury is going to deny that plant. Now just a 4v5. North Texas, the burden on them to make something happen. Ruchi and Ari, though, finding all 4 players.
A flawless round, no less, as that is going to give them the economical advantage to maybe take this all the way home. I mean, last time they had a lead, they carried it for 5 rounds straight, and that is just enough to take them to match point.
And that's going to be the timeout that Texas has been looking for. I mean, they have to try and make something happen on this offensive side. They haven't been able to get any momentum, and even when it feels like they might have the round on lock, UCSD just time and time again, it's going to be Ruchi, it's going to be Ari just finding the kills randomly out of nowhere and just making the huge hero plays and bringing their team back in these unwinnable situations.
And that's the problem, is that is not a round where it ever looked like it was in North Texas's favor, as UCSD just carried it all the way from moment 1 to the finish line, just dominating North Texas and really just giving themselves a big advantage going into these next few rounds before we maybe see that 13th round come out.
Yeah, I think that Texas, if they are going to look to win a couple more of these rounds, they're definitely going to have to think about how they're going to play their post plan a little bit more. UCSD definitely dominating them in that sense of the game. I don't believe that there's been a post plan that Texas has even won, or at least been able to win comfortably, as it always seems to come down to at least a 1v1 at the very most. So just UCSD definitely looking to try and get that bomb, or sorry, just letting that post plant situation occur, as they probably will have the best idea to do it.
Well, yeah, I guess it is just, as we saw from that kill screen just now, it's just most of the rounds are being decided not by the bomb, but by the kills leading up to it, and it's looking like that's going to be another case of Sage just firing off Hunter's Fury, taking out Rucci for an early lead in this round.
Yeah, it's going to look to be the post plant yet again that is going to come in, but this time around Rucci not going to be around to help her team with it. As Fedora does go down into Keo in quite an aggressive spot. Has to try and see what kind of help that she can show, but none will be shown as Shroom picks up that kill, maybe even the lockdown as well to be considered, but no. Dogio even coming up with the kill as well. Jelly, though, to respawn, and now just a 3v3. Ari is going to bring down the overload. That is going to be bad, but just like that, Texas finds the kills in the blink of an eye and finds the match point.
All right.
Extra money if anyone needs.
Thanks.
UCSD is definitely still in this, however.
Yeah, 100%. And if Jelly is going to have 28 right now, I mean, just kind of carrying this team, trying to make sure that they have some sort of way back into, or just to finish out this game, just in general.
Yeah. West Texas winning would bring us to a game 3. A third map on that Lotus, I believe.
Looks like Texas making their way towards B. Now, it's going to be just slow and methodical yet again. UCSD content to give up this B site. Maybe see what kind of damage they can just give. Oh, but just like that, Ari just instantly finds Jelly and make it 2 for her troubles. Just like that, the push completely stopped in its tracks and making the look Ari the hero of this round.
Yeah, Akeo and Bab kind of forced to peel back, try and recuperate with that third team member, trying to get through mid up to A, whereas UCSD again still full roster, full health. 3 ults on deck, which honestly might even at this point be better saved for the next coming rounds.
Yeah, it might be the case as 3v5, barring a disaster, won't really have to be committed as well. Oh my goodness, Sage does find one, and Rucci yet again the safe hands for UCSD, finds 2. Dogio with the last, and UCSD a couple of ults as well to go their way. Might be able to bring this map right into overtime.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteeing that we might be seeing that overtime situation, barring a miracle on the half of North Texas.
Yeah, and the lighter have to kind of force whatever they can. Texas does. There's a couple, just a stinger. Oh yeah, well, a stinger for Bab. Even has 2,000 credits. Yeah, they're okay. There we go. I thought she wasn't gonna pick up the rifle, but does indeed find the purchase.
Yeah, economy is definitely nothing that UCSD is worried about right now.
Yeah.
They've just been taking such decisive rounds.
Yeah, and as we go into this last round of regulation, I kind of would have rather seen UCSD stack a little bit more towards the B site. You have that Killjoy ultimate, you have that Gecko ultimate as well. And I feel like on a map like Ascent, when you have that Killjoy lockdown, the A site just becomes so much easier to retake. Yeah. And North Texas doesn't really have any sort of delay for that ultimate, but just like that, Tina making use of that operator, finding a kill, as well as the Thrash already used as well. Shroom to pick up another on the site, and just like that, 2 players now for Texas on the site, 1 in B main, and UCSD has what feels like a somewhat easy retake to try and make work of.
Especially because Tina just still had her operator trained on that B site. And even though the clock is ticking, it is just such an overwhelming advantage for UCSD right now.
Yeah, and it's just going to be the burden right back on Texas to try and make something happen. The Killjoy lockdown is possibly going to go down. No players detained, though. As they're just like that, we're going into OT. UCSD picks up the round win. We can't see it, but there is OT. There we go.
There it is, 12-12.
Oh, yeah, and the timeout for Rucci.
No surprise whatsoever. Yeah, UCSD getting in the early for the timeout. Going to be doing a lot of recuperating for their team as they are coming off a hot streak of momentum pretty much this entire half.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to note, whenever we are on kind of that little, like it looks like a visual glitch for the observer, just know that the players are not feeling that in any way. They are still playing normally. They are not having the ping spikes that we are.
Yeah,
it just kind of
normal ping.
Yeah, it's not something that is affecting the game whatsoever. It's only on the observer end. That's just something that happens with the observer client for Riot sometimes. Just want to point that out there if maybe there are some new audience members out there that haven't quite seen something like that. It's not affecting the play at all. So don't worry.
It's somewhat out of our hands, but we are still doing everything we can to fix it and make sure that your experience is just as good as the players are. Speaking of those players, this timeout is just now coming to an end, and it's looking like we're going to get right back into this overtime. It is now, again, it feels like it's been so long since I've had to explain this because I just keep seeing people just go, just completely dominant games, but it is a win by 2 sort of game. It is first to 13, win by 2. And so it's pretty much the name of the game here.
Yeah, win by 2, and I mean, it's kind of going to come down to who can win their offensive round, it feels like. As both these teams ended their offensive side 3-9 is now time.
That's the thing is UCSD just came off of a pretty strong streak on offense.
And it looks like UCSD is trying to play this really passively. They don't want to let any info up early in this round. The Sova Dart over back towards B main, picking up nothing, as well as the Dart, or just nobody shooting it, so nobody really expected to be here this soon.
That's what I wanted to mention, is not only are they just trying to make sure they don't give away any intel, I think for a moment they were maybe trying to see if they could bait members of North Texas up, but they at least were able to bait out those various utils that are meant to gather information.
No charges left.
Yeah, now it's just going to be one player all alone. Sage
Nice.
going to have to be the one to make something happen, but that actually doesn't get a kill. It's going to be Lilac spamming through the smoke, and Jelly over towards mid does find Shroom. So just like that, North Texas having the advantage for the first time in what feels like a while in these rounds. She's going to have to try and make something happen. Doggio, their sights trained on this flank, and is going to find the kill. Vandal diff moment as the second player is going to find the kill to trade back.
Yeah, Doggio is at 1 HP. There's not much you can do to avoid that.
Yeah, and it looks like the time is ticking down so far for the reload. It's such a bad time. Lilac will find the kill, and now all on Rucci to try and find this 1v3 clutch. No smoke, no nothing to work with. The Nikio will stick the defuse. Lilac with 3, and Texas does find their defensive round on this portion of overtime.
Really, speaking of the devil, I was this close to mentioning that Rucci has clutched a lot of scenarios like that before, but I mean, hey, nobody's a miracle worker.
True, yeah, very true. And as we go into round number 26, trying to find a victor for this map point now for Texas to keep their hopes of winning winners finals alive. It's going to come in is now.
It is a lot down to who can win this offensive round. Obviously, if North Texas takes this out, I believe that would be just the game said and done. UCSD, of course, again, Ascent being a very defensive-focused map, and UCSD having a relatively nice time on defense, just like anybody else, is going to see what they can do here.
Looks like they want to
set up on B.
Yeah, the setup on B. A couple of big impact agents over towards this site, and it looks like Texas just kind of wants to test the waters over towards B yet again, trying to make it over and just try and you know, try and split the site over back towards mid and B main. But might be a little ambitious as this KJ setup is going to be pretty hard to get rid of, as well as Ari in the lane. A nice molly to try and delay a little bit more, maybe even pick up a kill or two, but no kills to come through. The smokes finally are down. Just like that, a molly through the smoke. Jelly to find one. Ruchi through the smoke though. Just running out and finding two. Lilac to pick up a couple of kills though in response. And just like that, the lockdown as well on the site. And it's going to be on UCSD to try and make something happen. There's 12 seconds left. Lilac finding yet another kill on such low HP. Make it.
Wow.
And just like that, the map goes towards Texas. A very hard-fought map for both of these teams, though, in the end.
I mean, yeah, that was looking like a real nail-biter for either side. It looked like for a second UCSD might have had that in their hands, but Lilac, as per usual, was able to just mow back down and take it from North Texas.
Yeah, and, you know, at the end of the day, it is going to be Texas being able to push it to a map number 3. We are going to be going to Lotus for that map 3, but before we do that, we are going to go ahead and go to a break, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to GCU Esports Purple Rain, the first ever women's-only Valorant League and the second annual edition. Presented by Rockstar Energy, we are moving on to Map 3 after an insanely competitive series so far.
Yeah, I mean, I've been at the edge of my seat basically this entire time. UCSD making it a game out of map 2 and even taking map number 1 as well, 13-10. This time around, it was Texas to get the best of them, 14-12, pushing that overtime as we do go into map number 3 of Lotus. And I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams clash on Lotus.
I mean, yeah, we do see a lot of Lotus throughout this league so far, and I feel okay. It's hard to say because really, I feel like I've seen it swing in North Texas's favor a lot, but that's because I've seen them play against teams that were not as well matched against them as UCSD has proven to be so far. We are seeing North Texas again start on defense, so maybe they are hoping to lock this one down for good. But it is shown time and time again that they cannot nearly get their intentions off that easy when UCSD has been putting in all of the work necessary.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like North Texas bringing in yet another kind of niche pick into yet another map. It's going to be the Fade this time around. A lot of the times you'll see the Gecko, maybe even a Sova come in on this map. Haven't seen a Fade quite since the first time that Lotus came out. That was kind of one of the more normal characters that we had seen a lot of the time, but you know, just kind of bringing that back. And I do really like the pick just in general, you know, having the Raze as well as the Breach. Those three agents have such a good synergy together that a lot of their utility can make for a day and a not fun day for
really
UCSD.
Openings. It looks like Ari is again knocking down Gecko.
Yeah. Is going to be that Gecko pick, probably just the Gecko specialist, as they say. We'll see how that works out for UCSD yet again. And a bit more of a conventional map for Gecko, so
for sure.
Definitely something that UCSD is going to be confident about going in.
It's a nice place to end at, especially because, again, they are starting on the offense.
And looks like we are going to be getting into it finally. This UCSD comp still a little bit different than what you might normally see. Obviously the Gecko not so much, but the Brimstone, something that not a normal pick, a smoke pick for the most part. You're normally going to see the Omen, maybe even an Astra here and there just because of the range that they can throw the smokes, but you know, just in general, UCSD doesn't seem to bother them too much. So
I mean, hey, we saw how well Rushi was able to do with Brim last map. Maybe it's gonna turn out the very same way this time.
Yeah, very possible. As 15 seconds left in this pre-round start, getting ready to see these barriers drop, and from the looks of things, it's gonna be UCSD maybe to get aggressive towards the A site, maybe a little bit of the A site, but even for North Texas, getting aggressive towards C Mountain, something that not a lot of teams do on the pistol. A lot of it's going to be the default towards A, trying to get aggressive up towards there. And as this time around, looks like Texas ready to maybe pounce on any info that comes in for B.
I feel like as much as North Texas is all right, already getting into it with a pretty hard flash there. Let's see, though, if North Texas makes an advantage of this push. It is looking like we are just moments away from an all-out gunfight. I stand corrected as UCSD does seem to pull back. North Texas as well, not being baited into pushing up here, although they are spreading out to cover both B and A site now. This is actually something I wanted to harp on, is that I know being as much as North Texas favors defense, being a 3-site map makes it a little bit harder to cover a map like Lotus, especially with UCSD being able to make these rotations like they are.
Oh, Lilac and Jelly teaming up to take down 2 in a spot where the corner not quite cleared, but Rucci is going to find a bit of a trade, maybe even going to try and shape up to find a second here with this frenzy, but no, the right click from Lilac, too good. Make it 3 for Lilac, as now it is going to be just this last fight from Hio to find onto Doggio, and just like that, North Texas setting the pace for this map.
All right, that is a pretty strong first round for North Texas. Again, pistols round, it's no biggie. It's the second round that sets a lot more of the pace.
Not wrong. Definitely not wrong. And if you're Texas, definitely going to be looking for some sort of help this time around. They do have a Bucky to work with, though. So something that we're going to have to be looking out for sure. And it might even be another play towards B made. That paranoia plus stun combo, very, very well developed by Texas. Maybe looking to see a couple more combos like that throughout this half, but as of now, it's going to be UCSD maybe trying to just make their way back towards A, and this timing, wow, just barely escapes Texas, but oh no, the knife is out so many times. It could have been bad, but now it is just going to be back towards A. As the Gecko Flash does come in, and a Bucky just on the other side, but the Classic will get some work done. Gonna get the trade down onto Bab, and the Bucky picked back up. UCSD maybe having a chance, but Jelly from the back does find a kill, and just like that.
Rotating Noah is also going to give a nice opportunity for Lucian and Sage to have this gunfight stare down. Sage doing a lot more damage, even though not being able to kill. There goes Jelly. Oh.
Nice nade, and just like that, Shroom with the Bucky putting in a lot of work in these smokes. Thought might be the death of these North Texas players, but oh my goodness, Ari with the mosh pit as well, gonna be able to deny the bomb defuse just a little bit longer, and a lot of shots missed. Just like that, Sage does find the kill. His bomb ticks down, just a little bit of time left to get that defuse.
It's close.
2.32.
Yeah. Like I said, every second can be an eternity, especially when it comes to that retake.
100%. Only about 45 seconds once that bomb gets planted to get that defuse in. The defuse taking about 7.5-ish.
Careful there.
So,
careful there.
You know, if you're not going to be able to get it in 7.5 seconds, might not be the best. Because obviously it will explode, and you don't want that if you are the defense.
Yeah. There's that Tremor ready and waiting.
Placing alarm bot.
Always doing a little bit of impact, but not quite enough value to really make the difference in the early part of this round here.
Oh, and the aggressiveness from Texas yet again, just a different part of the map. It is going to be the B site, and oh my goodness, escaping death is going to be Sage this time. Hopping away like a bunny rabbit, and a nice combo play to come through. Gonna try and find a couple of kills there, but none to be found. A lot of the flash utility is going to be used for North Texas, so these retakes might be a little more difficult, but it is just going to be Tina trying to play her life, trying to live for as long as possible.
Oh, here comes that Tremor. And the swing around, shutting down Tina without question. The spike now getting planted again. UCSD having a chance here, despite the fact they are down in the numbers game. They do still have a pretty strong coverage over this retake here. Although these swinging doors means anything could happen. Doggio taking out Lilac. That is a star player now down. Oh, Rucha taking Bab. Akio taking Doggio. Rucha taking Sage. Ari taking Akio. Trading back and forth all day, every day. UCSD coming out on top. Just barely winning out those trades.
Yeah,
now taking out round 3.
I thought for UCSD, if things got a little bit hairy there, they might have to consider the Thrasher being used by Ari, but at the end of the day, the guns reign supreme, just for being able to find the kills. And North Texas gonna have to finally have the buy round that they've been looking for here. A couple of Vandals, couple of Phantoms. There is a Bulldog in their midst, a little bit of an imposter of a gun, but at the end of the day, it's going to have to do.
UCSD and North Texas once again matched up so well in these early rounds. 2-1, I believe, actually a bit of a closer lead than these last two maps, as it was usually North Texas going up 3, so maybe this could go, this little bit of difference could bode well for UCSD.
Right here.
Monster on the loose, all right.
Here comes the Gecko. Actually gets 2 detainees. It's going to have to be Jelly to protect them. And protect them she might. Shroom is going to be 1 HP, but I don't think she realized that 2 players were detained. Not going to be able to capitalize on that fact. And just like that, UCSD has to make the run away back towards A, and it's going to be a free site for them.
That is all sorts of unfortunate that the Gecko ult was able to have such amount of value with so little impact in the end there, because Jelly was able to just completely shut down UCSD's push there. Though, now again, like you said, free site in A, gonna really have to force North Texas to make a full rotation across the entire map. Again, Lotus, it's just sometimes hard to protect sometimes.
Yeah, definitely true. And this bomb plant, gonna be a very different way that he would normally play at UCSD, but Tina trying to make it work is 3 to her name. Even having the nade to deny a little bit of that bomb defuse, gonna be able to get the kill with the grenade. And just like that, Project A, utility does not kill, and now Tina making sure that that is known, that is not the case.
That was certainly a nail-biter of a round for Tina to come and clutch up. Of course, Jelly, playing the same agent, already did so much value for her team. It's only right that Tina would be able to clutch that out at the end and taking 4 picks throughout that round.
Yeah, 100%. And in a round that, honestly, it looked like Texas had kind of a chokehold on it, especially when Jelly gets the 2 while protecting her team. Just kind of a disaster not being able to capitalize once you have that advantage. But at the end of the day, UCSD playing really, really well, making sure that they get a couple of these rounds online. And now the orbital strike as well online for Ruchi. We'll see how she might use this on this take, or maybe for the post plant.
Oh yeah. UCSD gonna have to slowly and surely decide where they want to go. I mean, again, there's 3 options here. It's very difficult for North Texas to perfectly cover all 3. Of course, they do have coverage on all 3, but again, it's just about seeing where the hole in that defense is. Again, those flashes coming out. They've definitely been favoring just looking at this C side, but again, that is where the most of North Texas is lying in wait. However, if they can gun them down, this might just be a much better game for them.
There's my buddy.
Alright, looks like Spike is indeed coming down in this little corner here of C.
There we go, the door
Right here.
was opened a little bit, so
Right here.
CSD might have to worry a little bit about this flank, but just like that, Texas not going to be moving in that direction. It's the mosh pit. Does come through, and Jelly has made her way up. Lilac as well to try and help out, and there's the orbital strike. Is going to maybe find a couple of kills, but no, nothing is found. The kills come in for North Texas instead, and UCSD do come out a loser in this round.
Yeah. Nice thrifty round there. North Texas coming out on top in a pretty decisive manner, even as close as it could have been with Brim maybe being able to clutch in a situation or 2 there, but at the end of the day, North Texas brings it up 3-2. Alright, let's see. How's this economy looking, Eli?
It's looking pretty bad from the side of UCSD. A couple of sheriffs have to come in, as well as a Stinger and a Bulldog or 2. It's going to be tough yet again for UCSD to try and make it work, but at the same time, they do have the ult advantage to raise rockets, as well as the breach thunder, or rolling thunder, there we go, and the lockdown as well.
Even guns aside though, North Texas was at full shield for their entire party, so it is going to be looking like, although the spike is going down B with most of UCSD unharmed, it is going to be a tough time to hold down this retake. This post plant is definitely going to be a little bit complex. They are in danger of being flanked right now, and it looks like a lot of North Texas is already on the case. Lilac gunning down Ruchi, Sage gunning down Tina, and it is already swinging away from UCSD. Even more so as Jelly takes out Shroom. The defuse is almost to halfway, and it's gonna go all the way.
There comes the defuse, and just like that, the final kill as well to come in for Lilac. And I mean, It could have been scary for Texas there. All these ultimates, the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown in particular, maybe even the Raise Rocket.
Oh, yeah.
All of those 3 of them, if you get them going in a very close, confined area like the B site here on Lotus, it can be pretty disastrous for any kind of retake. It doesn't really matter the guns, doesn't really matter the strength. You just kind of get corralled into one spot or just have a lack of being able to have some sort of space on these retakes. It kind of gets difficult, but at the end of the day, it does not come back to bite Texas in the butt.
I mean, I think from how they're positioning right now, though, it looks like they're going for a similar play in this round.
Yeah,
trying to take it to B-side and then shutting down the goals.
Yeah, Tina actually does get tagged just a little bit by that Rolling Thunder, or sorry, the Concuss. Kind of an interesting retake scenario now for Texas. A lot of utility used early, and Lilac, just like that, just walking out into the middle. The Rolling Thunder as well is going to bring a couple of new variables that Texas is going to have to worry about, and Rucci is going to find a kill. Jelly on a bit of a trade. Just like that, the Roomba maybe getting a little bit of value, but not too much, as all 3 players for UCSD just bunched up into B main, and Jelly looking to be the hero in this round, finding 3, the ult kill, the trade, but no, the one just has to stick it, but Dakio finds the kills, and just like that, UCSD denies the defuse, and Texas cannot withstand the aggression.
What a round. Again, every time North Texas looks like they are ramping up to run away, UCSD lassos them back in and just keeps it a close game every single time.
Yeah, and that's just such a great play there from Tina. I just want to point out with that showstopper, being able to have the awareness that, you know, there is a player right underneath you, but that's not the player that matters.
Oh, yeah.
The player that needs to die is on the bomb. And if you just go ahead and shoot that rocket at their feet, surely the kill will be confirmed, and sure enough, it was. Have to trade your life for it, but at the end of the day, it's a round 1, so
it turned out worth it.
Yeah.
You should run.
And obviously, you'd rather end the round not dead than dead. But hey,
yeah,
if the round's won, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Round 1 is
leading that objective.
Round 1. Round 1 is a crown 1. It's like Fall Guys. Ha 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 ha. Anyways, Rucci finding 2 yet again, maybe even 3 over there, but no, Sage does find that trade to Gecko Thrasher.
Sage taking quite a lot of damage in the process, though. It's going to not very bode well as North Texas is looking for this retake.
Oh my gosh, but Tina yet again, wow, finds the break onto the Killjoy ultimate, but just like that, Texas finds a way into this round. Finding 3 and then finding the flank as well. A round I did not think Texas really had a chance in.
Yeah, losing a lot of HP, but not a lot of trades, apparently.
Yeah. Especially when Rucci picks up 2 on the flank. I thought for sure that...
I thought it was a done deal.
Yeah. Just gonna kind of go run away with it, especially with that lockdown coming in, and Tina kind of being yet again a difference maker there, or was going to try and be a difference maker there and just break the Killjoy ultimate, but just like that, not really able to do too much as just instantly gets gunned down for her efforts. Now, the aggression over towards A does start up a little bit. Maybe the first time that we've seen Texas make a change, have been making plays towards C Mound as well as B main, but now this time around, it's just going to be towards A. One player pushed up all the way to that little cubby with the boxes.
I got it.
Right there.
Now, just slowly and methodically trying to work this map. UCSD is.
Yeah.
Lilac going to be the first line of defense. A little bit of utility here. Try and make things work. It's the Molotovs, the Nano Swarms rather.
slow and steady is more than enough to win the race, but it looks like we are off to the races indeed, as the action is really starting up now. B site always ends up being such a bloodbath for what is such a closed-off space. Even so, Lilac managed to get the first blood gunning down Tina, and it's always a matter of time until that more people start to follow suit. Just firing away into that smoke, spraying and praying, not being able to pick up many, as Jelly gets 3 kills in a row. And that DP is looking more and more like a done deal, and it is. Oh, leaving the halfway for someone else, no harm in that.
Bring in that Rolling Thunder, the ult economy, looking a little bit up, on the up and up, as some would say, the children would say, I would say.
They can run.
The children would say. I guess I'm not a child.
Hip with the kids. So.
I am pretty hip with the kids, but timeout does come in. Just like that, I mean, definitely going to be needed for UCSD here as they go into these next couple of rounds. The economy, obviously not quite in the hands. Yeah, it is definitely looking rough. Trying to make something happen, make something work, as these post plans seem to kind of be on the right track a lot of these times, and just Texas finding random ways to just all of a sudden, 4 dead, and just take the round.
Yeah, so many rounds where it seemed like a done deal. Again, that flank situation was especially one. Where they took out 2 in the beginning and then just got completely wiped right after. It seems like, again, North Texas just completely flipping situations on its head one after another, leading us to, I believe, currently a 6-3 lead for North Texas. So there's still quite an ample amount of time before we can really say if they've run away with it. And obviously there is still a whole other half left to go. But, I mean, this timeout's definitely necessary because UCSD is falling behind faster and faster than they have in any map before. So
yeah, and I think one of the things that is pretty not necessarily apparent, but Lotus just as a map as a whole, you are going to find more rounds on the offensive side a lot of the time. It is a little bit more balanced since the changes were made, but still Lotus, I mean, just going to be pretty offensive heavy.
Yeah, I was referencing that before, that a 3-site map, especially with those revolving doors, is going to make it a really hard time to just constantly defend all 3.
Yeah.
I feel like a mile of it might be that UCSD just keeps defaulting to B side these last few rounds, and sometimes alternating to C. But it's just a matter of when they end up in B, it is just such a close quarter space that it is, again, like fish in a barrel if you are on the defense.
Definitely true. Some of these sites, I mean, the ultimates that UCSD does have online, the Brimstone Orbital Strike, is something that is going to be better for when you are closer range.
Absolutely.
Trying to make it so, wow, but Sage making an aggressive play towards B main, is solo clearing, and just like that, the first blood is found for Texas. Guy not going to pick up too much info after that. Now, UCSD might feel that they're pressured to have to go towards C here. Just one player in Lilac to try and defend, but no, the Rolling Thunder does come in as well as the Orbital Strike. And it looks like, wow, Ruchi and Ari do find a couple of kills. The double fight was supposed to try and help Lilac on this site, but this time around, not really going to be the case, as Lilac has to find some sort of value, but Tina will put her down, makes it a 4v2. A couple of these players for UCSD, though, going to be pretty weak.
Yeah, and I mean, we have seen North Texas swing situations just like this several times in this map alone.
Yeah, and just both players now, Keo and Jelly, going to have to find a couple of these kills. Might be able to, but the lineup not going to amount to any kills, as Ari as well as Tina both fall, and now both players over towards Mound. The HP low for a couple of these, and Jelly comes away with 3, make it 4! And that's going to be the round for Texas yet again in a scenario that they probably should never win.
What did I just say? Swinging worse odds just a couple rounds ago. Now, once again, managing to do the very same.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Texas maybe just putting their foot down, making sure that UCSD does not run away with this map. I mean, we look at Jelly's scoreline right now, 22-6. Absolutely disgusting to have. I mean, that's just more kills than the top 3 players over on UCSD. Combined, yeah. 1 less than the top 4.
Yeah. That is tough.
That
It's
is
becoming
indeed
a tough sell to see if UCSD is going to find a lifeline here. But again, we saw them come back from a 9-3 lead. But again, I just feel like that's a little 9-3 deficit on Ascent and 9-3 deficit going into defense on Lotus are two very different things.
100% they are, and feel and just in general, just how strong each side can be. It is a very different beast.
Yeah.
UCSD making their way back towards C. It's been the site they've been able to get the bomb plan on, as well as get the advantage on quite a bit. But overall, not finding the round win, so gonna have to see if they can turn that around as the hit does come in. The execution looking just a little too solid. Obviously, no players to be found through it, but the spam through the smokes puts Tina on 1 HP. And oh, maybe the flank does find something, but yet again, it's Jelly to find that first blood and maybe wants to find some more. And she just does find more. Akio to find 2. Dogio, 2 shots, 2 kills. And now Jelly has to make something work, but it's actually Lilac from the site. Finds the kill, and just like that, Texas yet again finding a couple more.
Dogio is so close to at least taking one more pick, but just kind of gets blindsided there.
Yeah, 100%. Just kind of tough when you have the most aggressive player in the lobby sprinting at you from behind, and just having her teammates being able to support her from the site itself. And in a 1v3, when you're 1 HP with a Sheriff, good luck. Good luck.
I mean, if this is going anything like it's been, it looks like North Texas could take their 5th round in a row again, going into swap at 9-3. And as I just discussed, on Ascent, that's one thing, but the fact is that North Texas will be switching into offense on Lotus, and that's just going to be a tough momentum for UCSD to stop.
100% the case is UCSD do have a couple of big-time ultimates at Thrasher, as well as the Rolling Thunder yet again online this half, trying to make something happen. As this is the last round of the half, all of these ultimates will be gone, as well as the money, the economy, the utility will not be saved over into the next round as we go to the 13th. But now just the burden on Texas. It's going to be on Sage trying to make something happen. Over towards A, has to kind of play her life, but now has a couple of teammates here to play with. As now the run-up does come in, a nice info gather for, but the rocket launcher, Jelly finds yet another kill. Tina to get the spam through, and the run through also does not work out for Akio and Sage. Now North Texas 2v4 UCSD. Now you just got to be asking yourself, can they hold this site?
Yeah, they had to make the split decision of whether to break for B or move it in, all the way into A, and A they chose, but North Texas is already right on the case for this retake. It looks like they had it read, even though UCSD was able to make this plant. They are very low health, so this is going to be a very tough post plant for them to play.
Yeah, I mean, they do have this showstopper, though. Yeah, as soon as the bomb does get tapped, that is going to be the kill. The trade, though, from Lilac, and just like that, Bab finds the other player in Ari over towards Store. Now just Ruchi has no more Molotovs to work with, already used hers. And it's going to be Bab, maybe going to be able to find the timing just slowly, just surely. The shots, though, miss instantly. This fight has to be found, and the knife out for Bab will not be enough.
Yeah. Well, that was tough, because, I mean, bringing it to 8-4 is exactly what UCSD needed. Not necessarily going to be enough to actually start swinging this all the way in their favor. But the fact was, again, just time had ticked down a little bit too far, so even that 1v1 itself was maintaining that 1v1 at all was enough to distract from getting that spike defused. Yeah,
100%. And I mean, just the rotating door, Ruchi kind of using it as a shield to be able to buy the time. Just very, very well played by her. As now, we are going to go into the 13th. 8-4 is the score line, and UCSD has yet another task at hand, trying to overcome this 4-round deficit, and it all starts at this pistol. Can they start the comeback?
Shadows traveling.
Get started. North Texas kind of working the B and C side of the map, completely giving up the A side, and just like that, Akio to pick up that first blood, but three players already back on the site for UCSD, and a couple of kills to go their way. Tina and Ruchi are going to be, I mean, it's just a trade fest on the site. Now just a 2v1, all up to Shroom.
I mean, yeah, this pistols round is already looking tough as North Texas goes right through B, making their way to A. And again, UCSD definitely already, I should say, does she have the read? And she does. Just a matter of avoiding capture. Over there.
Yeah, as the sound cue does activate now. Might just have to try and make some sort of quick move towards the site. All she has on her side is timing. The man advantage not in her favor. The 1v2 is going to be quite difficult, but actually Bab starts to run out into jump shot, but lands in the fast head tap.
Oh, yeah.
Does come through.
Bringing it up 9 and 4. A little bit closer to what they were looking for. North Texas, like I said, inching just slowly but surely.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, Texas going to be buying up those Bulldogs, a Stinger as well, just trying to make it so UCSD will not have a shot in this round. Just a shorty on the side of UCSD as well.
Here.
So here we go. Texas bringing a little bit of aggression towards C. UCSD not going to be deterred in the slightest, just kind of waiting and hoping that this play will be back towards B. At the end of the day, the rotate just slightly coming in for UCSD. Going to have one, maybe two players over towards this site as the hit does come in. All 5 players for Texas assuredly going to be sprinting in through these choke points as the smoke does come down. There it is. That's the push to come through. The Bulldog does find the first blood. Akio going to be credited for that kill as the walk into the smoke does occur for Ruchi, trying to make something happen. Both these players, though, are ready for a play like this. Lilac with one, the other goes to Bab, and just like that, UCSD down to 2 players. The Stinger not quite going to get those kills. And now, it is just going to be a 1v5.
Yeah. Not a lot of a lifeline left here for UCSD Navy. In fact, Tina kind of just sitting there doing all she can, which is a hope for the... and yeah, it looks like the time just ticks down more and more. Tina just kind of maybe hoping to take a pick here. There's one. Yeah, I was like kind of just hoping they just walk right into her hands, because at this point, North Texas was waiting to do the very same thing, or to take that last pick. All right, kind of just giving Tina 2 kills about the end there. That's going to help USD's economy at least.
Yeah, going in to these next couple of rounds, gonna be back on UCSD. Has to make something happen. Now finally having the firepower to do it. There's a couple of Phantoms, a couple of Vandals do come online. The offense, it looks like it's gonna be aggressive back towards B. These weaker weapons definitely love a shorter range. So that is what they are gonna go for, as the Fade Dog does try and clear a little bit of a way over towards the site. The Molly is going to delay just slightly. Ruchi have some good utility here. Attempt to break through, and it actually looks like it's going to be prepping towards a B split. That concuss is going to come through. The nice dog as well, trying to make it go fast. The turret to get broken instantly. Jelly, well, flying through the air. Sage with the kill. Just like that, the site will fall. Texas with the advantage, and now the retake is going to have to come through. The nice flash as well. And another kill from Jelly as well. The kills start to get traded back.
Yeah. I don't know if those trades are going to be enough, and they're certainly too late, if not also too little, as this is just taking down more and more. North Texas peeling back a little bit, baiting UCSD into that just closed, tight area. because what else can they really do if not try and move for this defuse right now?
Blinding.
Yeah, the kills do come in. The tap does come in, but no hold will be found as Ari, the last player standing, and she cannot get it done. North Texas to find the bonus to what assuredly might be the beginning of the end here for UCSD in this series.
It was looking so up for them for so long, but it is just the fact that North Texas is 1 point away from match point. 1 round away.
Boss coming back.
Yeah, 11-4. Things are looking rough. Full shield on all of North Texas and only 2 for UCSD. It could just be a gun diff coming up.
100% is looking to be the case. As Texas trying to make it look as though it is the same sort of idea as the last round. That Fade Dog instantly looking to clear up a little bit of space towards B, as a lot of the players here are trying to make their way towards C. Their hit looks like it's getting ready to come in. That nade trying to destroy a little bit, and here comes the party. The showstopper does come in, maybe about to find something, but nothing is found, as this close corner might not get cleared. It does, though, actually get seen by Tina, but Shroom does come out on top. Akio with the trade. Doggio on the other side of the map does find a kill over towards B, but Hardy with the judge might be able to find the kill, and find as she does. Just 2 players left here for Texas to try and defend this spike.
Not to mention not full health on both of them. This is going to be a tough post plan, especially as that blind coming up on Bab. He's going to have to delay any chance she wants to run in.
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, Ari again with another headbang.
Oh, but Sage trying to make something happen, but no, Doggio will end out the round. UCSD putting a little bit more life back into them. A couple of ults now, big time ults to come in.
I mean, Sage had definitely done the best they could, but on 1 HP at that point, there was not a lot they could have done to fully close out that round. But I mean, I'm sure that North Texas is still not really sweating at this point, given that the 11-5 deficit does still exist.
And it looks like Texas might switch things up just a little bit. Haven't been really getting aggressive towards this A side of the map too much. As now 3 players primed up and ready. A little bit of utility as well. The early smoke is going to come in. The nade, the concuss, going to delay slightly, but only slightly, as now the confirmation does come in. Texas might still want a little piece of this space, as yet another smoke committed. The ping's also coming in. They definitely want to try and fight this area of the map. They want to deny it from UCSD. And little do they know, they are going to have this space for free, as UCSD has decided to get out of Dodge, just try and get out of the area altogether.
I mean, yeah, clearing the way this late in the round is going to, or this late in the map might be, again, like you said, not only the beginning of the end, but just the end of the end for UCSD, as North Texas had a pretty clear path to either C or A at this point. The way UCSD is kind of just peeled back a little bit, and it's covering those hallways a little less closely. Yeah, it does look like North Texas is making that rotate to C.
30 seconds left.
And it's going to come in pretty quickly as well. This lurk, so good from Lilac, is maybe slipping in a little bit, breaking a little bit of utility as well, but the smokes maybe to come in here soon. Lilac, though, is going to find a kill before that does occur. Shroom going to be 1 player towards CT. Might have liked to see a swing from her, but at the end of the day, not going to be the case. As Doggio in B main finds a kill, and this fight is going to be taken to the flank. It's 2 players getting ready to open this door, and that's when the chaos will ensue. The Rolling Thunder also in the hands of Doggio, and letting it rip. She will. A little bit of fights do start now. A nice help there from Lilac, but Tina does find 2, maybe even 3, but no, Ari with the help. UCSD finds the round.
UCSD again starting what could be a very slow and steady comeback, as they are now on 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story that we saw back on Ascent. Was the early rounds for Texas, but all of a sudden UCSD just finding their footing and transforming it into a couple of rounds.
Oh, yeah.
It's now, yeah, a couple of old fully bought out. Their economy won't have to worry about it in the slightest for a while.
Meanwhile, North Texas is a bit on the back foot in that regard.
100%, and UCSD does not want to let up on the aggression. Jelly, though, ends up double satcheling over back into the back hallway and finally finds a death for her aggression as Texas rather, is going to be finally putting an end to that aggression.
Yeah, we have to see what exactly their strategy is going to be to do so, as Shroom is already gunning down Lilac, one of their best aggressive players so far. And now leaving North Texas with only 3 players left. They are going to start moving in. Kind of just trying to check the B side at this point, but you know, you just kind of have to wait for that smoke to clear just a little bit.
Yeah, the B hit does start to come in for Texas. These lower guns definitely do love to work around here in smoke as well. But Tina, long range, is going to, oh my gosh, what a quick kill here from Makio. Picking up the Vandal, but that will not matter. Ari through the smoke finds the headshot.
Yeah. That is rough. I feel like that's like 1 in 100.
Yeah, 100% it is, yeah.
All right, you know, North Texas 3 in a row, UCSD 3 in a row. We have seen them go on longer streaks before, and we do know right in front of our eyes that their economy is just on the up and not really a worry in the back of their mind right now. Meanwhile, North Texas is finally catching up in that regard and still up 11-7.
Yeah, and as we go into this next round, it's just going to be UCSD getting aggressive yet again over towards A. Oh my goodness, but Texas does not care the aggression. They want to show it themselves. It's getting right up towards C, trying to make it just a little uncomfortable for Shroom here, the C player. Even comes in. The fade ult. Oh, but there's Yeoman ult as well. The teleport does clear out a little bit of the site, but at the end of the day, oh wow, Lilac to find the kill pretty quick on that trigger. As now it assuredly is going to be that C hit, and yeah, there comes the taunt as well as hit does come in, and yeah, here's Jelly. Thought she was going to go a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah. She was definitely throwing everything and the kitchen sink out there to make sure that they could secure this C side, now causing UCSD to necessarily take this retake. They do have 2 ults on deck, but it looks like one player might already be on their way out, nearly to 1 HP at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like UCSD doesn't want to quite give up on this round. The Thrasher committed Bab to kill Shroom here, and looks like Jelly might be caught a little bit in a rock between a hard place, but no, finds the way out and finds both kills with it. And just like that, it's going to be a series point back towards Texas.
Only 12-7. It is looking rough if UCSD wanted to bring this back in the way that they did last time. Even overtime seems a little out of reach.
Yeah, and this
timeouts aren't.
Yeah, definitely going to be needed for UCSD. Just trying to see what kind of strategy they can bring in. They have to try and find the momentum and get right back into it. 5 rounds in a row. That is the benchmark right now for them to try and pass this series.
And funnily enough, we saw them do just that last map. It's more so just the problem that was a very different scenario than this is right now.
100%, yeah. And with Texas, it feels like they kind of have their footing now. A lot of the time, you know, it wasn't like Ascent where they won the pistol and then lost the second round right after and just kind of let UCSD right back into it. You know, they've been winning a couple of rounds. They've been keeping up on their on their side of the map, just being able to find the kills, find the rounds. And in the rounds that they do end up losing, I think they have like an idea of what went wrong, what they want to do differently, and in the next rounds, that's what they correct.
Yeah, it's kept a very competitive game, but there's no doubt that they're certainly taking all of that information and putting it into a winning strategy. I mean, 29-13, 22-9. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's just been Jelly and Lilac a lot through this tournament in general, just kind of being that backbone for Texas, showing how big it can be. Texas, I mean, everything's bigger in Texas, so
that is
got to make a
very
bigger
much known
line,
to
right?
be true.
Bring them down.
And apparently so is their scoreboards.
That is true. That is very true. Also, high school football fields, very large.
Yeah.
Very high end also. Anyways, that aside, is going to be on Texas yet again a lot. Oh, yeah, the lockdown committed even quite early in this round, maybe trying to pull a couple of rotates as the bomb not quite towards C. And Lilac even being a little bit of a distraction herself. Tina, as well as Ari, get detained. And it looks like the fake may have worked out just enough. Only one player over towards A. The Rolling Thunder even committed, but Rucci finds Lilac on the rotate. The orbital strike may be used a little prematurely, but at the end of the day, can't really fault too hard. Because now it's going to be on Texas. Tries to make something happen. The lockdown to come through as well, and this could be the end of the beginning. Oh my goodness, but Jelly is going to find two on her ult and be able to escape. Oh, actually not able to escape the ultimate. And just like that, Doggio with 3. Finding a way back into the round. The lockdown just a little bit too good.
Yeah, Doggio locking down the opposing team. What's up?
What?
Oh, I just said, yeah, Doggio locking down the opposing team. Exactly the kind of swing and momentum that they needed. Bringing this to 12-8. Still, though, not really looking like going to be able to make a dramatic play that they really need to stop North Texas from taking out this next round.
Yeah, 100% with that round, though. I do want to point out Jelly over 30 now, 31 and 14. Quite a big performance out of her, and just trying to make it work.
Plus with 9 assists on top of that.
Yeah, definitely goes to show the kind of impact that she has in a lot of these maps overall. Because now the bomb left a little bit back in spawn. Nobody to pick it up quite yet. And the aggression, this is going to be really fast. Just trying to make something happen. And Tina is going to find that first blood, but nothing more. Off of that, the grenade might have been a kill, but no. The average shock will get things done. Bab forced to have to make some sort of play. Tina to end her life.
I was wondering what exactly kind of play Bab could have done to really just pull that situation back from the brink, but it's looking like not much, as North Texas is kind of just hanging back. Again, not really wanting to forfeit information too soon, especially considering how much they are on the back foot right now, despite being up in the map. All right, they're going to slowly creep up through C.
Oh yeah, the paranoia just off a little bit. Doggio to pick up 2. Just like that, a 1v5 now for Akio. Has to make work in such a difficult situation. 35 seconds left on the clock. The bomb in hand, but, I mean, where do you go from here? The save likely to be the most profitable outcome of this situation.
We know that we, through the observer, can say that there would be a way to cut through mid and make it to that open C site, but the thing is that they would just get immediately pincered from the 2 and B and the 2 near spawn.
10 seconds left.
So it really is just no easy answer for what Akio is supposed to do here, especially because every single member wants them to come out. They want to take that HP.
Yeah, 100%, but that smoke might force her to have to do something a little wild. Yeah, they're running the smoke. Doggio does end up finding the kill.
4 in that game. If I am not mistaken. Now 12-9 again.
Oh,
maybe if they get that 5 in a row.
Definitely looking possible, especially with the save right here for Texas. The economy not going to be quite on par with what UCSD has. Even if we do end up going to a 12-11, for example, a save here is going to force you onto a pretty bad bye on that last round. I would have liked to maybe see a bit more of a force here than save the next and then go into a full bye for the last round. But as played, it is going to be a lighter bye, a couple of sheriffs and stingers to go along. I mean, with this B site, guns like this definitely definitely bring potential to have a round win.
Yeah, once again, like we've seen so many times throughout this map, they are going right for the B side. Firing off left and right. Aria, Ruchi, and Shroom all taking picks.
Actually does come up with a kill, and now it's just going to be all on Lilac. Yeah, again, it feels like the bomb not quite yet planted and does actually pick up a Vandal. Only 6 shots to make something happen, but I mean, the awareness from UCSD does find her out. Now it's going to be a timeout called for Texas, and definitely going to be needing that after those couple of rounds, definitely going in the hands of UCSD in pretty dominant fashion.
What was it? I believe 3 in a row now?
Yeah, 3 in a row.
And they needed 5 to really round that out. And it's looking like they're getting closer and closer now at a 12-10 deficit, only 2 games. Like they've done every single time for this series here, they have just been keeping in it no matter how bad the odds look.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, just UCSD, they definitely look like they have the potential to go and win this map.
Oh, yeah.
If they keep up this pace, especially with the economy being the way it is for Texas, like we were talking about in that last round, they are going to be, just kind of on the back foot. This next round is really going to be the last full gun round that they have before the next round. I mean, the next round, they might have like a little bit of money left over, but it's not going to be quite to the same caliber as they are going to be having into this next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why it's going to be very exciting to see where these next rounds go as we get right back into it already. North Texas, again, still narrowly on match point with UCSD doing everything in their arsenal to prevent that from ever happening.
Yeah, 100%. Looking to see how Texas will use this round. There's not even really any ults, big-time ults, going to be close to being online. Oh, but UCSD getting pretty aggressive towards B, and 2 players looking to try and take in the aggression. Akio and Lilac going to be on the front. Actually, a pinch over towards the B site. They do find Doggio as well. As actually don't find quite anything else, but a nice idea there, trying to pinch the player over towards the B side. Nice cut of noise as well.
Carrying that spike all the way pretty much back to spawn before sending out a few just little, sending out the Prowler in her place, trying to get a check around the corner whenever they can. But thankfully for them, they do still have the full roster, whereas UCSD is down to 4.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be the post plant to have to come in for Texas. This is where they've been needing to find the rounds. Yeah, again, it's going to be a big fight back towards the rotating door.
Big
Jelly.
Oh. Yeah, big fight is almost an understatement, as North Texas does have their full roster on deck, and UCSD Navy has come back from about as worse before. But it looks like this might be the very end of it after all, as Lilac gives a game-ending kill to Tina.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. Texas does come out on top 2-1 in a pretty grueling match.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely one that is going to be stinging for UCSD here for a while. And I mean, obviously it's going to be pretty impactful for this next series that is going to come up. It is going to be UCSD falling to the losers finals, having to play Waterloo that they had just played yesterday.
That's what I just wanted to mention. We just saw UCSD play Waterloo yesterday, and now they are just having to play NT today, and they are going to again follow right back into a rematch with Waterloo. And again, we could see the match we just saw play out in Grants again of North Texas versus UCSD, but again, that will all depend on this next upcoming match.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, congratulations to Texas. They are going to be moving on to the grand finals. That will be tomorrow at 2 p.m. As for now, we are going to be going to a break here soon. So just go ahead and stick around. But for now,
Welcome back, everybody, to GCU Esports Purple Rain, presented by Rockstar. Of course, we could not be doing this without them. They did contribute the massive prize pool that is at the end of this here playoffs. It is that, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Absolutely.
And we are getting pretty close to the end of that rainbow. We're about to have a losers finals for you, which, of course, will be the second to last match we even have in this playoffs until Grands.
Yeah, and I mean, looking forward to this next matchup. It is going to be a rematch from yesterday, Waterloo versus UCSD. And yesterday, we did see UCSD get the best of Waterloo, despite a very big comeback that might have happened for Waterloo on that first map of Lotus. But in the end, it was UCSD to just finish things out 2-0. Looking to see if UCSD has enough in the tank to maybe try and repeat that scoreline.
Yeah. They definitely might have it in them. It's just a matter of fact of bracket stamina, really. We've discussed this earlier in the stream, if you're just tuning in now, that because they are coming hot off the heels of playing that winners finals set, UCSD might be exhausted having to now play losers finals against this team, even if they just beat them.
Yeah, 100%. And also looking at the path from Waterloo to have to get here, had to go through GCU and then Carleton. So this will be also their third best of 3 that they've had to play today. So maybe a little bit of fatigue there as well for both teams just in general. Obviously, on the side of UCSD, I'd kind of weigh that fatigue a little bit more, especially coming off the brink of a 3-map best of 3 against a really tough opponent in Texas. Just coming off of that and opposed to coming through a loser's bracket where you just kind of play through, an 8 seed, a 4 seed, just in general. So
it is good to remind you, though, that is the matchup that is guaranteed to be waiting at the end of Grand Finals is North Texas. They have been undefeated for the entirety of this league, and that is now kept up all the way to Grands. And so Waterloo versus UCSD will be up to decide who will get to rematch against North Texas here.
Yeah, and obviously we have not seen the matchup. I don't think we've seen Waterloo versus Texas. If we have, I just don't remember it. So obviously if they do end up playing, then that could be a pretty interesting take, just being able to see 2 really good teams that haven't played before playing a best of 5 setting. But on the flip side, having UCSD go ahead and win through this map would be really, really awesome to see that rematch go through and see if UCSD can actually find a win through the best of 5 this time around. So just in general, being able to see UCSD and see if the fatigue does take advantage of them here for Waterloo.
Yeah, that is going to be a very heavy factor. Even though they just beat them, there's no real guarantee that is going to play out again. So it is going to be an exciting set for sure, especially because of how close that series was last time.
Yeah, and as we look back at the series from yesterday that Waterloo and UCSD did play, obviously we talked about Lotus a little bit, and I think one of the top players that was playing for Waterloo was Top Brooklyn, playing that Raze entry frag. I believe she had 29 or 30. It was one of the two. I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but just playing out of her mind, just bringing her team back from the brink of what was initially looking to be a 13-6, ending up forcing overtime just in general. So looking to see how she plays today.
Yeah, who are really the MVPs you'd say of UCSD coming off of this last series that we just watched?
For the last series, definitely going to have to be putting it on Tina, as well as Ruchi. She played out of her mind, that Brimstone pick through and through on all 3 maps, even when the Brimstone isn't quite the most optimal pick in most of these scenarios, but overall, just being able to come in and use such, kind of a niche character, just being able to, or I shouldn't even say it's a niche character, because Brimstone's honestly pretty good.
For that map, though.
Yeah, for a couple of those maps, and just being able to come in and just play Brimstone like, she's meta. So just being able to do that and kind of show off the clutch abilities that she had as well throughout a couple of those past maps.
Yeah, we saw that back and forth a little bit, where there was a lot of actually semi-unconventional picks in that match between University of Northern Texas and UCSD, and so it's very interesting to see how that matches up against Waterloo. Does Waterloo tend to play a more standard
They get a little aggressive. It's kind of the same idea with how UCSD and Texas would play. They just want to kind of get in the faces of their opponent. And just in general, just play we're not necessarily conventionally, but not unconventionally. You know what I'm picking up what I'm putting down just a little bit. Just trying not to be predictable, I think, is just the name of the game. And I think of the 3 teams that are currently still in the bracket, that being UCSD, Waterloo, and Texas, they are definitely going to be the teams to never be predictable.
I mean, yeah, they've gotten this far with the level of unpredictability and aggression, and that's going to be the thing that takes them all the way. I mean, it is pretty much the name of the game with Purple Rain so far is it's those teams that play hard and fast that end up making it to the grands.
Yeah, and one more person that I did want to point out for Waterloo, I think Onat and Meyer, pretty good initiator just in general, being able to pick up her team, give her team opportunities to make some plays as well as make plays herself, being able to use some of that breach utility that she had on Lotus yesterday and just being able to capitalize off the flashes, off the concusses, even if there wasn't going to be a player to go ahead and swing off those different individual pieces of utility. But we do have our matchup here, our matchup screen here in a second to come up. It is going to be that repeat losers finals. As we do look for Waterloo, it's going to be Cassie, Top Brooklyn, Pookie, Wookie Bear, Onat Admirer, and Jiyoung. And then for UCSD, it's going to be Lena, Ruchi, Shroom, Tina, and Doggio. Might be Ari coming in. It is going to be Ari coming in, actually, instead of Lena, like we saw in the last series.
And yeah, a lot of these names are definitely familiar to you folks who have been watching through Purple Rain since the first week, and we are going to be seeing Ascent for the first map, so it is definitely going to be standard all the way of just classic Valorant.
Yeah.
UCSD will be also attacking first, so I mean, it's kind of a position we just saw them playing a lot of, so it's going to be interesting to see how they keep up that momentum despite having to play all day at this point.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that is kind of interesting when you go from series to series. When you play the same map over, obviously it didn't quite work out for UCSD this time around. For when they were playing Texas on Ascent, they ended up losing that map, obviously, as we just saw. But when they go into the next map, they can kind of take from that map and see, okay, what did we do wrong? What do we need to do to not let that happen again? And as they go into this map, I think they're definitely a capable team of being able to do that. And just in general, just try and show off how Waterloo won't be able to bully them in, just trying to be like, oh, we're playing Ascent again. Didn't you just lose? Kind of idea. So
I do have a feeling that we're probably going to see another pretty close set, or pretty close series, I should say, because of not only how they played last time, but just the advantage that UCSD has on them from being able to beat them before, as again, like you said, just as much counteracted by the fact of there's a lot to be said against them right now. If they've already been playing all day, they might have just lost on some of these matches. And again, who's to say that Waterloo wasn't tuning in and just studying that whole time?
Yeah.
Or just practicing even.
Right.
Whatever it takes to stay warm.
It's true. Also, one of the things is they played this map yesterday in that map too. UCSD, I believe, took it 13-4 or 13-5, just kind of overall being a dominant force in that sense. So maybe seeing if they can try and rinse and repeat as well in that sense. And also just kind of, because they know how each other play, they know kind of what to expect. But also could be on the flip side, could be Waterloo saying, hey, we've seen your tricks. We played against your tricks. Now we have some answers to your tricks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Waterloo could have answers, but again, like you said, there's just as much likelihood that if UCSD can set the tone in this first map, maybe they can just take it home with a 2-0 and not have to bother about playing 6 games of Valorant straight.
Right, 100%. And that could be something that might be the difference maker for for Waterloo rather. If they can even force this map 3, they've had about a series break so far. Just being able to just fully watch the winners final and just see how that had panned out, and just being able to come in slightly fresh, obviously not fully fresh because 2 best of 3s can be a lot, but just being able to come in and be like, okay, we're good. We can just come in, play our game, make sure we don't get caught up in what UCSD wants to do.
Yeah, and I do think as much as as all of that has been a factor again, especially for UCSD with their Rockstar. I think that this break that we just had for the stream of between those matches will be a lot of time for them to also go take that breather, recuperate. It's like a really long halftime.
Yeah, basically is. Yeah, just being able to go in to the next or this map just kind of more confident in themselves and just being, especially when the last map isn't gonna be super. What's the word? One-sided. I think that would have been super detrimental if Lotus just turned out to be just an absolute stomp for Texas, maybe like a 13-3 or a 13-4, and UCSD just has to come in now and after a map like that, and just kind of pick up the work and just go right back to work, back to the factory. Why not?
They've got the consolation that pretty much every map that they've played today has been very close, and against a team that they were essentially swinging up against, because that was the undefeated team. So assuming that they know that they now have the stuff that it takes to play that close with that team, maybe they are probably pretty confident going into the team they already built. Obviously you want to make sure that overconfidence doesn't act to your detriment, but the best case scenario for UCSD would be they take a clean win here and then go back to studying up for tomorrow in Grands.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we are, or I say obviously, but obviously you guys want to know it, but we are going to go into our agent select here finally as we go into Ascent. It is going to be UCSD against Waterloo yet again. And now it's just going to be those same compositions that we have seen before. UCSD with the Phoenix pick, and it's probably going to be Ari actually this time around. Going to be picking up the Gecko. One thing that was different yesterday was there was no Gecko. It was just the double duelist Jet Phoenix. Oh, actually, Ari maybe going to pick up that Jet instead. Maybe.
Yeah, Ari we've seen play Gecko almost exclusively today.
Yeah, 100%. To see her maybe change her ways slightly. Move over to that Jet. Just to see how it works out.
A funny way of putting it, but not entirely inaccurate.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it does get locked in. So now UCSD not looking as different, I suppose, in this team comp. This is kind of their staple most of the time. The Phoenix, Jet, Brimstone, Sova, and Killjoy, just in general. So just overall, going to be on Waterloo to see what they can maybe counter and how they might be able to find the round, or just find a couple of round wins.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I haven't seen Waterloo play in a good bit, so. And I've also haven't commentated at USD as much this season as compared to how I did last Purple Rain. So I'm excited to see both of these teams that I'm perhaps a little bit less familiar with get to fully match up into one another.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely going to be looking to be a fun matchup at that. It's now finally going to be getting into this game. Waterloo is going to be that normal comp that we see a lot of the time over here over on Ascent. Killjoy, Sova, Jet, Omen, KO. It's just kind of the standard.
Of course, not so much that you can assess right at the very, very round start that we haven't already said, because, you know, there's not a lot to set the pace yet. If anything, this is the round that will set the pace. And so, again, I do think that UCSD probably understands how important it is that they come in swinging on the offense.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to set the tone early and make sure that Waterloo knows that this is how they want to play. This is how they want the map to kind of go, as Waterloo making a bit of an interesting play towards B main, having the Jet on that off angle, the turret there to pick up a little bit of contact. The double swing does come in, and TSD might actually know about the aggression over towards B, might think that there's a necessity to make a move towards A, but the rotate is coming in. The extra player to move over is 4. Do end up heading towards A in really slow fashion. As the site does fall, and UCSD is going to pick up a free bomb plant. 5v5 retake to come through, and a really, really late lurk here for Shroom.
Yeah, UCSD already on the case. Oh!
Oh, Jiyoung.
Wow.
It's going to be the one to come out on top. Does give a lot of damage over towards Waterloo, though, and now 2 players, just 1 HP over for Waterloo.
I mean, yeah, Shroom unloaded in his Jiyoung, and Jiyoung happened to take the headbang first.
Yeah, 100%. Tina, though, is going to find a couple of kills. Pookie, Wookie Bear, and Cass going to be finding the kills as well. Is now 3v2, but 2 of these players on 1 HP. The bomb on 1 HP as well. The volley lineup going to pick up a kill, and now both players just 1 shot to the body as the time starts ticking down. It is halfway, though. Might be able to get the defuse out, and the spam does not come through. 0.5 seconds for that defuse, and Jiyoung is going to find the win on this round.
Yeah, very well played smoke. As he apparently just had to basically she had to fire like right into just spray wherever it could go, and just happened to not be able to land it.
Yeah, definitely well played there. That Omen smoke being the clutch factor, as well as, I don't believe I remember, I think it might have been Pookie Wookie Bear that stuck it all the way to half through the Brimstone Molly. So just being able to have that awareness to know that's what you have to do to win that round, definitely going to be the difference maker.
I had that little thought in my mind. I was like, wait, is it half already? Because it's not. This round is over.
Yeah, it's
like, there's simply not enough time.
That is one of the things, though, when you are playing the Brimstone on this map. You are going to have the lineups, and have the lineups Ruchi does. Oh, nice shot from Brooklyn that takes the timing, knows just when the players will start to walk out just because of that smoke dropping, and finds the first blood just like that.
UCSD hoping to make another push to A here.
Oh, the timing might be a little bit weird in the dash. Yeah, will come through the smoke sound as well. That's going to be another site to be taken from UCSD. Maybe even a fast door break to come in as well, but no. And this is going to be a really difficult hold for UCSD. Waterloo's already made note that there won't be a flank anytime soon. So now it's just going to be all on the players on site too. Ari and Ruchi gonna have to make something happen. Top Brooklyn, though, is gonna fall. Not for nothing, though, as Cass does find 2. And now the bomb plant does start. Nice flash, and the turn does have to come in. Doggo to do so much, but so much cannot be done as the defuse comes in.
Just too many members of the team just kind of slaughtered down in hell there, where it was just going to be a really tough time for them to have any sort of momentum pushing back against UW. However, this is now the round to turn things around. They've had a decent amount of time just to take those picks. It's just a matter of, you know, got to get this economy under control. Of course, everyone on UCSD getting up full shield. That might be a little bit of help in closing that gun difference that could have started forming if they lost a few more rounds.
Yeah. On the bright side for UCSD, that Phoenix ultimate already online. So maybe a little bit of hope in the dark. Has to wait 4 seconds though to pop it, and I think the idea was to try and go really fast towards A. Is now Tina is definitely posed to try and take the aggressive route. Maybe not so much though, as mid control fully in the hands of Waterloo. 3 players ready to take on any player that does find their way there. And just slowly, quietly sitting in A main. All 5 players going to be rushing out from the choke point, and there it is. The Phoenix ultimate is going to be popped. The smokes as well. It's going to be the free bomb sites. And the run it back gets not quite as much value as they would have hoped.
I mean, hey, a free plant is a free plant, though, so.
That is true, and it actually looks like Waterloo is flanked, kind of noted, but Top Brooklyn and Cass find a couple of kills, and just like that, there is going to be 1 HP for Shroom. And the rest of the players all backed up in the A main. Everybody on this side as well. Top Brooklyn still in the flank, still being trouble. And just like that, Tina does find the kill. Poogie Wookie Bear with the Bucky kill as well. The flash, though, and the spray transfer from Tina, keeping UCSD in the round and making it 1-2.
Yeah, what a clutch round. Tina ending on what, 20 HP?
Just about, yeah. such a difficult.
Of course, being able to heal back is a huge boon, but that was after the round was pretty much over.
Yeah, 100%. And kind of unfortunate for Pookie Wookie Bear there. She didn't go for the flash. Might have been able to find the kill with the Bucky at close range, but as played, that is not the case. As now UCSD might be looking to get really aggressive towards B main, but an Odin is going to be waiting, and a lot of damage taken for Tina. 1 HP. Just like that. And also speaking of Tina, already 2 orbs away from that run it back yet again. So maybe we're going to be able to see a little bit more of that here soon.
Yeah, we usually do see a lot of value coming out of run it back. It was just an unfortunate situation where she used it to go into the site and no one was actually there waiting. Like the only people who were there were just sitting behind some smoke.
Yeah, it was almost like Waterloo was ready for that ultimate to come in. Doggio gonna get tagged here, and a nice shock dart is gonna do a little bit of damage. Kind of that Sova battle that we are gonna see quite a bit here on Ascent is gonna come through as the hit does come in, and the orbital strike back site gonna put both these players on B site in such a terrible spot, but Cass does not care. 2 kills just like that. Doggio to respawn, does find 1, and now it's just gonna be Cass. Does have the help now. Top Brooklyn with the operator, does find another kill, but Ruchi finding 2 and knows that both of these players are out on this site, can have a chance to find this rotate. Slowly just waiting for a mistake to be made by Waterloo. 20 seconds now on the clock. And this operator is going to be the end of the round. The Origin op.
Yeah, I think Ruchi was somewhat hoping for a rotate there, but just that operator perfectly covering that lane out.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Ruchi there as well, because I don't even think she has enough time to go back towards B main. So if you do go ahead and make that rotate, you might not even make it to the A bomb site in time.
Yeah. It was a rock and a hard place for sure, and it is just enough to give Waterloo that extra lead of now making it 3-1.
Yeah, 100%. Now the time does tick down. UCSD on yet another Thrifty. I feel that we've seen them on so many light buys that it is going to be kind of like home for them. But Top Brooklyn has that operator and does not want to give up any advantage that UCSD might be able to gain here.
We have seen so much advantage from those operators.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, and just going in. It looks like UCSD just trying to find some space over towards B. But at the end of the day, Cass's turret finds a kill. Pookie Wookie Bear as well. Onad Admirer for another. And just like that, it's just Ruchi wondering where it all went wrong. 3. And yeah, 1v5.
As a Ruchi has clutched some pretty tough scenarios, but never a 5v1. And I hate to say it, I don't think this is where you're going to start.
Yeah, it just walks into that operator yet again for the second round in a row, rather. And UCSD looking not quite as strong as they had in the previous series here, or maybe just Waterloo trying to show that the performance yesterday against them was a fluke.
Bot coming back.
Right here.
Burno, burno,
Scanning
burno, burno.
All right, we are now moving into round 6. And a lot of UCSD is getting ready for that B push. It's just a matter of moving up through mid that UW has not really covered so far. But the white team is still got a pretty good lock on that B site. So I think understanding that UCSD is going to start moving over to A instead.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just going to be a hard push over towards A. Waterloo, though, on the flip side, does have that Killjoy lockdown to work with on this retake. So, oh, and the timing is so bad for Jiyoung. It's not going to work out. Pookie Wookie Bear, rather. Sorry, I will not mistake that name.
Yeah. Boogie Bear caught Tina. She was trying to hop up. She also stumbled back. It was just bad timing yet again.
Yeah, and there comes the lockdown. It might be on Shroom to try and make this hero play, but actually might be noted here. And yeah, noted she is. Cass is going to find her counterpart, and there comes the overload as well. KO Ultimate is going to suppress all of the players on UCSD, so no lineup's going to be able to come in. So now it's just going to be a pure gunfight, and Doggio is going to be the one to come out on top of those gunfights. Ari and Doggio, as well as Rucci, just in the blink of an eye, all 5 players for Waterloo down, and UCSD take the round in tremendous fashion.
I mean, hey, if you need some players in a gunfight, Doggio and Rucci seem to get the job done.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks to me like Waterloo definitely needs to look for a couple more flanks. It's kind of been the normal procedure for UCSD. You just kind of run back into A main, play the lineup. Silva and Brimstone so difficult to play against. So overall, just trying to see how they do it. Now it goes to the next round, and it looks like it's going to be UCSD going to 4.
We're now moving on into round 7 here. We're watching a lot of UCSD Navy move up for a B push. However, Waterloo has them completely locked down, having to move retreat back down quite a lot, actually. Running back still active again, not really getting quite as much value as we know that ult can get. And I think it's just Waterloo peeled back more than ready to just not feed into running back.
Now 100%, and it looks like UCSD not done with this round, as now it goes to a 2v2. It is definitely a difficult ask for them to come out of this round. They do have the Hunter's Fury, though, and both of these players are going to be noted towards the back of the B site. As Waterloo starts to make their way towards it. No more util for the next 5 seconds for the side of UCSD.
Devastating for Doggio, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. The flash, though, is a nice flash. And the whiff, though, a little bit does find the dink, but no kills will be found. The molly soon to come in, and the timing for Doggio actually through the smoke. Tina does end up finding the kill, but oh my goodness, definitely closer than they would have liked.
Absolutely golden timing for Tina and Doggio there. They were pretty much flanked no matter what.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like UCSD looking to kind of ride the momentum here. Those last 2 rounds they have picked up, as well as the 4 ults that they have in the lineup. That Hunter's Fury, the Orbital Strike, the Blade Storm, as well as the lockdown here for UCSD. And this could get dangerous for Waterloo.
I mean, hey, who knows? Might as well just save up the ult points to get Tina's on deck and then just go hog wild.
Yeah, might as well. But as we say that, Tina does find a kill on the other side of the map, and the aggression was noted as well, and it's just going to be a rapid dash towards this A side. It's going to be essentially free as 4 players were over towards the tiles, making that aggressive tiles push that we see oh so much on this map. And now it's just going to be the run and hide tactic for UCSD. So much utility.
Yeah, just scattering utility all over the A site right before you peel back, kind of just making it a minefield for UW to try and retake.
100%. Actually, this does take down Shroom. Rucci, though, on that nice trade, and Cass is going to find 2 more, and now they know that both of these players are over towards A main, but no, not going to check her left, so Doggio comes away with the kill, and now even a nice kind of rotate back towards mid and put the lineup for Doggio. It does not matter. The flank will not be noted. And just like that, UCSD not even having to use any of those ults that we had talked about and still coming away with the round, tying it at 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually looking pretty good for Waterloo for a second until UCSD came back with, what, is that 3 rounds in a row now?
Yeah, I believe 3 in a row, yeah.
3 in a row, now tying at 4-4. Looking like UCSD might be more ready for a repeat than we thought.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, UCSD feels like they have so much going for them. The ultimates, the economy, the momentum, even the economy for the side of Waterloo right now is not really going to be all that useful. A couple of shares are going to have to be bought up here. And, I mean, it's not looking too good anymore for Waterloo.
Definitely not. I mean, they had that lead, and I think it's just slipping through them, where even though now that it's tied, I just don't think that they're going to be able to grab momentum without dropping another round or 2.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like UCSD, even on the attack, that's the big problem here for Waterloo. All this momentum, all this, all these factors moving in the wave for UCSD. It's going to be that it's on the attack side of Ascent. So if they can keep on this momentum, find more of these rounds, and just end up with, there's the potential for even an 8-4 half here for UCSD. So if they can find that out.
That or anything similar, it's just going to look really tough once UCSD gets on the defense.
Yeah, 100%. Yet again, it's just Ruchi, Doggio, and Tina setting the pace. Yeah, again, and it looks like a little bit of fake pressure over towards Tiles yet again. It is going to be Brooklyn that shows, and I actually like this. It's a little bit of a bait from Waterloo, just trying to get UCSD to try and make the fast, aggressive move over towards A. This time, though,
seems like the bait worked.
It definitely did, but on the flip side, it is going to be UCSD. They do have that lockdown, so it's not going to be quite as effective as they would have hoped. As 3 players have to move back towards mid, the plant will come through. 1 player, though, unnoted, down in hell, but Ari, too quick with the trigger, will find Onad and Myra.
Tina and Ari trying to shut down whoever was coming back through heaven. Although top Brooklyn coming in from the side, Tina does get shut down Jae-yoon. Ooh, Castley trading back with Ari. Lena trading back with Castley. It is just a bloodbath out here, especially as top Brooklyn had Pookie Wookie Bear, the last one to go down with the round, getting handily won by UCSD.
Yeah, and that's just the gun diff a little bit as well as the lockdown. I did like the idea from Waterloo, just trying to corral UCSD into yet another fast and maybe a slightly uncoordinated hit towards A, but this time around, UCSD actually had the lockdown to work with. So it wasn't quite as effective as they would have hoped, just, not being able to catch UCSD off guard with 4 players already there.
All right. So UCSD's attention is going to be a little bit split for the moment, trying to see which way they can find clear. Because even though they took that bait last time, they still pretty much came out on top. And so now the ball is much more in their court to set the pace. We do see a lot of util already down in B, with UW, Waterloo, I should say, already just lying in wait at both sides. But it doesn't really... I'd say that's not going to have as much effect when we see who gets first blood. And it looks like top Brooklyn and Doggio are already off to the braces, especially with Brooklyn having that operator in hand.
Yeah, this is definitely more of a standard setup, too, as well for Waterloo. As I say that, though, the hit is going to come in over towards B. That run it back yet again. Not going to find too much value as Cass instantly puts her down. And it's going to be 2 players on the back of the site. A nice smoke as well for Waterloo to try and hold the back of the site, as well as Ruchi, though. It does find Onad and Myra, and now this smoke might be coming down here soon. And it's going to put Cass in a world of hurt. There it goes, and there comes the kill. She does end up finding 1, but that's going to be it for her trouble. Pookie Wookie Bear to find 1. Top Brooklyn as well to get in the mix, and Pookie Wookie Bear as well. The ult used, and that's a 2v1 UCSD. Tina, the only player left standing, has to make quick work of it. No flashes to be able to use, and might be able to find quite the timing onto top Brooklyn, but the flash not going to find as much value as she might have liked, and both of the players dodging it. 1 HP, 1 HP, and Tina finds the round win. 1 HP, Shorty hopping at you, but no fears, the shots connect in the round.
Clutch.
Yeah. That's going in the highlight reel for sure.
Yeah. Team montage, all sort of that business. Especially because, again, that maintains the win streak of now 5 rounds in a row. Like you said, Eli, potentially moving to 8-4 for UCSD with just a dominant momentum so far, that even though Waterloo was leading the early game, they just have not been able to control the pace in a very long time.
Yeah, 100%. Top Brooklyn is going to find that first kill, and this is the aggression that Waterloo kind of needs. Nice active play. The Sova Dart is going to ping out a couple of players, as well as top Brooklyn finding the kills that she needs to get that confidence back up just a little bit going into the next half. And these last 2 rounds are going to be kind of the decider. It could be big, though, for UCSD. If they end up finding a way back into this round, it could be detrimental for Waterloo. I mean, it's going to be everything. As Young does not take the fight as aggressively anymore, and the KO knife is not going to catch anything as well. So now 3 players towards A, and I believe it feels just so unlikely that it will be anything other than A at this point, as the footsteps in A main do get heard. A Molly actually bouncing all the way towards Lever. Kind of unlucky for Shroom here, but nonetheless, it's going to be a 4v2 retake, and there will not be a chance to breathe for UCSD. The swings do come out. Ari does find one, makes it a little bit more doable as the kills do not start to come through. The swings do come through, though. Yeah. Pookie Wookie Bear, 3 on the round. Onad and Meyer to finish it out, though.
Last round before the switch.
All right, this last round before the swap, and Waterloo is hoping to tie it up, assuming they can carry around the momentum they finally grabbed a foothold of last round. But UCSD just as likely to keep this lead with a 7-5 in halftime.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to have to be a bulldog for Jiyoung at the bottom of the leaderboard for Waterloo. And other than that, it's going to be a pretty healthy bye for everybody else in this fight towards A main.
Get out of my way!
Might be what the doctor ordered here for Waterloo, just trying to make it so that UCSD can't have free reign. The only problem, though, if this KO does get spotted over towards Wine, this orbital strike might just amount to a completely free kill. Oh, but the flash does come in, and a nice flash at that. Top Brooklyn is going to take down Tina, as well as the Hunter Fury as well. And the Molotov, some nice utility combos to come through. And a bit of a massacre here for UCSD over towards A main. A lot of players left at 1 HP and a couple left dead. The run it back no longer a factor in this round.
I mean, yeah, I think Waterloo recognizing that the half was almost over, they figured might as well dump all the resources we can right now. Just throw everything down that hallway all at once. Again, fish in a barrel mentality.
Yeah, 100%. And even for Waterloo now, they have that lockdown for this retake onto A. Just going to play it super safe as the rotate does come in. The bomb plant as well.
30 seconds.
And UCSD going to be trying to make something happen. Pookie Wookie Bear, though, will find the kill into Ari. The Blade Storm, no value at all. Doggio and Shroom, though, trying to make something happen. The defender, Killjoy, just seconds away from being popped. And a nice kill from Shroom, but no more aggression at that as she tries to run away, but the detain will come through. And the knife kill maybe even... Oh, I thought wasn't going to be checked for a second. That could have been...
Yeah,
something.
that would have been really funny.
That would have been just kind of, don't look, it's all good. I'm not here.
I went that way.
I'm behind the wall, not in front of you.
No, keep going.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, it does turn around. Incredible.
Yeah. A real nail biter, to be sure.
Yeah.
All right, 6-6. That is exactly what I'm sure both teams were hoping to see, considering the sort of back and forth that they've had so far. Back and forth is a rough word for it, honestly, considering the streak UCSD was able to go on in the middle of that. And now UCSD is going to have defense. Honestly, the more favorable position in this map, especially coming into these pistol rounds.
Yeah, and just seeing how UCSD has played, like their retakes, for example, just kind of puts a lot of confidence in them going into this pretty even half. And looks like Ari trying to get a little aggressive, going to be denied by that Sova dart, is going to get tagged up just a little bit. And Waterloo does take full mid control. Only has to worry about what could happen over towards B main, but that won't bother them one little bit, as all 5 players making a move back towards A main. I bite my tongue, make it 4 towards A main. And it's just going to be that really late lurk to come in from Cast Top Brooklyn, starting things off, finding that first blood onto Tina, and that's where this hit is going to just begin. The Molotov, though, a little too strong from Rucci, and the delay that it does serve, allows for Ari to get onto the site, maybe taking a little bit of aggression. The hit now definitely going to come in. With the Sova Dart, too good as well. Top Brooklyn finding yet another kill, and Jiyoung going to be following her up as well. Just a 2v5 now. Going to have to make something happen if you are UCSD, but the nice unaggressive play here from Waterloo. Going to make it near impossible for UCSD to try and make some sort of play.
Yeah. It's definitely the sensible play because, I mean, since they have all 5 members of the team at this point, rather than just force a gunfight that you might just happen to have a fluke and choke, you could just force them to just, you have to wait for that to take down and take this retake. And then, then just mow them down when they do.
Yeah, and that's
Top Brooklyn almost only 1 pick away from an ace as well.
Yeah, 4 on the round for her, and showing how effective that Sheriff can be, finding a way, even being able to buy up a Vandal after all of those kills, the money increase, as well as the win bonus that you get from the spike plant, and the round win itself, incredible.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Waterloo taking the first round of this half. However, UCSD kind of has the ball in their court in this moment, despite the gun difference. It's kind of, they just have to grin and bear it through this next round before having a bit of an easier time next time.
Yeah, 100%, and it looks like Onat and Meyer trying to lead a bit of the way with that drone, but only just to fake the presence just a little bit. Doggio does take slight advantage now. As might even be able to get into the corner. Oh, the spam I thought might have been noted. Oh, but still gets a kill, make it too. Doggio trying to be the hero. And now Tina lay in wait. A shorty in the smoke, but no kill to come from it. The Bulldog does find the head of Tina. It's now might have to just run out, and Ruchi, the next player to try and make some sort of hero play. The right click's not going to connect, as the door does get closed, and a little bit more util to make this retake even more difficult for UCSD. Oh, a nice molly as well. Kind of punishing Waterloo for playing this non-aggressive retake, but at the end of the day, just a little too difficult now, as the blind's about to come in. And it's just going to have to run in and try and get some kills. Ruchi to find one, but that'll be it.
I guess the blind was about to come in, but it ended up not being the most necessary, as they ended up just diving in to the straight into the swing anyways. So.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It might have been, or I guess it definitely is disappointing for UCSD.
Can I get this?
To not be able to pick up that round win after the huge hero play that Doggio comes up with, finding 2 with the classic 0 credits, by the way. That does not cost a single penny.
Yeah.
And it just instantly mowed down 2 people.
Yeah. UCSD definitely, like I said, just kind of had to grin and bear it through that last one, even despite the potential to take it because of that hero play, as you put it. But this is definitely a much more winnable round for them, as the gun difference is closing just bit by bit. Even so, I mean, UCSD is going to have to push a lot to try and shut down the Waterloo offense.
Yeah, and it looks really slow this time around, knowing that that UCSD has the weapons to back up the play this time around, this round. As a couple of Sheriffs, even a Frenzy for one, for Onat Admirer. So definitely going to be pretty difficult. Tina in quite an interesting spot. Will get rewarded though, as Jiyoung not going to be looking. Oh, but Top Brooklyn ends up finding a kill, and just like that, wants to try and take the space. This fast smoke does get found, and the spam through does not amount to too much either. Oh, might have been able to get that kill, but not this time around, as the bomb plant will come through. And it looks like, Top Brooklyn yet again, making her presence known, making sure that UCSD does not try any funny business whatsoever. It's a firewall. I believe this is the first firewall I've seen all day from Tina. Does work out. No, actually does not work out in their favor. Is now 3 players not going to be able to find the kills. Ruchi is not. And 2 players still alive. Onadmire and Pookie Wookie Bear to clean out the round.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to really shape up where this is going because, I mean, Waterloo had just as strong of an advantage. Oh, well, speaking of the devil, here comes the timeout. Waterloo had just as much of an advantage in the early rounds of the first half, but then, as we saw, UCSD just completely blew out through 5 rounds in a straight before Waterloo was able to tie it back up again. So now, even though they are up, I think 3 rounds in a row at this point, it's hard to tell like how this momentum is really going to shape up because it feels like the way these two are matched up, really anything can happen. It remains anyone's game despite Waterloo kind of taking the advantage here. Yeah,
100%. I mean, UCSD kind of maybe using the timeout a little prematurely, I'd say. You know, maybe wanting to wait one more round, see what the eco brings, see what kind of develops in the next round. And then after that, you know, you call the timeout and you kind of create a strat for what you want to do going into the next buy round. But this time around, elected to take the eco instead. Maybe have a big plan for this thrifty round. Maybe even a force up. Yeah. I'm just taking a wild guess here. Maybe that's what we'll see. Possibly not, but who knows? At the end of the day, we will see here in a couple of seconds as the timeout does come to a close here soon.
Yeah. The next round is actually geared up for us already as we are moving on. Again, what's the state of that econ? It's honestly looking kind of rough on the half of UCSD. Looks like they kind of just have to wait it out once again if they're going to want to make a bigger impact next round.
Yeah, 100%. Tags as well kind of give away that Waterloo trying to take, or sorry, UCSD rather, taking mid control this time around, and Waterloo is going to take advantage of it, making sure that they can try and take this A site. That Molotov yet again being quite a nuisance to try and take the site. The delay just immaculate. As the fight does start to come in through top mid, Tina trying to take that long range fight will not be the winner this time around. And the timing, oh my gosh, for A. I don't even know how, but Ruchi just found the craziest timing I've ever seen. Might not amount to too much anymore, but I mean, still found the timing, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Waterloo, of course, making a full push to B. I mean, it's pretty much a free site at the moment, but they might get intercepted by Soba in just a moment. It's really a matter of how well they check this corner.
30 seconds
Doggio is just going to be calming to her team, making sure that everybody knows it is B, it is B. Go back towards B in Brooklyn, 1 HP.
Yeah. Plus now Doggio maybe gets to run a flank real quick.
Last player standing.
Oh, wow.
She's actually going to rotate around. Oh, no flank to be had as there is no team to flank with.
Yeah.
So there goes that plan.
Just like that, yeah. Just finds the a kill.
One,
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the kills just come in too quickly for Waterloo. Just in the blink of an eye, UCSD just down to 1 player.
Yeah. Yeah, now this round, the moment where Waterloo gets the chance to go 5 in a row.
Definitely a possibility. This is kind of a break from what I was going to say a break from the normal, but still, I don't even think this is just abnormal, or sorry, this is normal for Waterloo to have such a long-standing win streak here right now. UCSD taking advantage, or sorry, not taking advantage of any kind of advantage that they do end up with. Maybe a little bit of map control here and there, trying to find some fights that maybe Waterloo isn't quite ready for, but at the end of the day, Waterloo standing strong, making sure that they do not mess up in the slightest. 10-6 is our scoreline currently, and looking to be 11-6 here in a second if Waterloo can keep up their win streak this half. Murray actually dodges the knife, so might attempt to take some sort of timing through the mid smoke and the crosshair for Onad Admirer. Doesn't know it quite yet, but could have gotten quite a timing. Ari does find a kill through mid, and the hit is going to come in, but the spray down from Tina is going to put a stop to that. Is now Ari finding a second on the round. Doggio to finish things off. Just like that, UCSD finding the flawless, maybe finding their foothold yet again.
Yeah, flawless round, leading them with 2 ults into the next. This could be the beginning of UCSD's comeback yet again. We saw them come back against Northern Texas, a team that has sat at the top of this league for the entire time of it being run. And you know, maybe they can come back against Waterloo all the same, a team they have beat.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. And as we're looking at these ultimates and the economy, it's kind of normal. It's going to be that full buy, but Cass, just one away from that Killjoy lockdown, might be able to pick that orb up in B main, pick up that ultimate, use it to possibly get out onto side, or maybe even just use it as a post-plant option. Something that, honestly, well, it's kind of weird because I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily use it for post-plant when it's available to be the Killjoy lockdown. Don't really use it for post-plant nearly as much as they should. Whenever they have like have it available to try and take the site with instead. So like you can still do your execute, but I feel like the lockdown post-plant just puts on so much pressure for a lot of these, for just the teams in general. Looks like Waterloo might be running into it this time around, and as the rotate does come in, the molly yet again. Oh, but splash, goes right into the smoke. Top Brooklyn just instantly dead. Pookie Wookie Bear trying to make some sort of play. The flash is good, but is not going to amount to any kill. The attacker Killjoy lockdown going to be needed to be used rather. And Doggio actually finding a kill as well. Not going to be electing to break the lockdown, as the bomb does go down. The running back as well, but Pookie Wookie Bear finds one, make it two. The running back was one that she found, and one more on the site. Cass as well on the site, and just like that, Jiyoung also finding the kill. 1 HP for essentially everyone on Waterloo. And Tina has so much work to do. Has to find all 3 of these players that are just playing super safe right now. Just playing their 1v1s, letting the time tick down. Once the wallbang does come through, Tina, a little bit of a stroke of luck to find one, and Pookie Wookie Bear will take the wide swing.
Tina played that so well, and that was extremely winnable considering, like you said, they were all at 1 HP, just as Tina was. It was just a matter of, eventually that team difference does just come out on top, and they were able to swing.
Yeah,
once she finally did cave and go for the defuse.
Yeah, definitely could have been more winnable if she hits that first shot onto Jiyoung in A main as well.
Yeah.
Just whiffing that shot just kind of feels so bad.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about these post-round breakdowns, is a lot of the times it's just like, well, if the accuracy was just slightly more there.
Yeah. Oh, that's awkward. Getting tagged by that dart, trying to hide from it a little bit. Oh, and Tina's looking to get aggressive yet again, just hiding in the smoke up towards Cat. It's going to be a fight, whether she wants to or not, and Cass is going to be the one to find the kill. Tina down in the blink of an eye. As well as the molly even used as well. Ruchi maybe feeling a little bit of pressure over towards Catwalk, and just like that, Waterloo might have an idea to just go back towards A. Not a lot of utility to try and keep them out of this site. The Molotov already used. Obviously, there are a couple of smokes, but you can't be too afraid of those. There will always be smokes. And just maybe a couple of Sova shock darts, but at the end of the day, if he's shooting a shock dart, he does not have his gun in his hand.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and there comes the knife as well. It's going to be...
30 seconds left.
Oh, Doggio does find one. Cass on the quick trade. This might be the bomb plant.
Bomb grenade out.
That has been desired for Waterloo.
Waterloo not exactly sitting pretty here as they have 2 players on 1 HP, and there goes one. Goodbye, Pookie Wookie Bear.
Yeah, definitely a tough one, but the Hunter's Fury, there it is, does get used and a kill directly on the diffuser, and just like that, gonna be able to find those kills. Cast with 3, just like that, map point.
Yeah, perfect ult from Silver there, just where it kind of just became an unwinnable game all of a sudden. Okay, what is really the route to diffusing here?
It's always like so disheartening, or I say disheartening, but I mean like, so like, oh they have a chance. The Sova's backing up all the way into A main. I wonder why he's doing that. And my eyes drift over to the ult, and I'm like, oh, there's the ult that can shoot through walls. Uh-oh, good luck.
There's the ult that can shoot through walls, and if he sees that diffuse bar go, he knows exactly where you are.
Yeah, exactly, and just like that, gonna be UCSD on the brink yet again, backs against the wall, as it looks like a fast hit towards B is in order. Gonna be able to close that door. Ari with the first blood this time around on the entry, and this post plant is going to be pretty important. It's going to be 2 players played pretty close up. I like that from Pookie Wookie Bear. The attention might not be towards Brooklyn, as the dash out does come through, and Brooklyn does take the first blood. Pookie Wookie Bear there with the help as well. Brooklyn to find yet another, and Pookie Wookie finds 2, as well as Brooklyn finding 2, and now just 1 left standing. Tina, the only player left to give a chance at all, is now there it is. That is the final kill, 13-7, our final score line in that map 1.
Yeah, wow, Waterloo really putting on a really strong showing in offense after kind of stumbling a little bit in the first half. What a showing on Ascent there. I mean, again, Waterloo, even though they just lost to UCSD, showing that maybe they have what it takes to come out on top and make it all the way to Grands.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, UCSD not out of it yet, but maybe like we had said, that bracket stamina is kind of showing a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Waterloo just coming out of the gate, showing UCSD they are not here to mess around.
Oh, yeah.
They want to rectify the loss that was given to them yesterday, and they're trying to make this losers bracket run. And right now, they're making a great case for it as well. Our second map, we are going to be going to Icebox. Not going to be going in right away. Going to give a little bit of a break. Not going to take a break, but a little bit of a break to the players. But yeah, just going into Icebox, yet another map that UCSD has played. But they did actually come out on top this time around.
Yes. So, did they play on Icebox against Waterloo?
No, yesterday when they played, the first map was Lotus, and then the second map was Ascent.
That was
Lotus,
actually about to be my next question, is what the series score was. So it was 2-0.
Yeah, it was 2-0, and yesterday, actually, when they played Ascent, it was about, I believe it was 13-4 or 13-5.
Dominant.
Yeah, for UCSD. And I mean, that just kind of goes to show what Waterloo is trying to bring to the table yet again. They want to show that, hey, we may have lost to them the first time, but it's not going to happen again. Just kind of showing why they deserve to be in the final tomorrow, grand finals, as it should be. And just in general, showing that they are here to play.
Yeah. And I feel like there was a lot of MVPs coming out on both teams that said we want to shout some of them out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we definitely have Rucci out there playing a really good Brimstone here on Ascent, being able to, keep the Brimstone mollies flowing and just being able to stop a lot of these pushes. A lot of the time, obviously, didn't really amount to much because obviously with the score line 13-7, it's going to happen. But also just want to point out Brooklyn just being an absolutely aggressive player, finding the kills when her team needs it, and just overall being a great entry.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we saw a lot of that on the other team as well, where it's like Phoenix ult has so much potential for value, but a lot of times it was just coming out in situations where it's like the team knew to peel back, and it's like, ooh.
I think one of the things, too, was how Waterloo kind of dealt with that run it back as well. Whenever that run it back was active or had a chance, like it was 5 out of 6 ult or something like that, they decided that the play was to kind of play off the site, not allow for the run it back to get any kills whatsoever. And at the end of the day, that's kind of something that they kind of allowed them to win, I suppose, because obviously with a Phoenix comp, when you're going to be running it, you're going to be wanting to get as many run it backs as you can. It's going to be one of the main things that you're wanting to get up over and over and over again. And if you consistently have that run it back and not get any kills from it, it's just kind of like...
It was a little rough,
Yeah, it's a little rough, and it's like, why are we playing Phoenix?
Especially I think we also only saw one firewall, and it actually led to the round loss.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just kind of I think they got spammed through that firewall, too. It was so unfortunate for UCSD in that spot. But in the end, Waterloo showing up, and I'm just curious to see how this second map in Icebox comes out. Obviously, have not played against each other on this map before, so looking to see how they come up on it as well. I actually haven't seen Waterloo play Icebox at all
like I said, I haven't seen him play in a while, and ultimately, I just wonder if UCSD is going to go for the same team comp that we just saw them play yesterday on Icebox, or earlier today on Icebox, I mean.
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible. I mean, that Gecko did show a little bit of potential along just in general on that map. And I think, obviously, the mosh pit is something that's really good, but the wingman... It kind of gets a little weird because the wingman can be really good, but one of the things about Icebox is when you play on the A site specifically, you're going to be wanting to plant up in nest. That's the most ideal spot. And I don't think the wingman actually can get up to the nest, I think, because it doesn't have like a jumping capability.
No, he just runs around.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's kind of difficult to have a plant there or kind of get the value out of wingman that you would really want wingman to get on the offense.
So I'm wondering if we are going to see the players loading in anytime soon. I mean, I'm assuming that they got to recuperate after that last showing. Again, it was a pretty tough fought for both sides. Again, really what a show from Waterloo. UCSD just fighting close game after close game. We just got to see if they can actually close out a series this time around.
Yeah, I was just about to bring it up, too. I mean, that's 3 maps in a row where it feels like UCSD is trying to just claw their way back into these games or just kind of try and keep the lead whenever they have it and not being able to do so. I mean, that's got to be mentally tough on a team just in general. It doesn't matter if you're very good. It doesn't matter if you're top tier 1 player or if you're bottom tier iron 1 or something. Like if you take 3 maps in a row and you just lose in pretty tough fashion, even though you kind of find the round wins no matter what, it's just it's pretty disheartening.
It's even more drastic than that of winning 5 rounds in a row and still not closing out the map, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah, especially it's just right there. It's in your grasp, especially when you played the team yesterday and just beat them pretty handedly. So it's kind of like...
That's why it's wondering where it's like even if they just won on Icebox against NT, it's like kind of wondering like how much is their mental going to be playing into this upset here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when we are going to see that map, I'm kind of hoping to see what Waterloo will bring to the table. Maybe it's just speculation. I haven't seen Waterloo comp on Icebox here yet. Maybe something like Viper Harbor could be interesting to see. We've seen a lot of that. Maybe something like Double Duelist. Maybe we'll see Arena for who knows why. I mean, it's kind of funny because Reina's like the Band-Aid duelist agent. Because it's like, well, we don't know who to put in.
But we need a duelist.
Let's just throw in Reina. Flashes. Flash.
Yeah.
Flash.
Yeah.
And then just call it a day. See,
exactly.
Just hope that they can raid boss at some point too, and then just let it work out. Yeah. Just kind of the normal Reina stuff overall. So. Yeah. Or maybe like if they do some sort of double initiator, like Sova Sky.
Yeah. So Sova's been all over the maps today.
Yeah, I kind of like the resurgence of Sova. He was such a strong agent back in the day. I mean, just unbelievably broken. Just some of the time. I mean, the ping, the dart came in. or had like 3 pings on the recon dart, and the drone was a little bit faster and lasted for like 7 seconds. Actually crazy.
Yeah.
Now I think about it, but still.
Kind of crazy. This is the comps we're going to be looking at for this next map. I do think that is beat for beat what UCSD brought on Icebox in the last series that they just played.
Yeah, I believe so as well. We do see Waterloo bringing in the Harbor. Oh yeah, it might be a Harbor Viper comp after all. Not going to have any well, actually they do have a normal Sentinel in the Killjoy. Not going to be the double duelist, double controller this time around. Yeah, that Killjoy does get locked in. And it looks like it could be kind of a clash in play styles necessarily. Because when you do play that double controller, it's all about cutting off sight lines, trying to see what kind of space that you can take randomly just from being able to, play kind of ratty and hide behind walls and push out things like that. So looking forward to seeing what Waterloo does bring to the table on this offensive half that they start on.
All right, that is Waterloo's team comp fully locked in. Is there anything in particular you weren't expecting?
Not really. I think UCSD does the same stuff. And when it comes to Waterloo, I mean, I just really like this comp.
Yeah.
This is the same comp that the main GCU roster ran for a while, so just overall, I know it's pretty solid.
Probably know it inside and out then, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Yeah, we are going to be finally getting into it, seeing if UCSD can push this all the way to a Game 3, or if Waterloo can shut it down right here, right now. Game 2. Tina and Brooklyn, both of them, starting off with a Sheriff on the pistol. It's kind of fun to see those picks overall. Just kind of the confidence to just go out, swing out, find some kills. Why not?
Take flight.
As we are going to be getting into it. 4 players over towards this B side, the Cascade. Going to allow for a push over towards yellow. It is going to be top Brooklyn trying to see what kind of space she can find. But it actually is just Rucci finding one, getting traded out instantly. Oh, and we are having a little bit of technical problems here.
Again, for those of you new to the stream, this is not anything that is affecting the players, not a glitch or anything like that, just a bit of an observer hiccup. Oh, well, technical difficulty. We're just going to get that fixed right away to make sure you guys have the best viewing experience possible. It's probably just a small thing with ping here at GCU.
Yeah, it's just kind of the servers don't like
Riot.
They don't like us. I don't know why, but
I'm so nice to them.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while, but at the end of the day, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'll be brave about it.
It's okay. The game will go on. I believe it should be going on still.
It 100% is.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be fun to just catch up, and we're just gonna be like throwing back into it. We're like, here's all my speculation on what could have happened, but I don't really know because I didn't get to watch it.
We're gonna get there. It's gonna be like 8-0.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, it's gonna be like 8-2. I'm like, oh, I guess those rounds went pretty quick, huh?
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, because it's either that or we just like pretend to know. We're just like, yeah, clearly this is what must have happened to lead us to this place. And I'm like, you can kind of reverse engineer the game state.
Not ready yet.
Oh, I hear it.
I do hear it as well.
Thank you.
Oh, all right.
Attackers won.
Yeah. All right. Attackers have won.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Oh, that's Waterloo.
Yeah. 1-0.
1-0.
Oh, we only missed one round. That's perfect.
All good. All
GCU
good.
production, the best in the business. They got us back on track in like 2 seconds.
That is a W team right there, being able to take over, find any problem.
I I was like, I always say there's a reason why I'm up here and they're back there, because if I was trying to figure out that problem, the stream would be over.
Yes, the stream would crash about 3 times over.
Yeah.
So
I see that ping problem. I give up.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not a PC guy. It's
I am
funny.
not at all. It's really funny.
I always like. Because I have my own PC, obviously, or I say obviously, but obviously,
Professional esports.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But my friend just told me, he's like, "What's your budget?" I told him my budget, and then and he's like, "All right, buy these parts." And I'm like, "Aye, Captain."
Yeah.
And that's all it was, and they put it together for me.
I saw UCSD pushed up a lot there, but I mean, hey, it kind of paid off.
Yeah. And what was that? 4 players pushed up A?
Yeah, I was like, "What's happening?" I was like, "Huh?"
They just want to get aggressive. Actually, a Vandal down as well.
I said it paid off, but there's really just a trade. So actually no.
Might as well.
They lost down here. So I don't think it really did pay off.
I think it. Well, any kill on an eco.
Yeah.
It's definitely gonna pay off in the long run.
All right, but Waterloo. I keep accidentally calling them UW. Waterloo is rotating over to B. That Viper wall is just covering so much ground on Icebox, really no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, oh man, just getting aggressive. Brooklyn gonna find a couple of kills, actually just only one. Rucci to find the classic trade. Now picks up that Guardian. The flank though from Doggio picked up the Bulldog, and just like that, UCSD with a chance to take this second round and take it. They do. Doggio with 4, and just like that, finding the second round.
Thanks.
Even going to be Doggio picking up the Hunter's Fury as well, going into this 3rd round.
All right. No, yeah, it's just funny because like my job is esports broadcasting, and my field of study and is film, and then my other career path is like reporting and all that stuff. All this stuff to do with technology, and I don't know my way around a computer at all.
I don't blame you. I don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Speaking of tough, it looks like UCSD had quite the nice economy going on here. Let's see if they can manage to push that into the next round. Meanwhile, Waterloo is pushing for a full B push here.
Yeah, and they definitely just want to take this site. A lot of utility this time around. It also has the Harbor ult already up. I didn't even notice that. But it's going to be, oh wow, Brooklyn finding the first blood. Going to be able to pick up that rifle as well, as now the Hunter's Fury does come through. Going to force the player off of the bomb plant, but Jiyoung still going to die for her troubles, and the Classic cannot get any more kills. The bomb does go down, but it's still a Classic only, and the kills do come through. Wookie Bear, I thought might have had a chance for a little bit more, but only one right click to get a kill this time around. Is 2-1 now, and doing it in the tough way. So UCSD finding a better 2-1 than a normal 2-1. That makes sense. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Could just win the pistol and the second round and then go from there, but that's too easy, you know? Oh, baby. Here we go. Round number 4 coming in full effect. It's going to be a pretty big gun round, buy round as well as we go into it. Weirdly, just 4 players ready to take on the aggression over towards A. Well, I say that one leaves the site. Going back towards Kitchen, it's going to be Doggio to find the kill into Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Definitely was the kill that Brooklyn thought she was. I thought for sure Brooklyn was going to get that kill, but
Yeah.
Enemy mark.
Definitely setting up for it. Oh.
Nice tag onto Ruchi. Has to force that player back all the way to the back of side B. And just like that, UCSD has to put a couple more players over towards B. Pookie Bear, the lurk, does not quite work out this time around. And the timing for Ari works out tremendously. Just a 2v5 now for Waterloo. Just kind of not sure where to go. Is now trying to see maybe even just a potential save as a 2v5 bomb isn't planted. No space on the map whatsoever. Not going to be a very easy round to win.
I mean, yeah, clock is already almost down. 8 seconds and nobody even has the spike.
And that's just going to be the 2-player save. UCSD content to allow them to keep their lives.
And their guns.
And their guns, indeed.
If you don't focus, you die. Breathe lights over.
That's tough.
The only thing that is going to be keeping UCSD in for sure in this round are those 2 Vandals that were saved over. A couple of light shields bought up, as well as a couple of sheriffs. Going to be able to find a couple of kills with some headshots.
That's a big if, to be honest.
Very true. Very true. Nice start lineup, though, as well. Going to clear out a little bit of extra space to cascade as well to allow push up through B long, and UCSD actually reading really heavily into this. But Tina just walked up all the way towards A, and a kill towards A as well might be what pulls UCSD back towards A. A lot of these players were back towards B, but now things just quieting down ever so slightly.
Yeah, definitely quiet down is with the fact of just Waterloo kind of just being forced to peel back so far.
Yeah, this could be a difficult cross as well, but Top Brooklyn does find the kill onto Doggio, and that's going to trigger the full rotate over towards A. Actually, though, Ruchi might have seen the move back towards B. This is where you're going to need to have your lurk work. And work it does. Jiyoung going to find Ruchi this time around. The 5v2 now in the favor of Waterloo. But no save considered for UCSD. They want to try and take out as many players as they can. If they let them save through, it's going to just be too good of an economy for them.
Yeah, there's that wall up, though.
Yeah, it just has to push through. Ari does find the first. Top Brooklyn with the trade, though. Top Brooklyn with 3 on the round. Being the hero, having that Vandal saved over from the last.
Yeah, really strong play there, considering now UCSD was only able to get 1 pick.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Waterloo setting themselves up quite nicely, trying to make a run at things here. Here we go. Looks like Waterloo gearing up for another take towards B. Want to try and press their luck, see what kind of advantage they can pull from this side of the map. Always ready for a little bit of a peek from any off angle. And Ruchi looks like she wants to try and fight, but Onat Admirer quick with the trigger, finds the fast headshot. That's going to be the first blood. The bomb not quite being committed yet. But that's going to be the site, little do they know, all the way for Waterloo. There's a couple of players now ready to try and take on the aggression. Might be on Jiyoung, might be able to find some sort of timing.
Okay.
I suggest you move.
Ooh, and actually a fake towards A. Going to be the Harbor all committed, and yeah, it's going to pull the entire team of UCSD over towards this A site, working out perfectly like Waterloo was trying
30 seconds left.
to show off, and there's the bomb plants, but little too late for UCSD. The post-plant positioning's going to be just a little bit too strong, and there's Top Brooklyn already to find the first attach away. Will not get her to safety, and Shroom will find the trade. Now just a 4v3, and UCSD has a lot of work to do. Little do they know a flank to come in as soon as that bomb does get tapped. Oh, and just like that, Jiyoung also to find a kill. Tina with the quick trade, though.
Yeah, barely waiting for the flank and just already diving in there to take out this gunfight. Gunning down 2v1 now, and that is just game over because there's just no more time. Yeah.
Yeah, and just going to be nicely played by Waterloo, pulling the rotates perfectly from the B bomb site. And just being able to post up in some really aggressive positions, always being unknown to UCSD and being able to just take one at a time with every angle. Luckily, though, for UCSD, do get a couple of kills, so they are not going to be at such an economic disadvantage now as to if 4 had lived for Waterloo. But at the end of the day, it is still a round to win, so you can't be too upset.
I mean, yeah, Waterloo is slowly inching their way back, and I mean, they're definitely hoping to, considering they are up in the series right now, and if they drop a few more rounds, it would be spelling a game 3 for them. That is obviously not what anyone wants for them, especially given that UCSD has already played this long.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
It's just going to be Waterloo trying to finish the job. Is that Molly barely missing Jiyoung?
Yeah.
Eerie quiet on the map, not a peep from any of these players, and I like how Waterloo has been playing this lurk, just getting Jiyoung in this spot right next to the box, and having UCSD never really knowing where she could be, just activating that lurk as soon as maybe a bomb plant tap or some sort of noise gets heard.
30 seconds left.
Let's say, yeah, 30 seconds left on the clock to plant this spike. It looks like they are now fully committing to B side. There is just the factor of, you know, UCSD still has everyone on deck, and so does Waterloo. Not a single person mowed down yet, partially because of how quiet they've all been and just trying to watch more information. But now they are off to the races as a nice dash up to there, taking the vantage point, not really getting killed there. Nice pincer attack.
Oh,
2.
Finds the kills. I mean, had like 1 second to get that bomb plant down, and Waterloo has done it. 4v1.
Yeah.
For Shrew to try and get done.
Just another case of like where it's like it would be very hard for her to take the round, but she at least wants to get every pick that she can.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, and the damage is there, but not quite the kill confirm as Cass is going to get the backstab. And you know, it worked out then, but it's kind of weird to me that, well, I liked how Waterloo has been inserting Jiyoung at those boxes over towards yellow, but not really doing too much off that lurk. The only really thing that she kind of confirms is that nobody's repush B long. We have the space. But other than that, not really being able to do all that much on these lurks.
Show them how we fight.
And then with 15 seconds left, it's just she's kind of like a part of the team, a part of the execute. When in reality, you normally want to have that lurk be somewhat of a, what's the word? Just a difference maker. Is Tina being the difference maker this round, finding the first blood instead of just letting Waterloo take whatever space that they desire. Now even the drone being committed as well over towards B, picking up as much space that will be allowed.
Yeah. Once again, these Vipers just able to do a lot of control here on these maps.
And the wall finally dropped. It's going to be Jiyoung again. Oh, might be able to pick up a kill onto Tina, though. Oh, but no, it's going to be Tina on top. this time around. As now Waterloo kind of forced into a rock and a hard place. Have to make a move towards A. One tag, but nobody to clear the left. But Ari finding one, only one though. Doggio last on the site and finding both players from Waterloo to find their 4th round of the map. Going to round number 9. Definitely looking to see what kind of firepower Waterloo might be bringing this time around. Is going to be a lot of ultimates here for Waterloo. The only one not active is going to be the Harbor ultimate.
Yeah.
Not sure what the name of it is, otherwise I would use it.
I will say 4 ults on deck is more than enough.
That is definitely true. Especially high impact ones like the Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, the Viper's Pit. On the side of UCSD though, have that Thrasher. Even have a lockdown of their own. It looks like Waterloo wants to get aggressive towards A this time around. Going to be destroying all of the Killjoy utility. Even having, oh yeah, there comes the Hunter's Fury.
Yep.
Not going to pick up any tags at all. And just like that, Shroom.
I think it took a little bit of damage at the end there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but healed right back up, so.
Yeah. A little unfortunate for them, but it is what it is. The drone actually not going to.
You should run.
Oh, actually in a little spot where it's not in the Viper's Pit. Just completely unnoted.
Yeah.
And this is going to be so difficult for anybody to try and figure out where Top Brooklyn is.
Yeah.
But I don't even think it'll come to that. It's the Killjoy ultimate. Just dissuades all of the players. And yeah, Top Brooklyn.
And I think that's time, yeah.
Gonna have to try and get out, but get out they cannot. Jiyoung does find one onto Tina, and now it's just all about surviving, being able to live another day. Keep your guns, keep your rifles.
Top Brooklyn was the only one who I believe died specifically to the bomb, which is a little bit unfortunate because, like you said, dropping the gun. But
yeah,
you know, taking the round win is what matters more. So
it's true. I think it's one of those weird things because it almost felt like UCSD at that point was just trying to play for exit frags. So when the team like that does start playing for exit frags, the idea or the move might honestly just be to die to the bomb. You don't want to give them a little bit of extra ult orbs, get those ultimates up.
Yeah.
When you basically have to just sprint at
directly into them.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
try and catch them. Yeah. So it's kind of just a move that makes you also get picked anyways.
And a nice kill from Jiyoung onto Tina, kind of just trying to. Feels like Waterloo's just been trying to punish Tina for her aggressive plays. Just find out where she's pushing and make sure that she does not live to see the end of the round. And a lot of the time that game plan has been working out quite handedly a lot of these times. Armbot does fall quite quickly, and now Waterloo 5 players, all 5, ready to just make a mad dash at this B site. Only one, Ari, is going to be here to try and make some sort of hero play. Playing a one and done, but I don't even think anyone noticed, and she doesn't get a kill for it though. Wow.
Yeah, it was like she was kind of just like waiting there, and I think it was kind of that oh crap moment where like everyone's around me. I don't think I can do anything to them.
Yeah, 100%. You know, just being aware in moments like those that, oh no, oh shoot, there's no noise anywhere else. They'll all just be walking up on me right now, but decides to take the fight anyways.
Tried to take one pick at most, but
yeah, that's just the problem though when you do get first blooded. I will put that on pause though. Pokebear to find another kill. Brooklyn as well. Now just a 1v5, can't really do too much. Oh, I say that though, Ruchi finding 2. Maybe making it winnable, but just a little too difficult to tags. The bomb plant timer not gonna give her enough time.
Yeah.
That'll be the round.
Yeah. Another perfect example of like, just get out of there.
Oh,
oh
no.
She had to be like one step inside of that.
Oh,
that's
such
real.
a disaster.
That's actually really bad.
Yeah, and I mean, like we were saying, before that execute did come in, kind of goes to show how, you know, just getting first blooded a lot of the times kind of impacts the round as a whole. When you go for plays like what we just saw Ari try and go for, the most that you can hope for is kind of a one and done angle. And even if you do get that kill, it doesn't really accomplish too much, you know, unless you get like a key player like a Viper who has a Viper's Pit active, or maybe just an initiator player that has like a Sova with the Hunter's Fury, for example. But like things like that, that's just going to be the best case scenario. But in the long run, it's like, okay, so now it's not a 3v4, it's a 2v3 kind of idea, and that doesn't really get you to where.
Yeah, it's like getting traded off only like helps in like really specific scenarios, depending on who it is you're taking down with you.
Exactly.
Especially because it ended up panning out for the rest of the round, where it's like, and then the loss to the spike at the end is really rough.
It is really rough. I mean, the eco for UCSD can't be that good, so pretty devastating.
Take a look at it.
In general. Yeah, it is going to be pretty rough. It is going to be a full buy, though, luckily, but might be at the cost of a molly or two somewhere along those lines. Yeah, they'll actually already placed the alarm bot, so not too bad, but still. Oh, rather, this is Waterloo, not them, so that would make sense. Okay. We go in to the next round. Round number 11. Trying to see
things are kind of ramping up here,
Yeah, they definitely are. 4-6. Waterloo. Oh, actually, just top Brooklyn is going to find a kill, and they might not expect Tina here as well. Tina does find the quick kill onto the harbor, but that will be it for their troubles. No smokes to try and get out onto this site. It's again going to be Ari trying to make the hero play. Does find one and gets out with her life this time around.
Not so fast.
Yeah,
not so fast.
A little bit of a caster jinx, but that's okay. It's going to be UCSD, the burden yet again put on them to try and retake this site. They do have the lockdown to work with.
Yeah, but with the plant up in Neston, I think Ji-Young could have caught spotted Shroom there, so I think they kind of know exactly what door that UCSD is trying to come through now.
100%.
Then again, they have no real reason to walk up to them. They're just peeling back like usual.
Yeah, for sure. This wall actually might be able to make a little bit happen, and Shroom does find the first kill. It is 1 HP now in the halfway, but the Molly lineup might be able to do something, but I don't think it'll land in time, and that's going to be the round.
Yeah, again, getting it to halfway is always so crucial.
It definitely is, and I mean, just kind of a blunder on the side of Waterloo, not popping that Hunter's Fury any time, or sooner than they could have. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication as to what they wanted to use on that post plant.
Yeah.
It kind of determined the outcome before it was over.
Yeah, especially because this round here is going to really just set the pace for how the next half is going to go.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like, are we going to be tied up again and they're going to be trading back and forth like a lot of matchups we've seen today? Or is it going to be Waterloo trying to carry ahead with that that momentum that we saw in the build-up for a while?
Yeah, for sure. And oh, man, it looks like Ruchi playing in her smoke, almost getting found with the spray, just barely escaping death. Cass does find the first blood onto Tina, finds the aggression yet again. All just quiets down so suddenly.
And I can't blame them. UCSD. The last thing they want to do is give away any position before a plant happens, because that they're already down 5-4. If they lose another agent, that post plant will be very, very hard to retake.
Definitely true, and it looks like Waterloo content with the work that they have done over towards the A site. Now looking to make it a fast hit towards B, the harbor wall to come in right now, and Ruchi going to be the only line of defense. Now has a little bit of help in Shroom. Top Brooklyn. Oh, but the right click. Just a little too good, and this could detain the bomb planter, I thought.
Ooh.
Not going to be in time, though. As the Gecko does throw out Onat Fire. Find one, finds two, not a third, though. Almost had quite the clip there. But overall,
third would have been a clip, but 2 was just enough to, I think, pretty much guarantee this round. I mean, the 1v4, yeah, especially with that detain.
Yeah, and that would be the last round. That is why that lockdown was used. And it's going to be Waterloo having a bit of an advantage going in to this next half, 7-5.
Obviously, no, you can't really say much about Econ when there's that reset, but, you know.
Yeah, definitely true.
And now, but there still is the mental boost and just the buffer of 2 rounds at this point. And guess how many you need to win by?
2!
All right, it is now 7-5, and going into this next round, round 13, I believe we're at.
Yeah, it is round number 13. Oh, it's Hot Brooklyn being the one, the aggressor, finding the first blood yet again.
Right, we get to see how Waterloo plays this map on defense.
Oh, wow. Classic moments. Kind of a bit of a run and gun, but we'll take it, I guess. But odd, Ari actually finding the kill, I guess, was in quite a good position to find that kill onto Onat Meyer. Just like that, the rotate is going to come back to be Waterloo. Going to have to make something out of nothing. And nice couple of wall banks here. Going to put 1 HP, but Shroom with the frenzy, too fast with the trigger. Now just a 2v4 for Waterloo. A pretty dire situation. Just gonna have to try and see what kind of kills they can find. Timing here could end everything. Ruchi drops down, finds the fast kill. Yeah, but Ruchi and Doggy out for that fact. Find a nice timing, find the trades, and that's gonna be it for that pistol. I mean, this second round, also important.
Yeah.
A lot of Spectres going to be online yet again. They get a Bulldog and a Judge. Oh, I kind of want the Judge from Tina.
Yeah.
Spice things up a little bit. Oh, but actually it's just going to be a drop of a Deagle.
Yeah.
Trying to see what value they can get from saving up that money, that moolah.
Definitely makes sense considering the rounds are cutting it this close at this point.
100%. Looks like already Waterloo's Brooklyn going to be tagged up a little bit over on the B side, but that won't be where the play starts. UCSD planning to go back towards A, and here it comes. 4 players already set up towards A, and nice Dizzy is going to find a flash and assist the kill. And just like that, UCSD breaks the defense. Spooky Wookie Bear going to be the only one to do anything about it.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but now just a Deagle, and Tina is going to win the jet battle this round, making it a 7-7, and we got a long game ahead of us today.
How's that Econ looking, Eli?
Not great. Waterloo have to kind of just force up, see what happens. You know, that's just the nature of the third round, though.
Yeah.
Can't really ever save.
There's not really another option for them.
Yeah. Like, even on the third round, if you do end up, like, forcing on the second round, even if you do decide to save on the third round, it's such a blunder. It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Just because of how the money distribution is and the loss bonus. And if you get, like, if you have loss bonus for 3 rounds in a row, it's, like, good enough to buy again. So,
yeah.
Kind of a blunder, but obviously is not the case. We are going to see that force up. A little bit of damage as well from the Nano Swarm is going to come in. As the smoke finally falls. It is going to be a little bit of fighting. Killjoy versus Killjoy. Spooky Wookie Bear does end up finding Ruchi. in the middle of the map is now Shroom feeling like she has to make some sort of play. Finds the timing, wingman, to get this plant down, and that's going to be the bomb. And the timing she does find. Make it 2. Trying to find a way to win this round is now Waterloo. It's going to be, yeah, there's going to be.
Okay, well, there's a way to win.
The trade back. Oh, he even has the Thrasher to work with on this round. Nobody to get detained. The tap, though, has to run through, and Onad Admirer finds 2 more. Just like that. Maybe a chance.
Oh!
Yeah.
On 1 HP, no less.
The defuse.
Yeah.
Comes through, and just like that, Waterloo, in what felt like UCSD's round.
We were just saying what a terrible round it was going into it. Felt like, oh,
Yeah.
UW, they don't really have a lot going for them here, and then they take it all home. Great plays from Onad Admirer there, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. Just being able to find rounds like that where you're at such a disadvantage and still pull out. It's just a great thing to have when you're so deep in a tournament like this.
Oh yeah.
Standing ahead. There they are.
Looks like UCSD wants to try and go towards A, and the bomb also making its way there. Waterloo, though, kind of has a read. 3 players here ready taking the aggression, and Brooklyn wants to try and push the issue as well. Getting pretty close to finding out just how many players are here. Doggio does get spotted, and just like that, Brooklyn out with her life, but actually wants to go for more. Here's the audio of the drop. But actually towards B, it is going to be a bit of a walk-up as well. 1 kill found for Tina, but that will be it. Jiyoung is going to find the trade. It looks like a mad dash back towards A. Actually, UCSD doesn't look like they know where they want to go. Finally making the decision back towards B. And 3 players for Waterloo are here, ready, trying to take in
30 seconds left.
the aggression that is shown.
Yeah, especially with only 30 seconds left in the round, it is looking like Waterloo is going to have to continue to lock this down, and that's exactly what they're doing. Is Jiyoung takes another pick on Arig, making it move up for 4-3, and there is now a retake at play here. But I mean, I feel like UCSD's post playing can't be super strong here.
Yeah, and it looks like Waterloo definitely going to have a nice chance at this round this time around. Brooklyn to find yet another kill, make it 2, maybe even 3, and it is 3.
Okay.
Brooklyn coming online here on the defensive side.
And then just going to take that diffuse all the way home, pick up some ult points, you know how it is.
Very true.
2 back-to-back. Now it's a matter of, does this swing momentum back in UCSD's favor? Oh, we do have an operator online for Brooklyn.
Oh boy. Tina picking out the outlaw as well. There's the timeout. Something that needed to be considered.
That's what we were waiting for.
Yeah, for UCSD. Just in general, I mean, it is kind of tough when you're looking through a couple of these just rounds in general. Waterloo, it feels like kind of just taking advantage of the First Bloods, taking advantage of the aggression that UCSD is bringing, and just overall kind of outplaying them and being, and you know, just when UCSD thinks they have some sort of timing, I mean, like we saw with Tina, just kind of walking up with that wall over towards B. The wall goes down and bam, you instantly see like 3 people. Not all of them are looking at you, but somebody's going to trade you, and you only get 1. And just like that, I mean, UCSD kind of falling short in that regard of the map so far.
I mean, yeah, it is just a matter of fact that Waterloo has been able to show time and time again that their defense is going to be enough to lock down UCSD, especially because, I mean, after those early rounds, that it was just that one like turning point where we kind of looked like, okay, maybe Waterloo doesn't have the resources to take this round, but maybe they'll get it next time. And then they did take that round, and it's like, well, now they're going to be up for the next several.
Yeah, that is very true. And you go in and actually top Brooklyn with an op.
Standing ahead.
Finds quite an angle through the window to make things worse for UCSD's situation. The bomb still in the back of spawn. Somebody has to go and pick it up.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, man.
Again,
Brooklyn.
that is just bound to add so much value, and we have seen it happen all day.
Yeah, and I mean, Brooklyn with his operator was looking really strong with it over on Ascent on the defensive side, trying to replicate the performance, and here we go. It's just going to be a mad dash onto the A site. A lot of weaker weapons here for UCSD. It's going to be really difficult for them to try and get out onto the site. And Jiyoung kind of confirms that theory as the first falls to her. Trying to find a little bit more. Doggio just trying to be the hero. But no, Top Brooklyn with the op again. Even escaping with her life, and that's going to be Onat Meyer to find the last. And just like that, the timeout, not really helping UCSD all too much, as Waterloo just instantly finding the first blood, finding even a second out of Brooklyn with that operator and getting maximum value.
Yeah, Brooklyn taking 3 picks, leading to a flawless round. Meaning that essentially, again, this game is only going to continue swinging more in their favor.
Yeah, and it's a lot like what happened on the last map as well. Waterloo and UCSD just kind of going back and forth in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
But overall, just once we get to the second half, it's kind of like Waterloo just pulling away, showing that they are ready to take on whatever UCSD is throwing at them. And oh my goodness, the read from UCSD.
Oh.
Finally using the drone.
That's really unfortunate, because I was really looking forward to seeing Brooklyn's trigger discipline. I'm just letting 2 people come through and just...
Yeah.
But the drone kind of revealing.
And this could be
I feel like
the first blood gets.
If anything, I was thinking this should be UCSD's moment to peel back and make a break for B, because now they know the operator's in play and is pretty much trained wherever they could try and peek out.
That is true, but the Gecko.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gecko's had some pretty good reads on where she's been.
Yeah. I mean, but even if you know where the operator is, you're still going to have to go through the guns. June started. Shroom and Doggio going to put in the work. Cass on the other side, over through middle, does find the kill. Now 1 HP for Shroom. And Doggio is going to have a lot of HP as well. The Blade Storm to come in for Top Brooklyn, maybe to find a kill. Oh my gosh, quick! Brooklyn finds 2!
Wow!
Making it known that she can use that Blade Storm. And just like that, Waterloo yet again find quite the, quite the advantage. Getting a little extra shots in as well. Of course.
I knew that operator would be a lot of high value. That's why I called it out as soon as it was bought, and it was like Brooklyn is absolutely helping her team to just completely run away with this 21-12 at this point.
Jeez, I mean, just absolutely showing off the value that you can get from the operator there. And like we were saying, I think Gecko is one of those agents that kind of counters an operator so well.
Yeah.
Especially because, you know, if you have the flash, like a breach flash or a sky flash, you can just kind of turn it. But when you have the Gecko, you can't turn the flash. And the flash will just find you if it can see you.
Yeah.
Or if you have the LOS. Line of sight. UCSD.
Yeah, this lockdown could be big.
Yeah, it's going to be what they have to use to try and get into this round. They need to find some sort of way back into it, as the Hunter's Fury for Waterloo does come through. Tina getting really aggressive, not going to find a kill at all. A little bit of damage does hit for Onat and Meyer.
Just pass off the operator? All right, that's going to be an interesting play.
Yeah, just going to try and be that entry for her team, trying to get the map space. Give up the operator for now. It's Brooklyn and Cass both come away with a kill, and here comes the Hunter's Fury, going to be needed to try and keep off the defuse as Onat Meyer finds one, Brooklyn with another, and now just a 1v2. It's going to be all on Doggio to try and find the win, but no, Onat and Meyer finds the diff, and here we go. Map point, series point here for Waterloo.
Onat and Top Brooklyn have just been such a dynamic duo throughout this game here, and at this point, Like, that was tough. That lockdown helped them to get that plant. It wasn't even a lifeline at that point. It's the Hail Mary of we need to at least get this down. Post-plant, like, we will figure it out from then on. And the UW just had, Waterloo just had the perfect counterplay, especially with the way Brooklyn and ONAT were just able to just completely clean up there.
Yeah, 100%. Now it looks like UCSD, they just want to try and ram their heads back into the site of A, but the Viper's Pit already activated here for Jiyoung over towards A. Yeah. And a really big, it's really good one too. It clears, takes up a lot of space. Not going to be able to just waltz your way through this one, but
that's why Viper has just such a high value on Icebox.
Oh, Cass. I don't know where she found that kill, but I mean, finds it nonetheless. It's also going to be Pookie, though. Not going to find a kill in the Thrash. Going to try and find Jiyoung here in this spot. It's not going to find any value there. It's actually just accidentally falls in, but it doesn't matter. Tina finds a blind Cass. It's just going to be Tina completely alone, but ONAT Admirer finds the kill, making it a 3v3. Oh, and the rotate.
This is a very tense round. I was thinking, I was like, at what point do you just say, let's just try B? I was like, because they have been ramming their heads into A for the past couple rounds, and it is just continually
but Brooklyn with the operator.
And Ari just lying in wait there, by the way.
Yeah. Not really able to do too much. Now. Not going to be able to find the kill. Rucci gonna find the better of Brooklyn, and now a 1v2 all on Jiyoung.
Yeah.
Try and finish out this map. Not too much pressure on her, but a lot for UCSD. As one misstep could be the end of their tournament run. But Ari finds the kill and keeps UCSD in this thing.
Yeah, UCSD, again, finding just that little bit of momentum that they need to maybe push this to Game 3. However, again, I think that Waterloo, again, full shields, really strong guns, still have that operator on deck. And, I mean, Brooklyn has just been doing such a good job with it for the past few rounds that I think 24 and 13 kind of speaks for itself. Yeah. Competing with a 15 and 15 on the other half, it's like a...
Yeah, it definitely does. And also with Waterloo, they have the retake potential. They have two really good ultimates for it. They have the Harbor ult, they have the Killjoy lockdown. And just being able to have those two ultimates to kind of fall back on if you do end up losing the site, always a welcome sight when you are on the defense, rather. Now it's just UCSD. Can they try and find their way onto the B site? Alarm bot alerting to their presence, and just like that, the site is lost. Oh, the wingman not really able to get the plant off. An ice molly there.
UCSD knowing that they could just take the, they just took a site B last round. Now they're trying to go for a repeat. But just like that, UW was able to shut them down and pretty much force them to peel off a little bit. They can't really quite commit to a full rotate. If anything, they're trying to fake out. But I think Waterloo kind of already has that on lock. They are just staying watching. They are posting Brooklyn down in that middle side there, just in case.
30 seconds left.
Oh yeah, and there's Pookie with the operator. Does find another kill. ONAT Admirer as well. Pookie with a third, and now just all on the shoulders of Ari. Has to win this 1v4 to try and keep their hopes alive, but no. It is Pookie to find the kill, to find the win. 4 on the round. And that's going to be it, 13-8.
Yeah.
We have our final grand finalists.
Yeah. Pookie Wookie Bear getting that final kill with the operator, getting that defuse, and guiding Waterloo through losers finals, like you said, into that other half of grands to meet University of North Texas in that finalist match tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm looking forward to that match. It's not one that we've seen here in the playoffs. Obviously, you see the road to the tournament, or two grand finals here. Waterloo had to fight back after losing to UCSD, had to go through GCU, had to go through Carleton, and then UCSD yet again, and end up coming out on top, showing that they're a force to be reckoned with and that Texas shouldn't feel
good just because they have to play
Yeah.
the players or the team that wasn't in the winners finals.
Yeah, again, this is in fact like not a run back. These two teams have not met, at least not in playoffs. And so for that final enormous prize pool, it's going to be battled off by two teams that, again, like I said, have not had the chance to practice against one another and don't really know what to expect. I'm sure they will be doing a lot of studying of the VODs that we've had throughout this season to get up to speed, but it's still going to be a very exciting event nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking forward to it. It is going to be at 2. That is when the match will start. It is going to be a best-of-5 grand finals. Going to be looking to see how these teams finally end out our Purple Rain series, our second annual Purple Rain series at that. The 7 weeks of round robin that we've seen throughout the last couple of weeks, just overall, just being really, really good.
Yeah.
And now these playoffs being really exciting. But we are going to... Oh, yeah, go for it.
Oh, no, yeah, I was going to say, culminating in a very exciting round of playoffs. Tomorrow will end with that $5,000 prize pool, again, presented to us by Rockstar, so that we could just show you this amazing competition that all of these girls across the country have to offer.
Yeah, and 100%. That is going to wrap it up for this stream. Thank you again for coming in and supporting and watching this Purple Rain, and hope to see you again tomorrow in Grand Finals at 2.